Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Found Echo Morpher. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku slowed to a stop. He delicately opened the door, walked in slowly. Then, as quickly as he could while still being appropriately polite, he ducked around one shelf. Ducked down out of sight of the door. There was a man behind the far counter, overlooking the door. He looked Caucasian, though it was hard to tell these days. He was fairly tall and slender. His hair was light brown and streaked white with age. The proprietor leaned over to glance at the green-haired teen curiously. Then the door burst open again, and 3 teens stomped in. Kaken, that was to say Bokogu Katsuki, had left school early for a doctor's appointment. Without their leader and limiter, Longfingers had decided to engage in his favorite activity, Deku hunting. Izuku personally didn't think Dudley Dursley was a role model, but the bullies had different thoughts on the matter. The 3 other boys started looking around aggressively. The man's eyes narrowed, and he drew himself up. "This is a store, not a gymnasium," he told them sternly. "Please leave." "Shut it, fossil," Longfingers said. "Our friend ducked in here, we need to find him." Izuku flinched, and the man frowned. Then ominous purple-black energy began to roll down his shoulders towards his hands. "I said leave," the man said in clipped tones. "Don't make me ask again." The other 2 vanished. Longfingers glanced around tentatively, but fled. Izuku looked at the man cautiously. The man smiled slightly and brushed the glow off his arms. "It's harmless," he said kindly. "It just looks dangerous. Feel free to stay here until they get bored and leave." "Thank you," Izuku said softly. And then he finally took a chance to look around. And his eyes lit up. It was an antique store. Izuku loved old things. As someone without a quirk, he felt a sort of connection to the past, to the relics that felt out of place and forgotten. Behind him was an old TV, a large screen console. On top of it was a cassette reader, and a set of old tapes. Even though they were in English, he recognized most of them, though he wasn't sure what a Beetleborg was. He knew what a beetle was, of course, but he had never heard of a Beetleborg. It sounded Scandinavian. He strolled slowly down the aisle, full of ancient but still functional technology. Then he turned into a more open section of fine furniture. He walked through that more quickly, not as interested in things he couldn't use or carry. Mainly Izuku was looking for books, or maybe merchandise t-shirts or collectibles. Despite that, Izuku slowed when he entered a row of jewelry, knives, and other metal items. Rings and bracelets. An old steel pen with one of the early NASA logos. A tsuba from the Edo era. Most of the items were locked in glass cases. But a few larger or seemingly less valuable items were resting on top of the cases. One caught Izuku's eye. It was an old coppery coin. It was locked in a plastic box with alarm tags. So he could pick it up and look at it, but it couldn't be easily stolen. Izuku picked up the box. The coin was bronze and tarnished. The green patina sunk into the crevices, making the carving difficult to decipher. But Izuku thought it looked like it was probably meant to be a dragon. A stylized, Western dragon, standing on its hind legs. He turned it over, and his eyes and lips narrowed in surprise and thought. Instead of green, the corrosion was white. Izuku wondered if the coin was made of 2 different metals, or had some sort of coating on this side. Under the white tarnish, there was a tiger carving, roaring, and one paw raised. Izuku flipped it again, both to get another look at the dragon, and to see if there was a clear dividing line between the white and the green. Only he wasn't looking at the green dragon. Instead, the coin was stained black, and the creature marking the surface was a Brachiosaurus. Izuku barely looked at it for a moment, before flipping the coin again. White tiger. Flip. Green dragon. Flip. Black Brachiosaurus. This time Izuku studied the dinosaur for a few seconds. Then he started flipping the coin again. There didn't seem to be a pattern. It was like the coin somehow had 3 heads, and each time he turned it over, he randomly got one of the 2 sides he had not been looking at. The rotation of the coin or directions of the flip didn't matter. And it seemed to just be an old bronze coin, not like some sort of hologram or tiny screen. He wondered if it might be the lingering effect of someone's quirk. Those could definitely be odd and unpredictable. Something about the combination sparked Izuku's memory, but he wasn't sure why. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't think of what it was. Green dragons and white tigers were common motifs. The dinosaur much less so. Izuku held onto the coin and looked around a little longer. Then, both having looked at most of the store and judged the bullies to have left, the teen went up to the counter. "Can you tell me anything about this coin?" he asked the shopkeeper. "Not really." The man took the box and looked it and the coin over. If he noticed the 3 heads, he didn't react. "It's not a collectible, not currency," the adult continued. "Not any sort of historic piece. Just an old bronze coin. Someone might have made it because they thought it was cool, or for some sort of old cosplay. I know the tiger versus dragon dichotomy, but that's more Asian, while the dragon is European." "How much for it?" Izuku asked cautiously. None of the items in the store were priced, which, in his experience, meant one or more of 3 things. First, that everything cost so much if you needed to ask, you probably couldn't afford it. Second, that the shop owner was a collector type, trying to fit their items to the right person. And third, the man might like to haggle or offer deals to people he liked. "Let's say $25, the man said. "No, sorry, 2,500 yen. It wasn't terribly expensive, especially if it was a solid bronze coin. And Izuku had the money. He was saving up for the new 1/8 scale Miruko statue. If he bought the coin, he might miss the statue. At the same time, it felt like the mysterious old coin was calling to him, and was definitely more rare than the statue. The quirkless teen took out his wallet. He took out 3 1,000 yen bills and placed them on the counter. "You can keep the change," Izuku said, briefly looking around at the empty store, as thanks for earlier. "No need for that." The man smiled and waved it off. He took the money and the coin and disappeared into the back of the store. Izuku heard the pop of an old, mechanical cash register. Then a bit of shuffling. The man returned, placed a 500 yen coin on the counter, and then the bronze coin. He had removed it from the box and placed it in a simpler, cylindrical plastic holder. Izuku picked up the coin and took a closer look, now that it was out of the larger box. He flipped it over a few times, partly in his continuing amazement, and partly from the grain of cynicism and suspicion the world had drilled into him. But the coin still had 3 sides. "Would you like a bag?" "No, thank you," Izuku shook his head. He stuck the coin into his backpack and his change into his pocket with his wallet. Then he waved goodbye to the shopkeeper and left. Had he looked back, he might have seen a satisfied, almost triumphant smirk on the man's face. "Izuku, honey, why are you so late?" Midoriya Inko asked as her son entered their apartment. There was a hint of worry in her voice. There were generally 3 reasons the young man was late: bullies, heroes, and shops. And she was never happy about her son being harassed or chasing after dangerous situations to watch heroes. "Sorry, Mom," he said penitently, "I found new antique shop." Inko sighed in mock dismay and legitimate relief. Then she said in a slightly teasing tone, "A new antique shop? Isn't that an oxymoron?" "It's new to me," Izuku said, though it looked like it might have been there for a while. "And technically, every day there are new antiques that weren't considered old or rare enough previously." "That's true," she admitted. "Did you find anything interesting?" They had some neat vintage shirts and some nice jewelry. Izuku placated his mother by appealing to her interests. "And I bought this cool bronze coin with a dragon on it." "Of course you did," Inko said. "So, can I borrow your jewelry cleaning kit? The coin is sort of tarnished, and I want to see if I can polish it a bit." Inko studied her son for a moment. "All right. But only after dinner. You finish all your homework and take your bath." "Okay, thanks, Mom." He rushed to his room to start the second task she had given him. Izuku opened his top desk drawer and took out a plastic bag. He has already gotten the cleaning kit from his mom. Now in an old, threadbare All Might t-shirt that was only fit to sleep or clean in, and his sleep shorts, the boy was ready. Inside the plastic bag was a pair of white, silk gloves. Extra fine quality, triple layered, high thread count. These were the archivist-quality gloves Izuku used to dust or move his hero statues, so he didn't get fingerprints on them. Now he was going to avoid getting smudges on his new treasure. Izuku spread a thick cotton cloth out on his desk. He opened the plastic case and delicately took out the coin. He spritzed a mist of the cleaning solution onto the first side of the coin. In this case, it was the white tarnished tiger. He set the coin down and took out the polishing brush. It was almost like an electric toothbrush, except for the size of the head and texture of the bristles. He turned it on and ran it gently over the face of the coin. It worked the deoxidizer solution into the metal. Once he had gone over the surface, he took a coarser cloth and scrubbed the coin. Small flakes of white came off. He was careful with the pressure, even though he doubted he was strong enough to damage the metal. He flipped it over and repeated the process on the blackened dinosaur face. Then he ran into his first problem, as he flipped it over again and got the tiger a second time. It took 3 more flips for the dragon to appear. Izuku estimated it would take 4 or 5 passes for each side of the coin. Having to flip it repeatedly, and also keep track of how many times he had cleaned each face was going to be a bit of a bother. But Izuku continued to work at it. And after a few hours of hard scrubbing, the coins' faces were mostly clean and the bronze shone. Only the deepest crevices of the engravings had hints of the tarnish. But now it served to accent the animal icons, rather than hide them, and Izuku thought it was a pretty cool, if unintended by him, effect. Between the running earlier and the polishing now, Izuku was starting to get tired. No, it was well past starting. He was nearly dozing off in his desk chair. Looking at how dirty his gloves were, he threw them in the hamper to wash. Unlike most boys his age, Izuku did his own laundry. Then he packed up the cleaning kit. Only then did his mind clear enough to realize the coin was still sitting on one clean corner of the workspace cloth. He looked at his fingers, rubbed them thoroughly on another clean section of the cotton pad. Then, as lightly as he could, he grasped the coin by its edge with his pointer and thumb, and nearly dropped it as a spark went up his arm. He wasn't too surprised that a static charge had built up in it, though the level of charge was shocking. Izuku cringed at his mental pun. Then he put the coin back into the holder and closed up the plastic. With a yawn, he rolled out of his chair over into his bed, taking the coin with him, instinctively not letting go. He tucked it under his pillow, then reached up to hit the light switch. Izuku was out before the lamp turned off. He was in an unfamiliar city park. He was surrounded by weird, gray, faceless figures. They darted around him, and he could feel their hostility. Then one charged him. Very unlike himself, Izuku launched a perfect side move kick into its chest. The putty-like thing deformed around his foot. Despite its soft structure, the attacker was sent flying back. The sole of his shoe was imprinted in its torso. A second one moved in while it thought he was distracted. Izuku spun around, dropping low. He swept its feet. As it went down, he kept the spinning momentum and drove his fist into its nose. Or at least where its nose should have been. 2 more of the creatures jumped towards him, and Izuku launched his next attack. "Izuku, are you up?" Inko shouted. Izuku lifted his head off his bed. He realized said head was not on his pillow, and glanced around through still bleary eyes. He had his pillow in a headlock. The comforter was flung over the foot of his bed. The top sheet was wrapped around his desk chair and partially on the desk itself. He checked, and the coin was missing. It must have been flung somewhere in the intense dream. But at least he was still wearing his watch. Izuku wanted to look for the coin, but a glance at his alarm showed he had overslept. Seriously overslept. "Crap!" he shouted and jumped out of bed, only to feel that the comforter was still wrapped around one foot. He expected to go down in a heap, but instead jumped further than he expected, with enough force to pull his foot free and send the blanket flying. He landed perfectly, and then hurried to get dressed. He'd have to take breakfast with him, and still run to get to class on time. Actually, he made it with time to spare. Maybe it was the dream, or just going to sleep earlier than normal and sleeping late accidentally. But Izuku felt empowered. His jog was almost as fast as he normally sprinted, and he wasn't even winded when he reached Aldra Middle School. As soon as he entered the classroom, he received angry glares from the 3 bullies he had escaped yesterday. Bakugo wasn't there yet, so Long Fingers stomped over to him. "See, you didn't get lost, Deku," he snarled. Then he looked at the shorter boy. "Since when do you wear a watch?" Izuku blinked and glanced at his wrist. In his morning haze he hadn't noticed, but when had he put on a watch? Especially this watch, which he didn't recognize. "That's too nice for a worthless Deku like you," the bully said. "Why not give it to me?" He reached for Izuku's wrist, his fingers extending. Izuku casually spun away, hiding his left wrist. He stuck out his right elbow as he turned. That knocked Long Fingers' hand away. Izuku's eyes widened, both that he had challenged his classmate, but also that it had been so easy. The chatter of the class around them died down, and all eyes were on them now. "What the hell is going on?" Bakugo demanded as he stepped into the room. "Deku's getting too big for his britches," Long Fingers whined. "Oh really?" the blonde boy with the explosive quirk and temper snarled. "I was just stopping him from..." Izuku mumbled. "Somebody grew a bit of spine, huh?" Bakugo taunted him. Then he threw a quick jab. Izuku wondered why Bakugo was punching so slowly. It was not meant to hit him, just to make Izuku flinch. But if he was telegraphing it this much, it was too obvious. Then Izuku's body moved on its own again. He juked his head just a bit to the right, making sure the fist wouldn't brush his ear. Then he brought his left hand up, blocking the punch and sending it further to the side. "Oh, you want to go?" Bakugo lost it. But again, Izuku acted on instinct. He dropped his weight and stiffened his legs. He turned his hand out and caught Katsuki's wrist. Then Izuku turned the bully's hand outward. A moment later there was an explosion out of Bakugo's palm. Normally it would have went into Izuku's ear and down his back. Instead it splashed out onto the wall. That still should have sent the back of Bakugo's hand into Izuku's cheek, but the slider boy managed to lock the exploding arm in place, not even twitching from the force of the blast. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise, which quickly turned to murderous rage. But before he could attack again, the door slid open, and their homeroom teacher clomped in. "Later, Deku," Bakugo snarled under his breath and took his seat. The rest of the class just watched in amazement. And the other two henchmen of Bakugo and Long Fingers broke into a nervous sweat. That wasn't the only surprise Izuku had for himself and his classmates. Fourth PRD rolled around, and it was time for English class. Izuku opened his textbook and blinked. He could read it. Not that he couldn't read it before. It's just English wasn't his best class, and while he scored better than most of the second years, it wasn't like the foreign tongue had been as quick and casual to him as Japanese was. Expect now, he turned the pages and just knew what they said. No hesitation or thought. No uncommon words or sounding anything out. No struggling to remember, or tripping over the often weird letter combinations and exceptions. "Mr. Midoriya, are you listening?" the teacher asked in English, sounding annoyed. "Yes, ma'am," he answered in the same. Only with no accent, and he didn't even have to think about saying ma'am instead of sensei. "Then please read the next paragraph." He did. And again, everyone stared at him as he did so flawlessly. "Well," the cat-eared woman huffed, "it seems like you have been sandbagging, Mr. Midoriya." "No, ma'am," he shook his head, "it's like something just clicked. Maybe all the old movies I've been watching paid off." "We'll see," she said, "but keep this up and we may have a new number one." Pop, pop, pop. Bakugo's explosions sounded softly in the class. Bakugo Katsuki took up position right outside the gates. He ignored most of the students leaving, who gave him plenty of space. And more than a few of them formed a semicircle outside of his range, so they could watch. "We should get a teacher," a slender blue-haired girl whispered to another student. "The teachers only care what happens on school grounds," the other girl shot back, some of them not even then. Then Izuku appeared. Their gym teacher held him back. Officially, to ask how Izuku did so well today. Unofficially, Izuku suspected it was to keep him from escaping. "Do we have to do this, Kaken?" Izuku asked. "I was just trying to stop him from stealing my watch." "You don't want to be associated with a criminal, right?" Bakugo's eyes flicked to Long Fingers, who flinched. Japan was still willing to ignore a certain level of bullying. But that blind eye did not extend to stealing, especially for items of value. The glare only lasted for a moment, before Bakugo focused on Izuku again. "It's not about that," he growled. "This is about you showing me up today, you dumb nerd." Izuku cringed, knowing he wouldn't be able to talk his way out of it. The crowd tensed. Bakugo took a step forward, then explosions out of each palm jetted him towards Izuku. Again, the green-haired boy wondered why his former friend was moving so slowly. Had he learned to moderate his explosions for a more even propulsion? Izuku reacted without thinking again. Like in his dream, he dropped low. Swept Katsuki's legs. As the bully flipped over him, Izuku caught his arm, so Bakugo only tumbled to the ground, rather than rocketing into the wall. Then Izuku ran. Faster than he ever remembered being before. He picked the part of the circle with the shortest kids, and jumped over them. "Damn it, Deku!" he heard an angry howl behind him. And he didn't stop running. Since he broke his All Might Hero signal watch when he was 8, Izuku hadn't owned a watch. And yet somehow he had a very nice watch on his wrist right now. And had since this morning, without initially realizing it. It had a black leather band with a bronze mesh down the center. It didn't have a clip or anything, so Izuku wasn't sure how he put it on or how he would take it off. The body was bronze, with 3 familiar engravings around the face. A green dragon, a white tiger, and a black brachiosaurus. The face looked mechanical, with 3 hands and bronze numbers set into a swirl of green, white, and black. But when he tilted his head and looked from an angle, there was no depth to the hands. The face was an absurdly high-resolution screen that was just showing a projection of a mechanical watch. There were no buttons on the sides. Izuku wondered if it was a touch screen. But when he touched the watch face, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he fell onto his desk. Izuku was in some sort of dojo. Tatami mats with padding underneath. Sunlight streaming through the window on one wall, illuminating all manner of wooden weapons on another. There was another person standing opposite him. He was older than Izuku, but had the sort of young agelessness that made it hard to tell if he was 17 or 27. The other man was well-built, with long, brown hair pulled into a ponytail. He was a Westerner and had kind brown eyes. He was wearing black workout pants and a white tank top with a green insignia on it. Izuku felt the man and the insignia were both familiar, but could not place them before the other person spoke. "It is nice to meet you, Izuku," he said in English. "My name is Tommy Oliver. The coin has judged you as worthy. It is my job to make sure you are ready." Izuku's jaw dropped. 3 time zones east of Japan, very close to the international date line, was the artificial island known as I-Island. Sponsored by, yet independent from, the US, Canada, Japan, and the Republic of Northern China, it was a haven of scientists and researchers. More than half of the adult population was dedicated to some form of research. One of the foremost scientists on the island was David Shield, the former sidekick and gadgeteer of All Might. And living with him was his daughter Melissa. Though 15 years of age, Melissa could potentially pass for 16 or even 17. It didn't hurt that she was a year ahead in one of the toughest schools in the world. And she was considered quite attractive by her peers, not that she cared or generally put much effort into her looks. No, she was more concerned with her studies, and like her father was considered a genius. Melissa had a single pet project that only David and a few others knew of, because most people would have scoffed at it. But Melissa was a true believer. And thus, on a shelf over her desk there was a long and thin display case. It was lined with black velvet and had 7 recesses in it. In each circular indentation there were carefully set shards of bronze, like pieces of shattered coins. 2 of the coins were fairly close to complete, while 4 of the remaining 5 had less than a quarter of the original metal. Each of the coins seemed to bear a different carving, and each was accented by an unusual pink tarnish. Melissa was deep in her homework when the shards began to lightly vibrate and softly glow. She might have missed it, except that the display case was also set with a wide array of sensors and scanners. So when the incomplete coins began to emit a faint energy, dozens of alerts exploded across her desktop. The blonde girl's head jerked up, and she stared at the coins in amazement and curiosity. One day earlier, a certain antiques dealer, seemingly in his early 50s, returned home with a happy smile and a spring in his step. Zachary Edwin Davis Dulles has been waiting years for this moment, and he couldn't wait to share it with his wife. He walked into their home and swept his beloved into a big hug. She looked too young and far too beautiful for him. She appeared to be of Asian descent, but had a casual and lovely blend of features that made it hard to tell where her parents might have been born. "What's gotten into you?" She laughed happily as he set her down. "The coin. A young man found it, bought it." Her eyes narrowed, and her voice dropped half an octave and took on a harsh, scratchy tone. "Huh, after 200 years, we're free," she cackled. Then she coughed and blushed. "You've been holding on to that, haven't you?" he asked, amused. It seemed appropriate. She sounded mildly embarrassed. "So what are we going to do?" she prompted. "I was thinking you could get the old RV ready," he said. "I'll have a fire sale at the antique store, then sell the store too. Maybe sell the house. Donate all the proceeds anonymously to a couple of charities and take off. Now that our duties and debts are settled, we could take a well-deserved second honeymoon. Triforia is nice this time of year. Or maybe Aquitar. I haven't seen you in a bikini in decades." She laughed and kissed him, and the years seemed to literally melt away, leaving him no older than she was. Or more accurately, than she appeared to be. Then she sobered slightly. "This boy, do you think he can do it?" she asked. "I hope so," he said, "or may the power protect us all." "You're Tommy Oliver," Izuku shouted. "You're Dr. Tommy Oliver. You're a Power Ranger. You're the Power Ranger. You know me?" Tommy asked in surprise. "Of course," Izuku insisted immediately. "You are one of 9. Or 11, depending on who you ask. 9 Rangers who ever had your identities revealed. You, Carter Grayson, and Casey Rhodes disclosed your Ranger identities to the press during the Ranger War to reassure people. And the 6 Space Rangers had their identities revealed, though some people don't count the Red and Silver Rangers since they were not from Earth and had no civilian identities to conceal. And then there was Kira Ford and Vita Raka, who were outed as former Rangers as their respective music careers took off." Then the boy trailed off. His cheeks lit slightly and he looked away. "Sorry," Izuku said, "I tend to ramble and mumble when I get excited. And to meet a real Ranger, and get a chance to prove the Rangers were real. It's not something I ever thought would happen." "What do you mean, prove the Rangers were real?" Tommy prompted with a frown. Well, he gave Tommy an apologetic look, both for his previous statement and for the extended ramble he knew was coming. The Ranger teams were active from 1990 to 2018, fighting various monsters, demons, wizards, and aliens that threatened Earth. Most of the teams and attacks were based in California, though there was one team each in Paris, Washington, D.C., and New Zealand, plus 2 teams here in Japan. But then, after the Megaforce team and the Ranger War in 2018, everything just stopped. No more Rangers, no more monsters. The aliens we had been in contact with went silent. The other advanced technologies based on the Rangers' equipment stopped working. Izuku sighed. On top of that, while the Rangers were active, there were 5 TV shows based on fictional Ranger teams. 3 in the US, and 2 here in Japan. Well, maybe 1.5, since one of the ones here in Japan was based on the Dino Thunder team. They took news and social media footage of you guys fighting Mesogog and his creatures. They hired Japanese actors to play the Rangers, and invited storylines to go with the footage. There was also the big-budget Hollywood movie based vaguely on the original Mighty Morphin team. With all of that, everything stopping and vanishing, plus the fictional Rangers, a lot of people didn't believe it. They claimed the Rangers were fake. And that was all over 200 years ago. A lot of information got lost or distorted in the Troubles. So, I'm sorry to say, there aren't a lot of people left who think the Rangers were real. I'm on a global forum, Power Ranger True Believers, and there are about 2,000 members worldwide. Most in California, for obvious reasons. "I see," Tommy said sadly. "I guess that makes sense. And I'm sorry to hear that we haven't had any contact with our old allies. Without the Morphin grid, we didn't have any access to FTL communications, but I hoped K0-35 or the Equations would have come to check on what happened by now. Does that mean?" The projection trailed off, looking worried, which in turn made Izuku nervous. I'm sorry, Tommy said. I should probably tell you the end of my story, and the origin of yours. Izuku perked up slightly. After the Ranger War, most of us lost our powers again. The Space Rangers, Aquitian Rangers, Triforian Rangers, and Lost Galaxy Rangers all left Earth, returning to their own worlds and duties. But not long after that, all of our powers became active again. And at the same time, all of the Rangers' defeated enemies started to reappear. Foes who were redeemed like Zed, Rita, Mara, and Elsa weren't manifested, but many other foes appeared, included Mesogok. Even though we checked and Anton was fine. These resurrected enemies were gray version of themselves, and we eventually found out that they were called Shadows. Shadows. Izuku committed the name to memory, silently overjoyed to be hearing a lost facet of Ranger history from the source. We were vastly outnumbered, though the Shadows seemed weaker than the originals. Thankfully, we also had help from the Wind Ninja students and some of our other allies. And none of the Shadows ever grew to giant size, so we never used our Zords and the battles remained mostly secret. Tommy closed his eyes in pain and memory. Then we found out what was happening, he said. Hidden away in the remains of Rita's castle on the moon, Demonis, the self-proclaimed Lord of Shadows and Anti-Ranger, was preparing a massive spell. There is still a lot we didn't know, at least at the time we created the Echo Morpher. Were the Shadows intentionally created by Demonis, a side effect of his presence, the result of his spell, or something else? You see, on the one hand they were a distraction to us, but on the other hand we might not have discovered him if we were not searching for the source of the Shadows. Either way, we did find him. And a small task force was dispatched to stop him. And you must have stopped him, right? Izuku interjected, because we're here now. I don't know, Tommy admitted. We never knew. Rita and Udana went over the scans we took of Demonis' spell, but they weren't able to figure out what it was meant to do. We thought we interrupted him before it was done, but afterwards. After we defeated Demonis, there was an explosion. We barely made it back to Earth before our powers were gone. But it wasn't just our powers. We had lost all connection to the Morphin grid. Not just our powers, but all grid-based technologies stopped working. Magic still worked, mostly, but the amount of magical energy on Earth was only about 20% of what it had been before. We tried to contact our allies, but like I said, without the grid we were limited to normal communications like radio waves. Aquitar is only about 60 light-years from Earth, so in 200 years, we should have at least heard back from them. Unless whatever Demonis did to the grid extends beyond Earth. Or Demonis somehow cut off Earth in some way. Many of the Rangers, Tommy paused and then clarified darkly, former Rangers spent the rest of our lives trying to figure out what happened, or at least make sure there was no threat to the Earth. Except that, about 5 months after the Shadow War's end, the glowing baby was born. We didn't think it was a coincidence, so some of the others researched for any connection between those emergent superpowers. Quirks, Izuku said softly. They are called Quirks now. Tommy nodded. The fact that Quirks started to appear after the grid vanished. We thought it had to be related, but there was no proof. As I reached the end of my life, I wanted to do something. I gathered all the technology and data on the Ranger powers we still had. And I reached out to all of our allies, particularly the tech-savvy ones like Cam and the mystical ones like Rita. My goal was to create one last Ranger. We combined my 3 remaining power coins, the Green Dragon coin, White Tiger coin, and Black Braccio coin into one. Our design was 3-fold. The triplicate coin would draw in whatever residual grid energy there was, given its 3 connections. It would also draw on the Earth's remaining magic to supplement it. And we hoped, given enough time, the coin would be able to re-establish a full connection to the Morphin grid. The Master Morpher no longer worked, and the merging of the coins into one changed them. So we created a new Morpher, the Echo Morpher, and installed a copy of my consciousness into it to train and guide the Echo Ranger. But why me? Izuku pleaded. Why now? Now, Tommy explained gently, because the coin has finally reached a level of power where it can operate. Technically, it reached that point about 20 years ago, but it took that long to find you. The coin is not fully connected to the grid, but there is at this point a steady trickle of energy into it. And why you, Izuku? The former ranger said more confidently, because the Echo coin felt your goodness, your purity, your desire to be a hero and help people. But also, I think because you do not have one of these quirks. You are not the first good person to pick up the coin, but it rejected all of them. And the only thing I know for sure that separates you from the others is that you don't have that power. I'm not sure why that would be, though it does reinforce the belief that quirks are somehow related to what Demonis did. Okay, Izuku said thoughtfully, then I have another question. You were also the Red Zeo Ranger, right? So why did you only use the green, white, and black coins? Wait, you said remaining coins. Did something happen to it? The Zeo crystal and its related power coins disappeared at the start of the Shadow War. Tommy nodded. We didn't notice at first, because the other Zeo Rangers were using their ninjetti powers from when they were still the second team of Mighty Morphin Rangers. And I had the Master Morpher, but didn't notice right away that I didn't have the Zeo power. That was another mystery we were never able to solve. I knew there were two teams, Izuku crowed. Wait until I tell Thunders 2195 and Forever Pink about this. They'll flip, especially TY_2195, they have always been a one-team supporter. You shouldn't tell anyone you are a ranger, Tommy said. I guess not, Izuku deflated, that would probably cause problems. People wanting to take or study the Morpher. Then the boy paused for a moment and asked, I can still pass off my ranger form as a quirk, right? There are other heroes that transform and look kind of like rangers. I can just say that's the form my quirk took, because I was a ranger fan. That may work, Tommy agreed, and by other heroes, do you mean? Izuku spent what felt like a couple of hours explaining to Tommy about the state of the world. About the troubles, the time of unrest and in some cases outright war over the existence of quirks and the freedoms and responsibilities of quirk users. The stagnation of technology as a result of the conflicts, of the Rhodes Island 7 and the rise of professional heroes, of the increasing spread of quirks, to the point where Izuku was in a minority, and then a lot about All Might, Izuku's favorite hero. It sounds like you should be able to fit in, Tommy agreed, especially with 3 forms and most people believing the Rangers were fictional. As long as you don't tell anyone the truth, and they just think it is a quirk, you should be able to be a pro-hero. That said, Tommy looked at him, we need to talk about you and your powers. Right, should I morph? Izuku almost bounced in place. How do I morph? And you said 3 forms, so I'll be able to change form like you did with the Master Morpher. Slow down. Tommy placed a gentle yet firm hand on Izuku's shoulder. You aren't ready to morph yet. Oh, Izuku wilted slightly. Then thought of something and his excitement grew again. Do I need to learn to fight first? Not exactly, Tommy smiled in spite of himself. Then he looked serious and said, no, it has more to do with your physical abilities. If you were to morph now, you could transform for maybe 10 minutes. And there is a good chance you would hurt yourself. Izuku's previous wilt turned to full-on depression. It's not entirely your fault, Tommy assured him. You are only 14. Almost 15, Izuku pouted. Well, the other Rangers were all at least 16, most of us 17 or 18, Tommy assured him, and we were already martial artists. Some were multi-sport athletes. But it's okay because you are younger, you have more potential, flexibility. What's the word I'm looking for? Adaptability. Yes, the American confirmed, and don't feel too down. Most of the Rangers could only morph for a half hour at first. No one could transform for more than an hour. It took months of additional training and adjusting to our powers before we could morph more or less indefinitely. You were stuck in your Black Ranger form for weeks, not longer after you acquired it, Izuku countered. It wasn't my first time as a Ranger, Tommy reminded him, and it may have been a few years, but I kept up my training. And most importantly, the combined physical and spiritual strain put me into a coma. Oh yeah, Izuku mumbled regretfully. And you shouldn't worry too much about getting in better shape, Tommy continued. Having the Morpher will help you train. Izuku looked down at his wrist, and then gave Tommy a questioning look. You must have noticed today? Tommy half-asked, half-stated, that you were stronger, faster. Izuku blinked. In the shock and excitement of meeting a real, sort of live, Power Ranger, he had forgotten the rest of his day. I was wondering about that before this. Izuku waved his hand at Tommy and then the dojo. I guess that makes sense, Tommy admitted, but that boost to your abilities came from the Morpher. Just wearing it enhances your strength, speed, stamina, and senses. Actually, morphing enhances them much further. But since the Morpher improves your baseline abilities, you can train somewhat harder than you could without it, and thus improve faster. And since it is an enhancement, the better your baseline abilities, the greater the boost. Tommy paused and studied Izuku for a moment. I'll put together a training plan. Some jogging and light lifting at first, and then we'll see. What about fighting? Izuku asked again. I will be teaching you martial arts in your sleep, Tommy said. Now that you are aware, it should be less strenuous than last night. And once your stamina is better and we can find a place with space and privacy to train, you'll need to practice the moves in the real world too. Accustom your body to doing what your brain already knows. Okay, Izuku agreed, cautiously optimistic again. And I think we should do one more thing before you probably need to wake up. Oh crap, Izuku started. We've been talking for ages. What if Mom is worried? And I have homework, even if... Are you and the Morpher why I can suddenly speak English fluently? Yes, Tommy confirmed, and don't worry too much about the time. It's been less than 10 minutes in the real world. Okay, that's good, Izuku exhaled in relief. But did he really exhale, considering this was some sort of dream virtual reality construct? He decided not to. Think about it too hard. So what was the last thing you wanted to do, Mr. Dr. Oliver, sir? Izuku asked hopefully. Just Tommy is fine, the other youth chuckled, or maybe Dr. O if you prefer. Sure, Dr. O, Izuku proclaimed. And as for what I wanted to show you, Tommy grinned broadly, it might be too early for you to morph. But I can still give you a preview. Izuku's eyes widened into saucers, and he began nodding so fast his teeth rattled. Tommy gestured and a second figure appeared. It was Izuku's height and was a translucent hologram. And it was immediately recognizable to the younger man as a ranger. Specifically the mighty Morphin Green Ranger. Thought there were differences. The golden chest armor covered slightly lower, and the neck guards were larger. The material of the rest of the costume was patterned like scales, and the belt and upper arm guards were more detailed. Those were minor. The bigger differences were the helmet, which now had 3 back-sweeping golden horns, increasing its draconic appearance. And the center circle in the golden armor was now embossed with the 3-toed talon of the original Green Ranger coin, while the coin in the belt was the bronze and green dragon figure of the Echo Ranger coin. And biggest of all, there were alternating panels of white and black down the sides of the torso and the outside of the legs. Echo Ranger, Mode Green, Dr. O offered, weapons, dragon daggers. Only then did Izuku see the twin daggers hanging from the belt, one over either hip. They were a half-meter long from pommel to tip. The hologram drew the blades, and Izuku saw that there were green enameled fullers, 2 down each side of each blade. Like I mentioned, the Echo Ranger's powers are not the same as you might expect from what you know about the originals. Mode Green is all about speed. Moving fast, striking quickly. The dragon daggers can combine into the dragon blaster. The projection placed the hilts side by side and twisted the left dagger 90 degrees counterclockwise. The weapons melded together into a gun, only instead of a barrel, the twin blades were pointing outwards, horizontally parallel. The blaster fires non-lethal stun bolts by default, but can fire a stronger kinetic blast if necessary. Izuku nodded. Tommy snapped his fingers, and the projection changed. The basic form was the same. Only the main color was now white, and the side panels which had been white were instead green. The emblem in the circle on the chest plate was now the stylized tiger stripes of the mighty Morphin, White Ranger's coin, and the helmet was the White Ranger's helmet, altered to also sport tiger ears on top. The belt logo now had the bronze and white tiger figure too. And the daggers were gone. Instead, there was a very large curved sword hanging from the ranger's left hip. Echo Ranger, Mode White. Weapon, Tiger Saber. I know it is technically a hand and a half scimitar, but I named it for an old friend. Tommy paused for a moment, remembering his old sidekick. Then he exhaled and continued. Mode White is the power mode. If you need to lift something heavy, or fight an opponent who is especially tough, it is your mode of choice. The projection drew the sword, and drew its hand down the blade. The edge was wrapped in a white, fiery energy. In power mode, there is very little the tiger saber cannot cut or burn. You will want to be careful with that. Yes, sir, Dr. O, Izuku said seriously, his eyes wide. Tommy nodded, glad for the younger man's caution. Then he snapped his fingers again. Izuku could have expected what was coming. The same basic form, just with black as the primary color and sections of green and white. The Brachiosaurus crested helmet of the Dino Thunder Black Ranger, and the Brachio foot emblem on the golden armor. The belt now bore the third side of the Echo coin, the full dinosaur in bronze accentuated with black outlining. Echo Ranger, Mode Black, Dr. O stated, weapon, Brachio staff. The weapon on the right hip looked more like a stylized Eskrima stick than a staff. But when the hologram equipped it and twisted it, it extended until it was a little longer than Tommy was tall. The butt end was more like a spear, with the Brachiosaurus's pointed tail, and the head was almost like a dinosaur-shaped mace, albeit a small one. While Mode Black is the most balanced overall, the former ranger told Izuku, it does specialize in defense. If you need to take a hit or protect someone, this is your mode of choice. Though if you are trying to knock attacks out of the air, it is a toss-up between Mode Green and Mode Black. Green is faster and has two weapons, but Black can take the hit better if you miss, and the staff has greater reach and can be considered a double weapon. I would think it might depend on number of projectiles versus their spread, Izuku mused. Good insight. Thank you, Dr. O. Well, time dilation of the mind or not, we should probably get you back to reality for now, Tommy said firmly. Then he looked slightly embarrassed, though there is one more thing. Something I would like you to do after you wake up. Of course, anything, Izuku said enthusiastically. What is it? Can you bring the Morpher close enough to a phone or router to scan it? Tommy asked, and provide it your Wi-Fi password? I'd like to get the Morpher working on current wireless protocols and connect to the internet to research how the world has changed and any new technology. And also see what I can learn about Quirks. Sure. Dad, Melissa Shield burst into David's office. You have to see this. Melissa, I'm bit busy. Then she shoved the tablet in front of his eyes and he trailed off. He studied the numbers, and his mouth started to hang open. Is this real? He asked. Would I fake it? The teen countered indignantly. And before you ask, yes, I double-checked it. Triple-checked it even. What? Where? He asked after a stammer of amazement. Japan, she told him, Honshu, but I don't have the equipment or a strong enough reading to get more precise than that. He looked at her. Then looked over the numbers again. Can we go, Dad? The blonde begged, please? We can't go now, he said softly, looking back to his own work. But what if the reading stops? She demanded. Melissa, you are still in school. And I have to get ready for the Eye Expo. We can't go now. If it was a stronger reading, or there was some other proof of activity, maybe. Melissa sighed deeply, because she knew deep down her father wasn't wrong. Then she saw the loophole. What about after the expo? I'll be on summer break then. I wish I could, he told her, sincerely and regretfully, but Sam and I are finally getting concrete results. And at the same time, the board is calling my project potentially dangerous. I have to get it done as soon as I can, before one of them gets it in their head to shut us down. Melissa looked ready to throw a teenage tantrum. Then her lips twisted into a sly grin. What if I go without you? She asked. No. Melissa, no, he protested quickly. I don't care how smart you are, how usually mature you are, how good your Japanese is. I'm not letting a 15-year-old go to another country on her own. Especially to go off hunting legends. I won't be alone, she sprung her trap. I can stay with Uncle Mite. He's a true believer too. I'm sure he'll be excited to see this, and happy to help me when he has time. David Shield closed his eyes, and counted to 10. She wasn't wrong, and the hero's injuries aside, he knew he could trust Toshinori to take care of and watch out for Melissa. And if he said no, he'd also have to cut off her internet. Otherwise she would just talk to Toshinori online. Spill the beans. And the Toshi would be the one asking the two of them to come to Japan. I'll talk to All Might, he told her. Then quickly added, closer to summer vacation. He's getting ready for a new, second job, so he's busy now. I'd hate for him to make a promise, only to have too much going on when the time comes. And that will give you time to gather some more information. Maybe this grid echo will resonate with coin fragments you haven't found yet. Melissa's eyes widened. She snatched her tablet back and started typing again. David carefully contained his desire to exhale in relief. He had bought himself a little time. At least she would finish out the term and he wouldn't have to explain to the school that his daughter wanted a leave to go hunting for Power Rangers. And if he could get the quirk enhancer to stabilize, maybe he would be able to go with her. 1 month later. Yagi Toshinori, the civilian identity of the world's top hero, All Might, was out for a jog. And today it was an actual jog. It was about the only workout his injured body could withstand without using one for all. It helped him to keep up his energy and endurance as much as he could. Most days it was a short jog that quickly devolved into a power walk. But yesterday had been quiet, so he was well rested this morning and was actually still jogging after a full half hour. It was a pleasant May morning, and all in all was promising to be a good day. Of course, Toshinori also jogged as sort of a patrol, looking for any trouble as the day broke out of the dark of night. That was almost a Batman pun. He'd have to work on that for the next time he stopped a crime at dawn. Not that the Japanese press appreciated jokes about old American comic books. Clang. Toshinori slowed as he heard the violent impact of metal on metal. It could be the sound of an accident, or a crime with a certain sort of quirk. His head swiveled and he tensed to transform. Ow! He heard the exclamation, but it sounded more like annoyance than genuine pain. Then more, softer banging. Yagi saw that he had stopped beside Dagoba Municipal Beach. He felt a pang of regret. It had been a beautiful park in his youth. But then a maritime accident littered the beach with trash. And rather than try to clean it up, people just started abandoning their own garbage on Dagoba. Now it was little more than a dump. Then, as he watched, he saw a young man haul an industrial tire up to the curb. The steel-belted radial had a diameter greater than the kid's height. It probably weighed more than the boy too. But the green-haired teen pulled it up and started to lever it into a dumpster. Would you like some help with that? Toshinori asked on instinct. Thank you, the boy grunted, but no. Need to. Do it. Self. The boy coughed slightly as he finally got the tire into the trash collector. Water. Toshinori offered his spare. In addition to his own bottle, he always carried a second bottle, in case his main wasn't enough, or he found someone else in need. I will take you up on that, the boy panted. Toshinori waited as the boy caught his breath and took a few sips of the liquid. The hero was impressed that the boy was rehydrating properly, and not just gulping it down. Can I ask what you are doing? Toshinori asked. I mean, it seems like you are cleaning up, but why? Training, the boy answered. I need to get into better shape. And my mentor said if I can do a civic good in the process, that's 2 birds with 1 stone. Sorry, that's an English idiom. I'm familiar with it, Toshinori chuckled lightly. And also, once I've made some space here, I can do other training. Jogging on sand, and practicing my forms where people won't see and I won't get in their way. That's very admirable of you and your mentor, Toshinori complimented him. Thank you. The boy took another sip. Do you mind if I give you some pointers? Toshinori offered. Despite how I look now, I used to be in pretty good shape, and have a degree in physical education. Though I suppose I shouldn't interfere with whatever regime your trainer has put together. I don't think Dr. O would mind, the boy said. And Toshinori couldn't stop himself from snorting in amusement. The kid looked annoyed, so the blonde skeleton held up his hands. I didn't mean anything by it, Toshinori explained. I just wondered if your mentor knew his name was the same as the nickname the Dino Thunder Rangers called their mentor. Dr. Tommy Oliver, the boy finished for him. They both looked at each other in surprise. Aren't you a bit young to know about the Power Rangers? Toshinori asked, trying to hide his eagerness. Know about them? The boy seemed offended. I'm a true believer. Seriously? The hero blinked. What's your handle? Kono Midori Ranger, the boy declared. Wait, you're Greenie? Toshinori protested. Greenie? Wait, is that? Are you TY_2195? Toshinori nodded. I know Japan isn't that large of a country, he told the kid, but I never thought I'd just run into another true believer at random. I guess I know why you picked that name, what with your hair and eyes. That? The kid blushed. And my family name is Midoriya. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Izuku extended his hand, then realized it was covered in dirt and oil, and started to pull it back. Before he could, Toshinori caught it and shook it. Toshinori, he said, or in Western order, Toshinori Yagi, hence my username. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. Nice to meet you, Yagi-san. Say, Toshinori thought of something. Is it okay if I tell Forever Pink we met? Not your real name, of course. But she's the daughter of a friend of mine, and she'd be tickled pink, pun intended, to know that we just happened to meet each other, and that you are about the same age as she is. Only if I don't tell her first, Izuku smiled happily. Well, if you want to continue your workout, I'll take a break and observe. Maybe give you some pointers if anything stands out. Thank you, Yagi-san. I will. What Toshinori didn't say, so he wouldn't insult Izuku's efforts, was that he didn't want to leave the teen alone, doing something that might hurt himself. What the hero didn't know was that Izuku's mentor was already watching over him, and could contact emergency services if necessary. And said mentor was no longer just watching Izuku. What are we going to work on tonight, Dr. O? Izuku asked after falling asleep and moving into his lucid dream training. More Shotokan karate? Or maybe back to Taekwondo? Or do you think I am ready for Muay Thai? Actually, Izuku, there is something I need to talk to you about first, Tommy said seriously. That man you met on the beach today? He is All Might. All Might? But he couldn't be, Izuku protested. He's so skinny and compared to the transformation that heroes Ryukyu and Godzilla undergo, a few hundred kilograms of muscle is not particularly unusual. Then Tommy proceeded to lay out his case, projecting Yagi-san and All Might side by side. Their facial features matched, allowing for some extra flesh on All Might. They were the same height, had the exact same eyes, once the disguising features of the face were removed. Their voices sounded different, but a computer scan confirmed that the voice came from the same person. Izuku looked at Tommy dubiously. The newest ranger was convinced it was just. Normally I wouldn't have told you, Tommy explained. I would have valued his right to a secret identity, just like I want you to have. But when you shook his hand, I was able to get a partial biometric scan of him. And your favorite hero, the #1 hero, is seriously injured. All Might is dying. Izuku's jaw dropped. Saturday, after the half-day of classes and dodging Bakugo again, Izuku approached the antique store. The young man paused outside. In the windows were signs in both English and Japanese. They said, retirement sale, everything must go, and no reasonable offer refused. Izuku wondered about that for a moment. Then he went inside. The man was behind the counter again. He looked over and recognized Izuku immediately. Good morning, young man, he said openly. Here to do some more shopping? We have some excellent deals. Not today, Izuku said cautiously, though I might bring back my mom tomorrow. Or early next week. The man seemed to pick up on the boy's trepidation. Sorry, no refunds, he told Izuku firmly. No, I definitely don't need a refund. Izuku put his hand protectively over his watch. The man definitely noticed the action. But it is related to the coin, Izuku admitted. He paused, but the man just gave him an inscrutable look. Does the name Lord Zed mean anything to you? The boy asked quietly. Lord Zed, the man repeated. Now, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. You know him? Izuku prompted openly. Of course I know him, the shopkeeper chuckled. He's me. Or at least who I used to be. You're Lord Zed? Izuku wasn't sure if he was nervous or excited. Not anymore, the man countered. Most people call me Zach. Zachary Edwin Davis Dulles. Though my wife still calls me Zeddy sometimes. Your wife? Izuku was just excited, now that it was obvious Zach was not offended or going to destroy him. Rita Republic? Zach held up his hand. Don't call her that. She hates that name. Her name is Rita Fiena Dulles. But yes. And I take it you are the Echo Ranger? In training, Izuku qualified, and I'm Midoriya Izuku. So why are you here, Izuku-kun? Zach asked. Or maybe I should ask, why did Tommy send you here? Dr. O has a couple of requests for you and Rita, Izuku said. He wanted me to see if you had been able to find any more grid tech since the Echo coin was created. And we met someone who is badly hurt, and Tommy suggested Rita might be able to heal him. That is interesting, Zach said evenly, because Tommy knows we are trying to live a quiet life on Earth, blending in and not interfering, especially with our powers weakened by whatever Demonis did. Of course, if an alien or monster had attacked, we would have done what we could to help. But for Terran affairs and Terran issues, we try to stay out of it. Izuku's phone beeped. He gestured to it and Zed nodded. Izuku read the text, and then showed it to Zed. The man read it. Then he read it again. Finally, he sighed dramatically. Just a minute, Zach said. Then he took out his own cellular and made a call. Hi, honey. The antique seller switched to English. The young man with the coin came back to see me. He wants to see you. Our old friend has a request for you. I told him. Milky Way dark, from my secret stash. See you soon. Then he disconnected. She'll be here in a few minutes, he told Izuku. In the meantime, let's check on your other request. Zach put up a closed sign and looked the door. Then he led Izuku into the back of the store. All right, let's give it a try, Zach said. There was a device on the table. 3 wires came out of it and were clipped to Izuku's watch. Zach took a 4th cord, a standard electrical cord, and plugged it into the wall. The hexagon-shaped machine took up most of the table. It had a glass circle in the center, and the rest was made up of white and blue plastic with steel accents. Under the glass, a light began to spin around. Faster and faster until it began to hum. A figure of light began to form above the device, slowly resolving until it took the form of Tommy Oliver. Only about 15 centimeters tall and partly see-through. It seems to be working, Tommy's voice echoed out of the projector. Wow, Izuku said. I've seen projectors like this before, but they were a lot bigger. This is one of the originals, Rita told him. Grid Tech, Zed added, created by Andrew Hartford and adapted by Haley Zichter. I thought Grid Tech wouldn't run on electricity. Izuku glanced at Tommy, not entirely able to keep the accusation out of his voice. Most of it won't, Tommy said. It took Haley 3 years to get this to work, and she was a genius. And when it was powered by the Morphin grid, Zach added, it would have produced a full-size and opaque projection of Tommy. Now it would take a dedicated fusion reactor to do that. Izuku's eyes widened. He's joking, Rita told him. A fusion reactor could run 2 of these with power to spare. Izuku looked at Tommy, who nodded. Somehow, the boy didn't seem particularly reassured. The projectors you are familiar with were from Haley reverse engineering these, Tommy said, and that took her another 5 years. From what I can tell, they haven't been able to improve them much in the last 2 centuries. They haven't improved at all, Zach said. To be fair, that is largely due to the troubles. They were a lost technology. We had to leak Haley's original plans about 60 years ago to get them back in production. So, why did you want to talk to us? Rita got them back on track. Izuku and Zach had already been working when she arrived. Zach hadn't told her what Tommy requested. And Izuku was too starstruck, and honestly smitten, to talk to her at first. This was actually the first thing? Izuku gestured at the device. I was wondering if you had found any more leftover grid tech, Tommy said, so I could figure out if there is anything else we need to worry about. Anything dangerous that might still be out there. Or anything we might try to find in an emergency. We have a few odds and ends, Zach smiled. I suppose we can leave some of them with you. Then his smile faded, and he glanced at his wife, worried. Rita had a thoughtful look on her face. And the other reason? Zack pressed on. Izuku bit his lip pensively, so Tommy answered. Izuku met All Might, the former ranger said. Then he paused and clarified, you know who that is, right? We stay out of world affairs, Zed rolled his eyes. We aren't hermits. All Might is dying, Izuku said whispered, and the amused annoyance slid off Zack's face. Izuku shook his hand, Tommy explained. The Morpher is designed to monitor Izuku's vitals, but I brushed All Might's hand in the process and got a partial read off of him. And frankly, he's a mess. Show me, Rita demanded softly. Tommy disappeared, and instead the projector showed a bunch of medical terms numbers. While Izuku knew what things like pulse and blood chemistry were in basic terms, the values and specifics meant nothing to him. But they did mean something to Rita, who inhaled sharply. I would give him 5 years. Tommy's voice emerged even though he wasn't projected, at the most. And I'm surprised he can still operate as a hero. Chances are, if he keeps on like this, he'll get killed before his time runs out. The scan is not complete or conclusive, Rita countered, but, yes, he is in bad shape. I would say more like 3 years than 5. I wonder what did this. That was part of why we came to you, Tommy explained. I'm hoping you can figure out at least a part of it. Because if something like this could happen to the symbol of peace, and neither medical technology or healing quirks can fix it, it could be a serious danger to Izuku. I would find out more if I healed him, Rita agreed. Then qualified firmly. Izuku wilted, and the sorceress felt bad. I'm not saying I won't, she told the boy. In fact, given these readings and the threat this might pose, I'm more inclined to help. But I want to hear Tommy's other reasons first. All Might is the symbol of peace, Tommy answered, reappearing. During and after his rise to number 1, crime rates around the world are down and the number of heroes has increased. It is most noticeable here in Japan, and to a lesser extent the US, but it is happening everywhere. If he were to suddenly die, or worse, be taken down by a villain, it would be bad. If you can heal him, All Might will be less likely to lose. And if he lives long enough to back off, slow down, and have a new number 1 take his place, the upward trend may slow but it should continue. You want Izuku to be the new number 1, Zed mused. I think he has a better chance than most of the currently active heroes or hero students, Tommy shrugged, but it is up to him. Though he does want to be a pro hero. You aren't worried about anyone finding out you are a real Power Ranger? Rita asked Izuku. No, the boy shook his head. There have been other Ranger-type or Ranger-adjacent hero quirks before. After the Rhode Island 7, America's next big hero, chronologically, was Red Steel. He claimed he was a Ranger, but it was discovered he just had a transformation-type quirk that resembled the Rangers. His daughter was the hero Pink Steel, and she had the same quirk, just with a different color. There was also Masketer Rider, a German hero who looked like one of the characters from the old Kamen Rider shows, and whose quirk only worked when he rode a motorcycle. And then there are heroes that wear Ranger-style uniforms. So if I say it is just a quirk, people should believe me. Heck, even if I claimed I was a real Power Ranger, most people would think I was just lying or delusional. Frankly, Tommy said, the way the world is now, being open about his powers is probably safer and better camouflage than trying to hide them. But that does bring me to my other reason I wanted you to heal All Might. Tommy looked at Rita and Zack sharply, one that the two of you just made more important. Us? They asked in unison. You said you have some odds and ends you can leave with Izuku, Tommy reminded them. You two are planning on leaving Earth, aren't you? Well, I get it, Tommy assured them. It's hard for you two to live here hiding, outliving everyone around you, worried what will happen if you are discovered. And you did always joke about wanting to travel. I'm the one who told you if you guarded the Echo Morpher and found the Echo Ranger, any debt or penance you owed to Earth would be paid in full. Zed and Rita glanced at each other. Tommy told us that after he gave me the coin, Zack told his wife telepathically. How could the double know that? Rita mused. I'm not going to ask you to stay, Tommy continued, unaware of their mental communication, but I'll be the first to admit I'm limited in this form. I'm also a drain on the Morpher. And most importantly, I'm no Zordon. I'm not even on Gosei's level. Izuku needs an ally, A real person he can turn to and who knows the truth about him. And you want that to be All Might, Rita stated. Who better than the #1 hero? Tommy countered, especially since he is also a true believer. Zed and Rita both groaned and rolled their eyes. You don't like the Power Rangers true believer site? Izuku asked her. It's not all bad, Zack quickly backpedaled. But some of the people there are real nutcases, Rita said. They'll believe any rumor, no matter how stupid. And some of the adult fanfics. Zed, Rita, and Tommy all shuddered in varying degrees of disgust. So you didn't make a purse monster? Izuku queried earnestly. I always thought that seemed sill. Unlikely. Tommy looked away. Unfortunately, his translucent face didn't hide his smirk. Actually, we both did that, Zed admitted sheepishly. And Rita blushed. From what I have seen, Izuku and All Might are two of the more intelligent and reasonable members of the forum, Tommy said. Zack and Rita shared a look. No actual telepathy this time, just the sort of silent communication that comes from a long and caring relationship. I'll do it, Rita said, though depending on how bad it is, you may need to help me, Zeddy. Of course, her husband agreed. Then he looked at the two Rangers again. When? We were potentially going to leave at the beginning of June. That's when the sale of the shop will be complete. I'll contact him on the forum tonight and see if he will meet me tomorrow, Izuku said. He doesn't actually know about this yet. I'll have to try to convince him. Zeddy, are you thinking? Rita asked her husband tentatively after Izuku left. I know they are your treasures, your remembrances, he hugged her, and I'm not going to tell them or ask you to do it. But you are asking me, you know what you should do, right? Rita nodded into his chest. Good morning, Midoriya-kun, Toshinori waved as he reached Dagoba Park. I didn't see you here yesterday. Good morning, Yagi-san, Izuku explained. I normally rest on Saturdays. Let my body recover, and do my homework for the weekend in the afternoon so I have all day Sunday to train. That's a good idea, Toshinori agreed. So what did you want to talk about that was worth asking on the forum if I would be here today? There is something I need to talk to you about, Izuku said, arguably a couple of things, but they all link together. Is there somewhere we can talk in private? Izuku glanced around. The littered beach was deserted, and even the streets around it were empty. Not unexpected for an early Sunday morning. But he still felt too exposed. I don't think anyone will overhear us here, Toshinori shrugged. It was part of the reason he had chosen this route. Okay, Izuku agreed. It was All Might after all. But they both moved deeper into the junk, where they would not be readily seen. The thing is, sir, Izuku started hesitantly, switching to English just in case. Then the words just started spilling out. I know that you are All Might. And I know that you have some sort of injury that is slowly killing you. And I know someone who should be able to heal you. Or at least help. She's willing to try, if you agree. Please. For a moment, Yagi-san didn't react. His expression was flat, but mildly skeptical. That's very interesting, he chuckled. I can understand looking at me, how you could think I was hurt or sick. And I'm very flattered that you think I could be All Might. Really, you couldn't be further from the... It's morphin time, Izuku declared, and placed the tips of his right pointer and middle fingers on the face of his watch. Motes of green energy, with specks of white and black shot out of the morpher. They wrapped around Izuku's arms, up to his shoulders. His head and torso were engulfed. The power covered his legs. For a moment, the boy was only a vaguely humanoid blob of green, white, and black mist. Then it started to collapse in, solidified around his body. Toshinori was gaping in spite of himself. Naturally, he had watched the video of Tommy, Carter, and Casey morphing for the press. Watched it many times, in fact. Anyone on PRTB who hadn't seen the video would silently pit it, at best. And at worst, mocked as a poser. He had also seen videos of the Steel father and daughter activating their quirks, back when he lived in America. Izuku's transformation was far more like the former than the latter. And it took less than a second. Now Izuku looked like a ranger. Like an altered version of the first Green Ranger, with heavier armor and strong white and black accents on the green. The instruments in Melissa's coin case went nuts. And the young woman decided, father or no, uncle might or no, she was going to Japan after the expo. Izuku looked through the helmet. The faceplate was fully transparent, but had a heads-up display with his vitals and a targeting reticle over whatever his eyes focused on. And despite being solidly opaque from the outside, the rest of the helmet was translucent from the inside, so it didn't obstruct his vision. The helmet also had more advanced scanners than when the Morpher was in watch mode. When Izuku looked at Yagi-san, the HUD showed him a bunch of numbers he didn't understand. It also outlined a large divot in the man's chest, under his jacket and t-shirt. Then Izuku reached up and unclipped the helmet. He removed it and handed it to the still stunned Toshinori. The boy exhaled sharply and looked at the expanded and more complex watch on his wrist. You were right about that, Dr. O, he addressed device. If anything, you might have undersold it. But since I morphed, I might as well. He darted away from Toshinori, drawing the two daggers. He slashed through a large metal plate, one of the side panels of the ship that had accidentally dumped the initial load of trash here. The panel, taller than either of them and twice as long, fell into 6 smaller pieces. That should make it easier, Izuku said, panting slightly. Then glared at the broken-down backhoe the plate had been leaning against. Mode white, Izuku announced. The helmet in Toshinori's hands changed shape and color. And the shape of the boy's uniform remained the same, but the colors white and green swapped. The chest insignia also changed. The weapon in his left hand vanished in a flash of light that flew to his right hand. The remaining dagger became a large curved sword. Izuku took it in both hands and jumped. As he brought the blade down, white fire covered it. The heavy scoop was severed from the arm of the machine and crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of sand into the air. Power down, Izuku said when he landed, breathing harder. The energy swirled back into the watch, leaving it and Izuku back to normal. And the helmet was gone too. Sorry for wasting your time there, Izuku said hoarsely. I wanted to morph so you would believe me. But since I did, I thought I would take a second to make few of the larger pieces of junk more manageable. What you said before. Toshinori was still unsteady. He remembered that Pink Steel admitted she and her dad couldn't remove their helmets. They were part of the hero's body, not a separate component. That didn't prove anything. Nor did the rest of the display, which All Might admitted to himself he had a hard time pinning to any single quirk. Unless All for one had discovered who All Might really was. Before he died, the villain might have started some sort of plot that involved giving a young man with multiple quirks an infiltrator who could mimic one of the Rangers Toshinori idolized. That or the kid was the real thing. It was a 50-50 chance in the number one hero's mind. But Izuku seemed like a good kid. And more than that, Toshinori wanted it to be true. Yeah, this was the first time I've transformed, Izuku said sheepishly. Dr. O told me it would be draining. No, Yagi-san started to protest, but paused when he realized what the teen had done. For him. I meant Dr. O, the skeletal man continued. You said that he was your trainer. You don't mean. A copy of Dr. O of Dr. Tommy Oliver exists in my Morpher, Izuku said, in AI. With his skills and memories. He's been teaching me marital arts and helping me get in better shape so I can use my ranger form properly. I see, Toshinori mused. In that case, I want you to tell me something. Something Tommy Oliver would know that you wouldn't know. But how does that work? Izuku asked, confused. I mean, I could just tell you anything, and how would you know if I am lying or not? Perhaps I should have been more clear, Toshinori said. I know the identity of one of the Rangers. One that was never made public. I know because I met their decedents in America. And they trusted me with their secret. Tommy Oliver would definitely know that Ranger's identity. So if you can tell me that person's name, I will have little choice but to believe you. I see, Izuku said. That makes sense. Which Ranger? You know of the Paris team, the Neo Mighty Morphin Rangers, right? Toshinori asked. Izuku didn't even dignify that with a response. Just an annoyed scowl. Of course you do, the man said. I shouldn't have asked. So does Tommy know who the team leader, the Neo Pink Ranger was? Izuku's phone beeped. He took it out and read the text from Dr. O, whose icon Toshinori glimpsed was the original Dragonzord. The same as the original Mighty Morphin Pink Ranger, Izuku said for Tommy, Kimberly. And don't read her last name, Izuku. He has to say it at the same time. Okay, Yagi-san on 3, 2, 1. Heart. They both said it in unison. And then All Might drew in a harsh breath. Kimberly and Heart was my friend, Tommy says. Izuku continued. She left the team to compete and study gymnastics in Paris. And when the monster Verto attacked Paris, All Might told Izuku and confirmed for Tommy, Kimberly had her powers temporarily restored to fight him, as the other Rangers were busy. As Neo Pink she assembled a new team and they defeated Verto. She told her children this, but she never told the identities of any of the other Rangers. So it is true. Melissa had let it slip to her Uncle Might when she was 9. Knowing that her 7 times great-grandmother was the first Pink Ranger of modern Earth, and the leader of the Neo Mighty Morphin team fueled young woman's love of and belief in the Rangers. Of course there had never been any proof that Ms. Hart had been the Pink Ranger, though it did explain how David Shield had the shard of the pterodactyl power coin that was the start Melissa's near obsession with collecting the remains of the various pink power coins. You really are a Power Ranger, Toshinori stared at the boy in wonder. And you really are dying, Izuku turned the conversation around. While I was morphed, the scanners in my helmet showed me the injury on your chest. I'm not a doctor, but that injury. You must have lost most of your left lung. At least. I suppose there is no point in hiding that, the man sighed. He fixed Izuku with a canny look. But you said you can fix it. Some piece of Ranger tech? I said I know someone who can probably fix it, Izuku repeated, and is willing to try. If you are willing to trust me and them, I will take you there. Toshinori considered it. If worse came to worse, All Might could probably break out. But he believed and trusted the boy. Just not necessarily these other people yet. Toshinori Yagi was like a kid in a candy store. Surrounded by grid tech, even if most was broken and even less worked. A projector showing Tommy Oliver. And the real Lord Zed and Rita Repulsa, right here. Not to mention the potential that the wound that had plagued him for almost 5 years might be healed. He honestly could not have said which excited him more. What do you need me to do, Mrs. Dulles? He asked. Do I need to take my shirt off? Lie down? Are you going to sedate me? That last one is tempting. Rita slipped back into her villain voice. Then normally she said, but no. You can just sit in that recliner. And I started scanning you as soon as you arrived. Technically I could have done everything from back here with you in the front of the store. But this is easier. I just need to figure out what spells to use. You can be awake for the procedure. You can talk to Izuku and Zack, so long as you don't move too much, or get too excited. Then she glanced to her husband. Give me a Class 7 protected zone with sterilization, please, Zeddy. And I'll let you know if I need a mana recharge. Okay, Zack said. There was a flash of light and a stirring of the air. Then the redeemed villain pulled a chair over. Izuku disconnected from the projector and joined them. Well then, Midoriya-kun, Toshinori naturally fell back into Japanese. I never really asked on the forums, but how did you become a true believer? Well, the same way most people do, I guess, Izuku said. I found PRB and did some research until I was convinced the Rangers were real. I think what Yagi-san is asking, Zack chuckled, is how did you become a Power Rangers fan in the first place? Oh, Izuku felt sheepish. Well, I'm quirkless. Toshinori's eyes narrowed. Zack noticed, but Izuku didn't. I always wanted to be a hero, like you All Might, the boy explained. Still have not confirmed I am All Might, Toshinori interjected quickly. But when I was 4, my mom took me to the doctor, Izuku continued, and he did the toe test on me. I didn't want to believe it. I kept wanting to be a hero. And then I learned about the Power Rangers. Heroes from before there were Quirks. Heck, of all the Rangers whose identities were known, most did not have any special powers before were Rangers. Only Road-san, who was an acolyte of a mystical martial arts temple. Dr. O, Ford-san, and Terran Space Rangers were all normal teenagers. Even Andrus and Zane, who were from another planet, were still human. I guess Raka-san was a potential sorceress, but she hadn't learned any magic. And Grayson-san was a firefighter, but a normal one. That must have been tough, Toshinori said, his voice haunted, being quirkless. It was. But the Rangers gave me hope. If they could be normal, but still be heroes, still be chosen to fight evil, then I might still have a chance. And I guess I was right. I've even been thinking. Izuku's voice became thoughtful. Tommy said the Echo coin rejected other candidates before I found it. All just as worthy as me. Some in better shape than me. But all of them had quirks. And I didn't. The coin picked me, who didn't have a quirk. Tommy thinks Ranger powers might not be compatible with quirks. I tend to agree, Zack said. I don't know as much about quirks as I do about the grid and morphers. But there is something about them that doesn't mesh. It may just be that the enhancements that come with Ranger powers would dangerously supercharge a quirk. Or it could be something else. So maybe the Echo coin picked me because I am quirkless, Izuku nodded, or maybe I was born quirkless so I could find the Echo coin. That's an interesting theory and outlook, Toshinori said. I like it. He was secretly and silently applying the theory to himself. Maybe he had been born quirkless, specifically so he could inherit one for all. And may I ask you a question, Zack-san? Toshinori said after a moment. The couple had asked him to use their given names, since they shared a surname. Of course, Zed agreed, though I may not answer it. What do you know about the Mystic Mother? All Might asked. The information I have says that Rita-san became the Mystic Mother, and yet, here she is. To understand that, Zack smiled nostalgically, you need to understand what happened when the Z-Wave hit us. You know what the Z-Wave is, I assume. A mass of good magic and grid energy unleashed by Zordon when he died, Izuku said softly. It either purified or destroyed all the evil aliens and monsters on Earth. Technically, it spread across the local galactic cluster, Zed said, but Terrans were always more focused on this little blue planet. Though, to be honest, Earth is far more important than it should be. I should have died. Zack took a moment to collect his thoughts before continuing. Rita was originally human, and had the potential for good or evil, before her father got his claws into her. But I was born bad. The Z-Wave should have disintegrated me, like it did Rito and Golder. Instead, a miracle happened. Because I truly loved Rita, and she truly loved me, I was made human instead. Zordon's sacrifice gave us. It gave us everything. Free will that I never had and was stolen from Rita. A chance to really be together. But it wasn't that simple, Zack continued after a pause to collect himself. It wasn't just the Rita and I were purified. I lost about 85% of my power, and Rita about 70% of her power in the process. But energy can't be destroyed, and the Z-Wave wasn't perfect. The power that was driven out of me, about half was purified and half was not. Almost all of Rita's power was purified, again, because she was a human and should have had a choice. Rita's purified magic absorbed my purified monster powers and became the Mystic Mother. And the still evil power that split off from me consumed the slivers of Rita's power that were still dark, and became Thrax, our self-proclaimed son. Thrax was an incomplete being, and from what someone told me, Thrax seemed to have some of my memories and thought they were his own. That makes sense, Toshinori said thoughtfully. What happened to the Mystic Mother? Izuku prompted. We never really had contact with her, Zack said, but after the... Toshinori grunted loudly. That feels good. I feel better. Better than I have in years. Maybe even better than before this injury. Healing spells at that level are not discriminate, Rita sounded tired. There are probably a lot of other older scars that you don't have anymore either. But we're done. Toshinori unzipped his windbreaker and yanked up his shirt. His chest was unmarked. Still dangerously emaciated, but there was no divot, no scar. I can breathe, he said, and then illustrated. Your lung and stomach have regrown, Rita said. The damage to your heart is fixed. Like I said, you are probably healthier than you've been in a decade. Then she pulled her own chair closer and gave the three men a pointed look. The scar was cursed. They all blinked. Then Toshinori and Izuku continued to look confused. But Zed's eyes narrowed dangerously. How? He demanded. It wasn't a spell, Rita said, too sloppy and uneven. It wasn't that hard to break. It might have been a natural curse, or a quirk. The two Terrans looked even more confused. Sometimes untrained magic users can produce magical results without casting a formal spell, Rita said. If whoever hurt you had the potential and hated you enough, they might have cursed you without knowing or understanding it. But a quirk? Izuku prompted. Some quirks manipulate magical energy, Zed shrugged. They are uncommon, and tend to be the more unusual and inexplicable quirks. That doesn't mean the quirk is magical. Like you can kick the ocean and move the water, but that doesn't make your foot a wave or the wind. Izuku nodded. How did you get this injury, All Might? Rita asked, emphasizing his hero identity. I suppose there is no point in denying it, Toshinori grumbled. He told them about All for One, the villain who could steal and bestow quirks. Zack and Rita agreed that there was a good chance. Multiple quirks that used mana had mixed poorly, resulting in the curse. Toshinori told them about the fight, how he was wounded, and how he killed All for One in the process. He didn't tell them about One for All or his history with the villain. Maybe we should have been keeping better watch, Zack sighed. We did just move to Japan 3 years ago, Rita reminded him, after my augury told us to go west. Before that we had been searching in California, for obvious reasons. But if this All for One is dead, Izuku said in relief, then he's not a threat anymore. Perhaps not directly. Toshinori fell into his all-might voice and speech patterns without thinking about it, but Japan is still suffering from his schemes and minions. But the point is, neither you nor Izuku have to worry about that sort of cursed injury, Zed explained. I suppose not, All Might agreed. That's good, Izuku said, especially if you two are leaving. I saw the signs, Toshinori realized. Are you going back to California? No, we are leaving Earth, Rita said. Part of it is for a vacation, Zack said softly. Part of it is the trouble living here. Earth humans don't live terribly long, and seem almost stubbornly and intentionally ignorant about magic and life on other planets. But if we are being honest, Rita said, we also want to see if we can leave. Earth no longer has morphin, grid energy. But we don't know why, or the extent. Is it just Earth? The whole galaxy? The entire universe? And why haven't the other contacted us? We'll leave, Zack said. The RV runs on our magic. In our weakened state, it might take us a few years to reach Aquitar. But if Aquitar is fine, we can tell them what we know and hit the beach. And if it isn't fine? All Might asked. Zed and Rita's eyes hardened. The last 2 weeks of May passed quickly. Toshinori and Izuku visited Rita and Zack a few more times, and Izuku kept his promise to bring his mom to the antique store. Inko also went back again without her son. The departing couple piled most of their grid tech on Toshinori, since Izuku didn't have the space to store it. All Might seemed to be working on something, but was keeping it from Izuku. All Might also started working out with Izuku. Now healthy, he wanted to get back into shape. It was a long road for both of them. But by June, Izuku could stay in ranger form for almost an hour, and Toshinori only looked skinny, not undead. The first Sunday in June, Izuku received a phone call. All Might was off fighting a villain, but Izuku was still training. And Rita asked if they could stop by. Izuku immediately said yes. Not a half hour later, an old but clean and well-maintained RV rumbled up the street, stopping next to Dagoba Park. I remember hearing about this, Rita said as she looked over the park. It was worldwide news when it happened. It is nice that you and Toshinori are cleaning it up. She was stalling. And Zack had stayed in the RV. They had all said their goodbyes yesterday, and Izuku expected once Rita had said her piece, the couple would be leaving Earth. There is one more thing I want you to have, Izuku, Rita said. She handed him an old and polished wooden box. May I? He asked. Go ahead. He opened it. Izuku immediately recognized one of the items inside, and quickly figured out what the second one was. The first was a Morpher. A gray steel octagon, with black and red accents on the face. There was no coin in it. There was a large crack running through the surface, so that the O in power was missing, and the in Rangers was more like an L. The second object was a coin. It was broken, less than half of the original bronze remained. It had a car embossed on the face, and was caked in pink tarnish. The original Pink Ranger's Morpher, Rita said fondly, and Turbo Pink's power coin, or at least the two pieces I found and was able to rejoin. My mementos of Cat. She paused and there were tears in her eyes. She never forgave me, Rita said. At best she tolerated my presence. Not that I blame her after everything I did to her. But I always cared for her, even when I was evil. I saw her as the little sister I never had. That was why I kept trying to turn her bad again, after she broke free. The coin has a stronger bond with Cassie, and Kimberly used the Morpher before and after Cat. But Cat still used them both, had a connection to them. And these should stay on Earth. Who knows, maybe they'll come in handy. Izuku closed the box and gave her a loose hug. He also filed away that Catherine Hillard Oliver was one of the Pink Rangers, and that the same Cassie Chen who was revealed as a Space Ranger was also the Pink Turbo Ranger. Unless there were two Rangers with the same name. Something to ask Tommy about tonight. Thank you, he told her gently. You're welcome, she said. Then she broke away. The Earth is yours now, Izuku, Zack called out from the window. Take care of it, and may the power protect you. Then the RV rolled away. It didn't even seem to particularly speed up, as its tires lifted off the road. It flew into the sky and out of sight. June grew hotter, but the two men continued their cleaning workout. Both were able to lift ovens and dryers in their base forms, so things were moving faster. Toshinori dropped hints about Izuku's upcoming birthday, and the teen was getting excited. Then, on Thursday, July 6th, Toshinori missed their morning training. It wasn't uncommon, as the duration he could maintain his all-might form had reached almost a full day. So he was fighting more crime again. Only at lunch, Izuku received a mysterious text from his friend, teacher, and training partner, requesting he come to Dagobah as soon as Aldra's classes let out. Curious and nervous, Izuku went over Aldra's fence to avoid Bakugu's latest attempt to teach him a lesson. The two boys traded second and third place in Aldra's standings with every other test now, and it annoyed the explosive blonde to no end. When Izuku reached Dagobah, he saw the imposing figure of All Might, rather than the skinnier but increasingly buff form of Yagi Toshinori. And he wasn't alone. She was probably the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. She was taller than Izuku, but still much shorter than All Might. She had shining golden hair down to the middle of her back. Piercing, clear blue eyes that sparked with intelligence even at this distance. A straight nose, high cheeks. Plump, rose-colored lips. Her figure was amazing, thought she didn't have the curves or raw SEC appeal of someone like Midnight. But there was a purity that combined with her intellect made her even more appealing to Izuku. It certainly helped that the young woman seemed to be only a couple of years older than him, and thus was much more attainable. She was wearing a plain, cyan t-shirt, black, denim shorts, and white sneakers. She also had an unusually large backpack weighing on her shoulders, pulling her shirt up and away from her shorts and tighter across her chest. Izuku, All Might called out, I would like you to meet Forever Pink, better known as Mel. He was cut off as the girl's pack began to glow and blare out alarms. Seemingly in response to Izuku's approach. She yanked her phone off her belt and punched some buttons on the touchscreen. Then she glared at Izuku and pointed at him. You're a Power Ranger, she shouted, annoyed and overjoyed at the same time. Izuku's jaw dropped. 34. 35. 6. Too much. It was all too much. He snapped the mask back over his face and took a deep breath of the purified and oxygen-rich air. He was getting better, for minuscule degrees of better. He had barely survived the battle 5 years ago. His collection of quirks had kept him alive just long enough for his allies to find them. The regeneration and transformation quirks he had been able to loot since it kept him from dying, but they burned out too fast to restore him. Incremental improvements at most. It wasn't enough. He had to get better. There were things he needed to do. His plans and pawns were moving forward, but he worried it wouldn't be enough. So he pushed his body. tried to stand, to breathe without the mask. There was pain, but it was better than the alternative. The temperature in the room dropped. His breath caught in his throat. Not because of his health. Pain racked his entire body, like a million fishhooks piercing every nerve ending. His muscles locked up in primal fear, only making it worse. Shigaraki Endo. There was no sound. The quirks he used in place of the ruined stubs of his ears would have detected it. And the other quirks, that prevented telepathy and mind control, should have blocked direct contact with his mind. Despite that, he heard the empty, hollow rasp speak that name he had long since discarded. Master, All for One said respectfully, trying to keep the fear from his voice. I am patient by your limited standards, the emptiness around him said. 100 orbits of this planet around its star are nothing to me. Even 500 would be only a tiny fraction of my existence. And yet, it seems you have done so very little to fulfill our bargain. His mind raced, trying to find the right words to say. All of those years ago, I responded to your pleas. You lamented your gift, cursed it as useless. And so, I gave you what you wanted. I took what power I had left and transformed your gift. The ability to sense and identify the gifts of others became the power to steal the gifts of others. To keep them for yourself, or grant them to others. In return, I only asked 2 small favors. That you find me a new vessel. And it is almost ready, Master, All of One declared quickly. It is empty, and we have given it powers. We need only wait a few more months for the powers to develop the vessel. And then we will test it against the symbol of peace. It would not do for your new form to be weaker than a mere human hero. As the words left his mouth, All for One knew it was a mistake. The pain intensified. Now it felt like fingers digging into his skin. Blood began to trickle out of his temples, cheeks, and jawline. How foolish of you to remind me, the voice said, that you have not only failed your second task, you have made it worse. You were to guide humanity to evil. To have them exploit and indulge in their gifts. To give in to them and grow them. To abandon compassion and justice. Instead you created your own worst enemy, and a light to help keep darkness at bay. A mirror against which humans reflect themselves. Find themselves wanting. Try to do better. But I have also moved against them, All for One pleaded. Even now, I am building a new league of followers. Pawns that will strike at the institutions of the world. Make the rabble doubt their heroes, and show them how much better they can be if they reject the restrictions placed upon them. But we must make sure we are strong enough, because if we fail, things will only get worse. I only need a little more time. A few months. He was lying and he knew it. He would need a year, preferably 2. But as his master implied, time was fluid to the disembodied evil. Sometimes he thought a week was a year, until reminded. Others, a decade would pass, and the master thought it was barely a month. All for One crossed his mental fingers. And then the pain withdrew. You may have more time, Shigaraki Endo, it said, but not much. The damage spell is starting to fail. It will only last half again as long as it has. Already, a sliver of grid energy is leaking in. And not so long ago, something escaped the barrier. It was not meant to stop anything from leaving, but the passage created another hole. It is repairing itself, but it may not fully close. And the result is a further weakening of the spell. I am sensing something on Earth that should not be. What is it, Master Demonis? All for One asked. Is there something my pawns can do about it? Perhaps, the living soul mused, once I can determine what this is. And where. But more importantly, complete your work. I must have my new body. I must have my new army. Before the spell fails. Before the other rangers can return. Then the presence was gone. Using a telekinetic quirk, All for One collected the blood from his body and disintegrated it. In this moment he was almost thankful for his injuries, for they kept Demonis from wanting to claim his body. Almost. Presentable, he triggered the intercom. Kyudai, status on the prototype Nomu? All for One stated. Muscle mass has increased 4%, the doctor answered. Initial programming following the mind wipe has failed. I believe it may be related to the stacked quirks. How long until it is ready? Shigaraki demanded, anger hiding his worry. It is hard to predict, Garaki admitted. If I can find a better steroid to enhance the muscle growth and a solution to the programming issue, maybe 3 months. But if I am being honest and conservative, more like 12. Do it right but hurry. It seems there are other things in motion and my partner is anxious. All for one disconnected. And then he called up the video feed and watched his successor. You will succeed, Tamura, All for One said to himself, or I may just have to offer you to the master. All for One returned to his plotting, making adjustments for what he would do with or without his protege. Technically, Izuku had the reflexes and training to dodge. Technically, Izuku was strong enough to absorb the attack. Such a lovely word, technically. In reality, Izuku suffered a memory leak and system fault, and needed to restart. In reality, Izuku just stood there as the girl tackled him to the sand. You see, Midoriya Izuku had a digital crush on Forever Pink. Their theories on the Ranger generally matched up well. He liked her sense of humor. Beyond the Rangers, they also enjoyed talking about heroes, especially All Might. They spent hours analyzing Quirks, discussing their weaknesses and how the heroes or villains could use their powers more effectively. While her appreciation of support items leaned more to the technical, Izuku found her enthusiasm cute and infectious. Izuku was also resolved that his feelings would remain unrequited. The chance he would ever meet her was low. Sure, her Japanese was better than his English, at least until the coin implanted that language in his brain. But he couldn't be sure the American girl would ever come to Japan. On the off chance she did travel to his small island nation, his self-esteem told him there was no way she would seek him out. And even if they did meet, he wasn't the type of boy that girls threw themselves at. Or so he thought. So when All Might announced that this was Forever Pink, this incredibly attractive girl that he was crushing on almost immediately was also the object of his online affections, Izuku's brain slipped a gear. Then, when her bag went crazy and she shouted his secret out loud, a mental tire exploded, and he skidded out of control. Had he possessed mental capacity to dodge in the moment, he wouldn't have, since it would send her sprawling to the ground. He would have braced himself and caught her. Except he didn't think of that in the moment. Or think much of anything as she hurtled towards him. She was pleasantly soft when she hit his chest. And thankfully, the sand behind Izuku had been cleared of garbage. So he hit the ground more or less painlessly. A real ranger, Forever Pink cooed, I need a blood sample. A urine sample. The Morpher. Where is it? The belt? The watch? Duh, Melissa, of course it's the watch. She grabbed his wrist and pulled it up to her face and phone even as Izuku finally finished rebooting. This doesn't match any existing designs unless it changes when morphing. But the motifs on the face. Tiger. Dragon. Is that a brachiosaur? Is this the Master Morpher? No, that was a belt bucket based on the original MMPR Morphers. An adaptation? An homage? Izuku looked past the blonde, to All Might. All Might shook his head no. Then he walked over, grabbed the handle on the top of the girl's backpack, and easily lifted her off of Izuku. He set her on her feet, and then helped Izuku up. The girl seemed to come to her senses at least partially. She blushed in embarrassment. She's like me, Izuku thought, placing why the mumbling seemed familiar. Let's go back to my place, All Might said. We can talk in the car. Okay, Izuku agreed. The girl nodded silently. All Might led the teens up to the shore. Izuku hadn't noticed black car parked by the beach. It was a 2203 Lexus Olympus. Izuku could tell the older car was heavily modified. All Might opened the trunk, and Forever Pink reluctantly put her bag inside. You can ride shotgun, Melissa, Toshinori told her, thinking that way it would be harder to her to examine Izuku. Or even just stare at the poor discombobulated boy. They all strapped in, and the electric motor hummed to life. Then the hero hit a button, and the outside noise vanished completely. Let's try this again. All Might started again once they were on the road, this time in English. Melissa, I would like you to meet my young friend and training partner, Izuku Midoriya. Also known to you as Kono Midori Ranger. Wait, you're KMR? She demanded, trying to turn around in her seat. Have you just been mocking me the whole time? Settle down, Melissa. All Might said sternly, and before you start throwing stones, Izuku, this is Forever Pink as I was saying. Or in the real world, she is better known as Melissa Kimberly Shield, in Western Order. Shield? Izuku did the mental math. You said she was the daughter of a friend of yours too. All Might. So you are the daughter of David Shield? The famous scientist and support item maker? And all those times we talked about the things he made for All Might, you never told me? Ah, Melissa looked down. And for the record, All Might interjected. He has only been a ranger for a few months. Ranger in training, Izuku insisted softly. And I didn't tell her anything about you, Izuku, All Might continued. In fact, I thought she was coming here for a quiet vacation. If I had known she was bringing all her coin hunting gear, I would have made her put her backpack in the trunk from the beginning. But Dagobah is a treasure trove of tech trash, Melissa countered. There might be leftover grid tech or even coin fragments there. Or might have been, I suppose you two probably already swept it clean. All Might met Izuku's eyes in the rearview mirror, and they both chuckled weakly. In the month and change they had spent cleaning the beach, they had never even considered that. Melissa told me she wanted to visit Japan, All Might continued in a slightly accusatory tone, and asked if she could stay with me for a few weeks this summer. She didn't mention anything about ranger hunting. I didn't, Melissa said softly, thinking back. I thought I told you about the spike in grid energy in Japan. No, wait, Dad told me not to, in case it was a false positive. But still, Japan had 2 ranger teams, it should have gone without saying I'd want to check around at least a little more. Wait, Izuku suddenly protested, Melissa Kimberly Shield? Are you the one who is the descendant of Kimberly and Hart, the Pink Ranger? You told him that? Melissa glared at her surrogate uncle. I told him I knew Miss Hart's descendants, All Might said, as a trust exercise with Tommy. I did not tell them who those descendants were. Trust exercise with Tommy? Melissa prompted, confused yet hopeful. All Might flinched, realizing he had given away something. An AI version of Dr. Tommy Oliver exists in my Morpher, Izuku admitted. Really? The young woman grew excited. And you can talk to him? How does that work? We interact in my dreams, almost like VR, he explained, and he texts us. Melissa pursed her lips, and the car fell into silence. They drove for a few minutes like that, until All Might spoke again. Melissa, there is something else I need to tell you, he said, especially given you are going to be staying with me for an extended PRD. He relaxed, and shrunk slightly. My real name is Tashinori Yagi, he said, and my quirk is partially transformative. This is what I look like when it isn't active. Sorry for hiding this from you all these years. Melissa tried to look shocked. For a moment. Then she snorted, and burst out laughing. Uncle Might, I figured out that you must have a secret identity when I was 11, she said between giggles, and I know you haven't told me because you wanted to keep me safe, and because I made it hard to trust me after I let the whole Kimberly thing slip. So I'm not mad and you don't need to feel bad about it. Ah, well, that's good, Tashinori said, off balance from being spared the expected teenage explosion. Anyway, once we get to my agency, you should call me Tashinori Ojizen or Yagi-san or something along those lines. Tashinori hit a button, and 4 robot arms folded out of the ceiling. 2 ended in combs and 2 in pincers. They pulled his hair back, so it was flat and slick on top, with a small tail trailing behind. Then he pulled out a pair of sunglasses and slipped them on. Melissa and Izuku exchanged incredulous side glances. Tashinori turned into the small parking lot next to a very nice, if seemingly normal, 2-story building. He parked in the reserved spot, which, unusually, was furthest from the door. They got out, and Melissa retrieved her pack from the trunk. Izuku wordlessly offered to carry it, but she shook her head with a grateful refusal. Yagi led them inside. It was a normal, yet well-appointed waiting room. There were a gray-haired lady behind the desk. I'm back, Joe-san, Tashinori announced. Any calls? No, Yagi-san, she answered simply. And these are? This is Melissa, he answered, the daughter of my friend who is using me to escape her father for part of the summer. And this is Midoriya Izuku. Ah, You are the young man who convinced this lazy bones to get back into shape, the receptionist said smartly. Good on you. Well, I'm going to take them back, Toshinori said quickly. He ushered them through the left door, into a large conference room with a hardwood table and a dozen office chairs. The adjustable kind with rollers. He walked straight to the back of the room, where there was another door. He put his hand over the biometric panel to the right of the door. A quick scan later, and the door opened. The next room was a cluttered and messy office. And once the door closed behind all of them, Toshinori sighed in relief. What is this place, Toshinori-san? Izuku asked, glancing around while trying not to stare. Yagi Agency, the hero answered. Officially, I am an insurance investigator and adjuster employed by the Hero Association and Japanese government, which most of the time just means I am submitting my mission reports as All Might. But sometimes they have me check on other heroes' cases. It also gives my civilian identity a reason to return to the locations of All Might's cases and battles. And don't worry too much, he added, both of my associates are aware that I am All Might. They are sworn to secrecy, and a police friend of mine with a lie detector quirk interviews them twice a year, or as needed. Come on, I'll show you the rest. Both teens frowned, wondered why he had led them into the dead-end room. Toshinori walked to the back wall, and ran his finger down a section of it. A hologram shimmered, revealing an optical scanner. He removed his glasses and put his left eye up to the scanner. Then he whispered something. Melissa couldn't hear him, but Izuku's enhanced hearing did. Samurai Storm, Ranger Form. A completely unremarkable section of the wall slid to the side, revealing a stairwell, with steps going both up and down. Don't let the unassuming appearance fool you, Toshinori told them. It would take me 4 or 5 good smashes to break through the walls here, and Endeavor would struggle to burn this building down. It has EM shielding, triplicate hardlines for phone and data, and bleeding-edge Wi-Fi. For that matter, Tommy and Melissa, let me get you the associate password. He told them a string of 64 characters in all 3 Japanese writing systems, plus English letters, numbers, and special characters. Upstairs is my apartment. You'll be staying in one of the guest rooms, Melissa-chan. So we'll have to get you added to the security system later. But what I want both of you to see is downstairs. He led them down. Through a third door, this one with a numeric keypad. Except both of his guests recognized the keys, were also fingerprint scanners. This used to be my storage room and occasional training area, he told them as he shifted back into All Might form, but I spent the last few months, a lot of money, and more than a few favors, and... They stepped into the black room, squinting with what little light came through the entrance. Izuku's Morpher-boosted vision could make out a few vague shapes. Melissa couldn't see anything. I was going to save this for your birthday, Izuku. But what with Melissa coming and bringing all her gear, it probably wouldn't stay secret that long. So welcome. He closed the door, plunging them into complete darkness. Then he flipped the large breaker next to the door. And Melissa's backpack lit up and began ringing again. To the Echo Command Center. Light flooded the room. It was a room of silver and white metal and black carbon fiber. The most obvious feature was the floor-to-ceiling glass tube against the back wall. There were 2 arced tables extending out of it, so the tube was like the head of a larger, 3/4 circle table. One of the sub-tables had 3 chairs, the other had 4. There was a tablet built into the table for each chair. The right wall, from the door, was floor-to-ceiling reinforced shelves. They were about half full, and Izuku recognized most of what was on the shelves. It was the majority of the Ranger tech Zed had given them. Some of it was missing, though Izuku suspected he knew where most of it went. And there were other artifacts the younger man had not seen before. The left wall had 3 doors. That leads to the reactor room. All Might pointed to the far door. There are 7 microfusion reactors to power both the regular technology and the Ranger tech that was adapted to run off electricity instead of the grid. Melissa's blue eyes widened, for multiple reasons. The middle room is the locker room, lockers, toilets, and showers. And that room is the training room, though we are still working on that. When it's done, it will be somewhere between the danger room and a holodeck. Izuku, would you come over here please? All Might led him between the tables, to the tube. As he passed, Izuku saw two of the spots at the table were marked. The one furthest from the tube on the longer table had All Might's logo on it. And the spot closest to the tube on the shorter table had 3 logos: green dragon, white tiger, and black brachiosaurus. There might only be you now. But I couldn't help but design it for 6 rangers, All Might said in Toshinori's more quiet cadence. I know I'm not an actual ranger, and if Zed and Tommy are right about Quirks, can never become one. But I was hoping I could still have a spot at the table. Be your alpha, or Haley. Of course, Izuku said, tearing up. Thank you, Toshinori said. Then shifted back to All Might voice. All right then, young Midoriya, please place the Echo Morpher here. You don't have to take it off, just rest the watch face on this panel. Melissa rushed over, her eyes shining. Izuku did as instructed, touching the Echo Morpher to the base of the pedestal that held the glass tube. The Morpher lit up. Displays on the pedestal lit up. And then the tube started to glow. And a figure appeared in it. Well, how is it, Tommy? All Might boomed. Not bad, Toshinori, the AI ranger nodded. As they had been told, he looked solid, real, and life-sized. We'll have to make some more adjustments before I can move here full-time, Dr. O continued. But with another couple quantum processors and a few more TB of memory, this should work as my replacement home. Dr. O. Izuku looked up at his mentor, sad and betrayed. Sorry, Izuku, Tommy said regretfully, but like I said when Zed first hooked me to the projector, I'm a drain on the Morpher. Honestly, once your training was done, I was going to go back to sleep. But Toshinori and Zed proposed this as an alternative. And while mixing grid tech with custom conventional computers was tricky, we've come up with something that seems to be working. So if I can continue to help like this, while letting you have the full energy and computing power of the Morpher, it's the best choice. Melissa may be able to help us with that, All Might pointed out. She is a genius, and has been studying grid tech and power coins since she was in elementary school. SQE, Melissa hissed like a boiling teapot in rapturous excitement. Settle down, All Might chuckled. You haven't even looked at all of the ranger gear we have over there. She was gone. Izuku guessed she had a super speed or teleportation quirk, given how she vanished from between the tables and reappeared in front of the shelves. Then she turned and pointed at Tommy. I'll be back for you later. You can remove your wrist now, All Might said, though you will need to connect again so Tommy can return to the Morpher before you go. Don't look like that, Tommy said kindly. Then he grinned slightly. Heck, I'm just about to kick your training up to the next gear. Mental and physical. In a few months you'll probably be begging to dump me in here permanently. Uncle Might. Melissa had stopped pawing over the damaged and deactivated tech. Instead she turned back towards the 3 men with a dangerous expression. Is this what I think it is? She said with haunting rage. She was holding a framed photograph. It was a picture of All Might, Zack, and Rita. Only the 2 reformed villains were holding their old staves. And they had signed the picture. Rita had signed her name normally, while Zack had written his 4 names as a vertical list to emphasize the anagram. Did you meet the real Rita Repulsa? Don't call her that, all 3 men said in unison with varying degrees of nervousness. And Lord Zed? Did you get a picture with them? Did you get their autographs? Even though he loved her as if she were his flesh and blood family, even though he knew she had no quirk and no more than basic self-defense training, even though he was the world's #1 hero and the symbol of peace, a shard of icy-cold death shot down All Might's spine. It is, he said, and I have one for you too. I was just trying to figure out when it would be safe to give it to you. It's hidden up in the apartment. Really? The odd, dark shadow in the room vanished, as did the feeling of impending doom. We got it personalized for you and everything, Izuku insisted, trying to help. Well, personalized for Forever Pink, anyway. Melissa darted back over and pulled them both into a hug. I love you, Uncle Might. You're the best uncle ever. And this totally makes up for keeping your secret, Midoriya-kun. More than makes up for it. You can just call me Izuku, he mumbled, blushing furiously, or even Care if you want. Okay, Izuku. Then what about your secret, Melissa? All Might prompted. Yeah, she said slowly, I guess there is no reason to keep it quiet. What Uncle Might said earlier about not being able to be a ranger because of his quirk. Well, I'm quirkless. Oh, Izuku said, it hit him like lightning. All their talks online. That quiet despair, the subtle connection. Given the numbers, he had never even considered it. I'm quirkless too, he told her. They smiled gently at each other. Izuku felt his chest grow warmer. That wasn't actually what I meant, All Might coughed. I was talking about what I assume you are carrying in your backpack. Oh, she exclaimed wordlessly. Then she set her backpack on the longer table. Opened it. Dug around inside for a moment. Then took out a black plastic case. She presented it to Izuku and Tommy, holding it tightly but with the glass face towards them. Power coins, Izuku mumbled, or parts of them. 74% of Might Morphin, Pink's pterodactyl coin. Tommy scanned and listed. 10% of Turbo Pink's Wind Chaser coin. 18% of Lightspeed Pink's Med Rescue coin. 9% of Mystic Force Pink's Sprite coin. 41% of Operation Overdrive Pink's Subdriver. 79% of Lightning Pink's Lightning Euro coin and 22% of Samurai Pink's Turtle coin. That's pretty close, Melissa said flatly. I rounded to the nearest percentile for simplicity, Tommy shrugged. Then he shifted his gaze to Melissa. You are hoping to reassemble them? He said uncertainly. I'd like to, she confirmed, but so far I haven't been able to find a way to merge the fragments back together. And you've only found pink coins? Izuku frowned at the collection. No, we found other fragments, she countered. Me, Dad, and Uncle Might. A few other people we know. But I only kept the pink ones. The other ones we returned to the original organization, like the Wind Ninja Academy and the Pai Zhua Temple. Or to one of the Ranger museums, if there was no one left with a claim on them. The Dino Thunder, Ninja Storm, and Jungle Fury teams didn't have a pink ranger, Dr. O noted, and of course you couldn't find any trace of the Zeo Ranger coins. But you haven't found any fragments of the Squadron or Megaforce coins. We haven't found any of the Squadron Ranger coins, no, she confirmed, but to be fair, I have only been to Japan once before this and never went to Kyoto. And we have found other Megaforce coin pieces, just none for the Pink Ranger. Melissa's eyes narrowed and she gave All Might a sideways look as she mentioned the old capital. While her attention was on her uncle, Izuku studied the broken coins and his expression became pensive. The other two humans did not notice, but Tommy did. Izuku, we better get going, Tommy said. Your mom will be expecting you, and you should study for your history exam. You're still in school? Melissa frowned. I thought schools in Japan took off July and August? They do, Izuku nodded, but my school was damaged in a villain attack over Golden Week. So we had to do a week and a half of online lessons while they repaired it. Our principal decided the remote learning wasn't good enough, and pushed out summer break by 1 week to make up for it. Tomorrow is my last day of class before break. At least they didn't make us do the half-day Saturday. Can't Dr. Oliver stay? Melissa pouted at Izuku. He struggled not to agree, but Tommy shook his digital head. I need to keep up his dream training, especially now that he is reviewing the attacks and forms during the day. Shrugging at her, the younger man walked back to the tube's console. He touched his morpher to the panel again. And the projection of Tommy vanished. Do you need a ride, Izuku? All Might asked. Thanks, Toshinori, but I'll run, Izuku said. It will help make up for missing this afternoon's cleaning. What about tomorrow? Melissa asked quickly. Then she pulled back and asked softly, will you come back tomorrow? Izuku glanced at All Might and said, well, I had thought we would be doing our normal training tomorrow. If you wanted to come with Toshinori, we could talk while he and I work. And if I tell Mom I'm going to hang out with him later, she shouldn't mind since I'll be on break at that point. Definitely, Melissa said, and maybe I'll help too. Or given your reactions, maybe I'll scan the beach for anything useful. Izuku nodded, and All Might let him out. Akag's backhand sent Izuku sprawling. Before he could recover, another of the mechanical mooks charged in and kicked him in the ribs. The rest swarmed him, and then vanished into ether. Tommy extended his hand and pulled Izuku back to his feet. You are distracted, Tommy said, but not aggressively. Yeah, well, it was a distracting afternoon, Izuku confirmed. Let me rephrase that, Tommy rolled his eyes. You are struggling to decide if you want to give the Pink Ranger relics Rita gave you to Melissa? No, Izuku shook his head. I've already decided to give them to her. He said it with little confidence and trailed off at the end. But? Tommy prompted. But? Izuku's dream eyes glazed over. Tommy couldn't read Izuku's mind, beyond the thoughts the young man presented as talking. But sometimes the VR dream became a little less lucid. Like now, he was seeing the memory of Melissa sitting on Izuku's stomach. As Izuku remembered the soft yet firm feel of the girl's bottom. Then Izuku's male gaze as Melissa stood in front of the artifact shelf, her back to the ranger in training. Tommy sympathized. He had been a teenage boy once. One who had worked with a number of attractive women of a similar age. Women whom he fought next to, in metaphysical force fields that wrapped their athletic bodies like spandex. Tommy raised his hand up and snapped his fingers in front of Izuku's face. The boy flinched and recovered. It's not if, Izuku said, it's when and how. Like, should I bring it tomorrow? Or wait until after Melissa and Tashinori take their trip to Kyoto? It might be a good pick-me-up if she doesn't find anything. I'm guessing she plans to drag you along on that trip, Tommy chuckled lightly, unless your mom stops her. Oh, Izuku seemed surprised but also happy. Then he sobered, and I was also thinking maybe I should wait until we did some more experiments and knew if it would work. If it fails, I'd hate to destroy Miss Rita's treasures. Then he paused and looked at Tommy. Unless I'm getting ahead of myself, Izuku asked the projection, we are going to try to use Melissa's coin fragments to make a second echo coin for her, right? I mean, she has about 2.5 coins worth of material now. Maybe, Tommy said slowly. Izuku opened his mouth, but the ghost AI held up his hand. I told you that after we stopped Demonis, all the Rangers lost their powers, Tommy said, and I said that the Master Morpher stopped working. Both of those were understatements. The spell, or its backlash, or a combination thereof, destroyed most of the power coins. That's why they are tarnished fragments. My 3 coins were mostly intact. The Master Morpher protected them, at the cost of it being damaged beyond repair. The Black Braccio coin was unharmed. But there was a large crack most of the way through the Green Dragon coin. All of the material was there, but if I had tried to use it, it would have snapped. Not that we had the grid energy. And there was a chip out of White Tiger coin. Still, it was about 97% there, more than any of Melissa's coins. Fusing them together repaired and replaced the damage. But that, along with making up for the limited grid energy, is the reason each of your Ranger modes has strong accents of the other two. Izuku nodded. The less intact a coin is, the harder it will be to integrate it, Dr. O explained. Let's say she had 4 of the Pink Ranger coins, and each one was exactly 80% of the coin with no other damage. She would have the equivalent of 3.2 coins, so we should be able to make a coin like yours, one with 3 full modes and the various powers supporting each other. Or that's what most people would expect. But actually, you couldn't get a single coin with 2 modes. The impact of merging and rebalancing them would greatly decrease the overall power. Also, because the green, white, and black coins were linked to me and had been resonating within the Master Morpher, it was easier to combine them. Then Tommy sighed. And most importantly, we just don't have the same resources I did when I started the Echo Ranger project. Rita left Earth, and Udana is gone. Melissa is smart, probably even as smart as Cam or Haley. She may be smarter, but she doesn't have working grid tech or the training in it. And she's only one person. I have copious notes, but I don't fully understand what they mean. So if we were to try to create a second Echo coin, we wouldn't be starting from scratch, but we would definitely not have the same resources I did. Izuku bobbed his head again, this time more glumly. I'm not saying we can't or shouldn't try, Tommy told him kindly. Honestly, I think we should. I just want to set expectations. And point out that your idea of withholding the Windchaser coin fragment you have has arguments on both sides. Izuku pondered it. Then he tilted his head and looked up at his mentor. Dr. O, would it help if we had more coin pieces? Izuku asked. Definitely, Tommy agreed. But without knowing more about where and how Melissa searched, it's hard to be confident that we'll find many more pink coin fragments. Actually, Izuku said, I wasn't thinking of the pink coins. I was thinking that my coin is white, black, and green. Maybe we could make up the difference in other coins. Give the second Echo coin multiple color modes like mine. That idea has merit, Tommy mused. In fact, once we are done here, I'll go online. See if there are any other old favors I can call in. But for now, let's get back to work. Yes, sir. Friday, Izuku did leave the pink coin piece and broken Morpher behind, at Tommy's request. He met Toshinori and Melissa at the beach after his second day of finals. While he and Toshinori did their heavy lifting, Melissa prowled around. She had her backpack again, though much lighter today with non-technical items removed. The genius had a hand scanner hooked up to the devices inside the pack. She didn't find what she was hoping for. She did find some salvageable supercomputer parts and a few plates of military-grade titanium armor. They loaded her treasures into Toshinori's car. They had dinner at All Might's apartment, then spent the evening grilling Tommy on the Rangers. The AI told them what he could, without betraying confidences. They were all surprised to learn the MMPR Blue Ranger left Earth, married an alien, and might still be alive. And Melissa finally remembered Tommy's comment about the missing pink Zeo Ranger coin, so he told them more about that facet of the Shadow War. Saturday morning, they met at Dagobah again. Expect today, Izuku was practicing his martial arts first. Toshinori and Melissa both started to mimic him. After a text from Tommy, Izuku started teaching them. Dr. O says teaching is a good way to remember, he told them. They returned to the command center just before lunch. Toshinori had Melissa let them in to test her building access. We will get you access too, All Might assured Izuku. The boy nodded, and he downloaded Tommy again. Can you two go and get lunch on your own? Toshinori asked. There are a few things I need to discuss with Tommy in private. Melissa frowned in confusion, but Izuku just nodded, saying, sure. Once they were outside, Melissa looked at him and prompted, aren't you curious what that was about? I am, Izuku agreed, but they already text, so this just makes it faster. What's up? Tommy asked once the teens were gone. 3 things, Toshinori said. The first is about upgrades to the command center. I don't want either of them, especially Izuku, hearing about the cost. The projection nodded. Second is about Izuku's birthday. And third, or maybe first, since I want to make sure we talk about it before they get back, is about Melissa's coins. Tommy didn't say anything. Izuku needs a lot of work on his poker face. All Might told the AI flatly. He keeps looking at the coins case, but avoiding the subject. As Melissa's temporary guardian, I think I should know what you are planning. Though I can probably make a guess. Tada! Izuku waved his hand up at the sign. Ice cream? Melissa asked. The best ice cream in the prefecture, Izuku insisted. It's a hot day, and I have to treat myself occasionally. Doctor's orders. You do remember he's a doctor of paleontology, right? She giggled. Doesn't matter if it means I get to have a double scoop cone every other week. She pretended to ponder that for a moment. Your logic is sound, she agreed. They both chuckled. He opened the door for her. Deku. Izuku's face fell as he heard the familiar growl from inside the shop. He hadn't expected to run into the other boy here, but he also should have remembered that Bakugo Katsuki had also been a fan of this place when they were still friends. Bakugo-kun, Izuku said flatly. Tommy had insisted Izuku not call the bully by a friendly name, as it only empowered him. What are you doing here, nerd? The explosive teen demanded. It's hot. We just ate lunch, we wanted ice cream, Izuku said simply, keeping his voice even. Don't rile him up, don't show him you are afraid. Disengage as quickly as possible and avoid him. Those had been Tommy's instructions. They hadn't completely worked, but between that and his newly improved physicality, the bully hadn't been able to do much more than shout angrily at Izuku's back for more than a month. That wouldn't be the case here, unless Izuku gave up and left. And he wasn't about to do that in front of Melissa. Who are you calling a nerd? Melissa demanded. What's it to you for eyes? Katsuki shot back. Then his eyes narrowed as he recalled Izuku had used the plural, What are you two losers together? Izuku stepped in between Melissa and Katsuki for multiple reasons, and he glared down at the seated bully. You can say what you want to me, Bakugo. He deliberately omitted the honorific, but you leave her alone. Oh, Katsuki smirked darkly, what's this? Worthless little Deku got himself a girlfriend? Probably not. How much did you pay for her? Izuku seethed. He wanted nothing more than to drive his fist into Katsuki's nose. Or even better, to morph first and knock out his tormentor's teeth. A hand touched his shoulder. It was Melissa. She didn't look upset or insulted. She just looked concerned. For Izuku, all it would have been was words. Hot air from a buffoon, the green-haired teen quoted in English. Instead, you let him rile you into playing his game his way by his rules. What the F was that? Katsuki demanded, not fully understanding the other language, but knowing he was being dismissed. I like that movie, Melissa said affectionately. Dr. O made me watch the series, Izuku said. It's good advice. Should we go? Suddenly I'm thinking a cheap, fast food shake sounds better. Yup, she smiled and nodded. Don't ignore me. Katsuki roared, garnering annoyed and fearful looks from the other patrons. He grabbed the long metal spoon out of this sundae. He threw it at Izuku. Hearing the gasps and the whistling, Izuku turned back. The utensil tumbled slowly and wildly through the air, no skill or control in the attack. Izuku's hand shot up. He caught the spoon by the handle, a few centimeters away from his chest. Katsuki's eyes bulged. Izuku looked at the spoon. Then he frowned at his classmate. I think you dropped this, he said. Then, with precision more suited for a kunai or sunbon, he threw it. It streaked straight and true, right back into the dish from whence it came. It buried deep in the ice cream and spattered whipped cream over Katsuki's face and shirt. They walked out of the shop, to a smattering of applause and another enraged, Deku. That was pretty cool, Melissa told Izuku fondly. It was no wagon of manure, but we work with what we have, Izuku shrugged, trying not to appear too happy. Melissa laughed brightly and openly. After a moment he joined her. Once they settled down, she sobered slightly. I hope it's not an issue, she said, but can I ask what it was he was calling you? Deku, Izuku said, an alternate pronunciation of the kanji in my name. I'm guessing it's a gap in my Japanese, she frowned, but is it supposed to mean something? Deku is a small, unpainted wooden doll, Izuku explained. According to him, since I'm quirkless, I'm just like one, plain and worthless. If only he knew, she told Izuku, but even without. She waved at the watch on his wrist. I think you are still worth 10 of him. Though with it, it's more like 30 of him. Thank you, Melissa, he said sincerely. No need to thank me, it's totally true, she said. She scowled and added, but if he calls me a prostitute again, I'm going to kick him in the nuts. Then I'll have to teach you how to avoid his quirk, Izuku said seriously. I'll hold you to that. Izuku, Inko called out to her son as soon as he got home. Her voice was perturbed. What is it, Mom? Honey, why are you getting registered next-day courier packages from America? She asked sternly. Izuku blinked and looked at the EM-shielded boxes. One was from Reefside, California, and the other Blue Bay Harbor, California. They are for Melissa, Izuku said, but they were sent here, so she wouldn't see them early. Sorry, I should have told you sooner, but I didn't know they'd ship them like this or this fast. Though he hadn't told her too much, Inko knew her son had been training with an adult named Toshinori Yagi, whom he trusted, and that Yagi was currently hosting the daughter of an American friend. Izuku hadn't mentioned that he had a crush on the girl. Inko figured that out on her own. Well, I guess it isn't a problem, Inko sighed. It did surprise me. Do you know what they are? Old coins, Izuku said. She collects them. Inko frowned slightly at that, wondering why it sounded familiar. Sunday morning, Izuku rang the bell at the Yagi agency. The company was closed, so he had to wait outside for Toshinori to come get him. They walked silently down to the command center, where Melissa was already waiting. She was sitting at the table, a hover unit disassembled in front of her. Good morning, Izuku, she said in English like usual. Good morning, Melissa, he replied. What's in the bag? She asked, waving towards the reusable cloth bag he was carrying. Lunch, he said, and a surprise. Let me upload Dr. O real quick. With now practiced ease, he walked over to the interface chamber and scanned the Echo Morpher. Tommy appeared, already wearing a look of anticipation. The Izuku marched back over to Melissa. These are for you, he said, taking one medium-sized wooden box, one smaller wooden box, and one small metal box out of the bag. Melissa opened the boxes, and her jaw dropped. The larger box came from Rita. Izuku told Toshinori and Melissa. They were mementos of Catherine Hillard Oliver. Cat was the second Might Morphin Pink Ranger, the Pink Zeo Ranger, and the first Pink Turbo Ranger. I'm sure you can tell that the coin is part of the Pink Turbo coin. And the Morpher is the MMPR Pink Ranger's Morpher, used by both Kimberly and Cat. Izuku paused and Tommy took over. The smaller wooden box came from the Wind Ninja Academy, the AI explained. Those are 2 pieces of the Ninja Storm Blue Ranger's Dolphin coin. The metal box came from Kira's 5x great-grandson. It is the part of the Dino Thunder Yellow Ranger's pterodactyl coin that Kira recovered after the coins were shattered. It's one of the biggest coin fragments that remained, about 61% of the coin in one piece. I said I wasn't collecting the other coins, Melissa protested weakly. In fact, I sent pieces of the Red Ninja Storm Ranger's coin back to the academy. We know, Izuku said, but we also noticed you've been asking mostly about the past. You haven't asked much about me, or the Echo coin. I'm thinking you were holding back after what happened on the beach Thursday. But if I show you my ranger forms, I think you will understand why Tommy asked for the blue and yellow coins. Ranger forms? Melissa parroted, surprised. Izuku stepped back. He raised his left wrist vertically. Then he touched his right pointer and middle fingers to the watch's face. It's morphin to Echo Ranger. 1. Izuku tacked on the extra word at the end as a statement of intent and hope. Energy crackled out of the watch. It flowed over his body, transformed into a suit that Toshinori was now familiar with and Melissa recognized. You look like the MMPR Green Ranger, she said, walking closer but keeping a respectable distance. Well, somewhat. The helmet is different. 2 daggers. The white and black panels down the side. And the original dragon coin symbol on the chest. That reminds me, Izuku turned to look at Tommy. Is there any way to show Melissa? And Toshinori. The Echo coin. All Might resisted the urge to sarcastically thank Izuku for remembering him. I haven't been able to see it, since it. I don't know, did it transform into the Morpher? Or summon it? A bit of both, Tommy said, and I can project the coin here, but I'll let you keep going first. I wouldn't want to steal your thunder. Mode white. A shorter flash of energy surrounded Izuku. And Melissa leaned in closer. Basic structure is the same, she mumbled, absently pulling out her phone and recorded her observations, only the helmet and weapon are different. Crest on the dragon shield has also changed, as have colors. Black accents remain the same, but green primary and white accents have swapped places. Also helmet appears to be MMPR White Ranger helmet, only with tiger ears added. Weapon was paired daggers and is now a larger, curved sword. Then she seemed to come back to herself. She withdrew slightly with an embarrassed look. I assume the changes are not just cosmetic? The young woman prompted. That's right, Izuku agreed happily. Mode green is fast, and mode white is strong. Physically strong, as in able to lift heavy things and swing the tiger saber harder. And also mode black. Similar, Melissa started mumbling again. Primarily a color change, though the helmet, weapon, and crest all changed. But instead of black and white switching, the white accent has returned to its original location and green is now where the black was and black is the main color. Crest and helmet are like Dino Thunder Black, and weapon is a wand? Izuku took the rod off his right hip and twisted it. It snapped out until it was nearly as long as All Might was tall. Quarterstaff. Or maybe a bow staff, Melissa nodded. Mode black is the defensive form, Izuku said, taking off his helmet. He set it on the table next to his bag. Which also makes it the easiest form to maintain for long PRDS right now, he added. How long are you up to now? Toshinori asked. About 2 hours in white or green, and 2.5 in black, the ranger told the hero. Then he turned his attention to Melissa again, and stated, I thought you would probably want to run some scans or something. Or maybe a sketch? Melissa asked hesitantly. Before that, Tommy called out to the 3 living humans, I wanted to talk a bit more about the coins. They looked, and Tommy was not currently visible in the tube. Instead there were 3 coins projected inside it, each blown up to about the size of Izuku's head. I already told Izuku this, but didn't show him, the AI continued. After the Shadow War, my green and white coins were damaged. There was a large crack in the green coin. Had there been enough grid energy, I still could have morphed with it. But if I maintained my ranger form for too long, or pushed it too hard, it would have broken. The hologram of the green coin had a white glow, emphasizing the break. It went about 2/3 of the way through the bronze, and had a second, smaller splinter. The white coin was only missing a small chip, he continued, so it also would have worked, except my ranger form would have been less powerful and less stable. Only the black coin was completely intact. But even then, there was too little power to use it. And my master morpher was gone. It was destroyed, but protected the coins. So I started the project to combine the 3 coins. Of course, most of the work was done by people far smarter than me. And also our magical allies. By merging the 3 coins, we were able to fix the damage to the white and green coins, and also let them draw in power more efficiently. The projected coins merged together. 3 faces changed. The symbols that now marked Izuku's chest armor instead became the animals. The projection of the echo coin spun in the tube, its face changing randomly each rotation. So you want to make a second 3-form coin? Melissa mused. Pink, blue, and yellow. Not exactly, Tommy reappeared, shaking his head. The coins you have are too incomplete. I can explain it more in depth later, but even with what you have and what Izuku just gave you, it wouldn't work. But what I think we might be able to do is make 2 coins. A pink and blue hybrid coin, and a pink and yellow hybrid coin. And merge them together, for the same reason we did with the original Echo coin. 1 coin won't have enough power in the current environment. But 2 together should. Should, Melissa frowned. You don't seem sure. I'm not, Tommy admitted, and I want to be honest with you and set your expectations. The original Echo project took 3 basically functional coins. It had Cam, Haley, and the Fairweather siblings, for geniuses with extensive experience working with Ranger tech. They were assisted by Rita and Udana, 2 powerful and knowledgeable sorceresses. And even if the other former Rangers and our allies weren't directly working on the project, they were available to bounce ideas off. I wish we had had Billy or any of the alphas to help, but the team made it work with the resources on Earth. We have 9 coins, Tommy continued, all in far worse shape and none of them working. Maybe we can still find more, and the more the better, but it is still an uphill battle. You are a genius, Melissa, but you don't have the knowledge and experience the Echo team did. Izuku and Toshinori are both about as smart as me, and I remember how much help I was. But you are an AI now, Toshinori mused softly. I'm an AI copy of Tommy. A scan of his brain and memories given will and sentience. I'm no smarter than he was. Yes, I can parrot off facts, draw schematics. But I don't understand them. I do contain all the notes and plans of the Echo team, but when it comes to adapting them for Melissa's coin fragments, I'm afraid I won't be much help. And Rita left the Earth, Izuku mused, and Udana is gone. And I don't know if there are any other sorcerers left, Tommy nodded, or if there are, if they could or world help. The AI looked at the young woman again. We are starting from a slightly better place, given we have the Echo coin and the notes used to create it, and more grid energy. We have more than 4 coins of total material to work with, but they are in worse shape, so that is a wash. At the same time, I don't want you to get too hopeful yet. Not until you start studying the notes and understand better what we are facing. She nodded. I'll email you the files, the AI said, all of you. But if you are really planning to go to Kyoto, you might want to wait to see if you can find any parts of the Squadron Rangers coins. Also, that will give anyone else I tried to contact more time to respond. That's a good plan, Toshinori agreed. And on that note, do you have any plans for July 16th through the 20th, Izuku? I don't think so, the boy answered. Then, if you are interested and your mother agrees, would you like to come to Kyoto with Melissa and I? Of course. I'll ask her tonight. Are you sure? Izuku asked again, barely managing not to stammer. It's okay if you don't want to. Melissa frowned at him and said, No, I'm sure. I want to help, and if there is any chance of me become a ranger, I'll need to get in better shape. Not that I'm in bad shape, I think. Just need to be better. The young woman was wearing heavy leather gloves so she wouldn't cut her hands. She was wearing thick work boots with reinforced steel toes. She was also wearing pink spandex spats and a white t-shirt knotted at the waist so it wouldn't hang loose and catch on anything. Izuku could also make out the outline of a pink sports bra under her shirt. He was trying not to look, but with how tight her shirt was pulled, and the sea spray and sweat making the cotton translucent, he could still see it. Melissa picked up a door that had been shorn off a dishwasher and started carrying it up to the curb. Uncle Toshi said that you two don't normally do this on Sundays, she said. No, Saturday was my break day. Izuku shook his head. After the half day of school, I do my homework and rest, so I could work out all day on Sundays. Oh right, she said. Then she lifted the door the rest of the way into the dumpster. But you did work out yesterday morning, she remembered. You did your martial arts here, and helped Uncle Toshi and me. Was that to make up for me messing up your schedule Thursday and Friday? No, he denied quickly. Dr. O and I agreed I should pick up the pace a bit on summer break. Do a bit more Monday through Friday. And then do some yoga and forms as a lighter workout on Saturday. And we are happy to have your help, and to help you in return, Toshinori told his niece. Then he looked at Izuku and prompted, right? He just barely managed to keep a straight face and neutral tone. Of course, Izuku agreed emphatically. I just didn't want you to feel obligated, if you would rather go over the files Dr. O sent. No, Melissa said. I need to do this. Besides, a good workout should help me clear my mind and begin organizing my thoughts for later. The Chronicle of How the Last Power Coin Was Created. Melissa, you have a bit, Toshinori said, pointing to the corner of his mouth, then her face. The girl blushed and rubbed her mouth stealthily on her shoulder. Izuku imagined if he would have understood the technical aspects, he would have been more excited. But just to read the notes, their thoughts, he was looking forward to it. So, unless Tommy objects, Toshinori continued quickly, my suggestion is that, for the duration of Izuku's summer break and Melissa's visit, the two of you meet here every morning by 8 a.m. You work on cleaning up here from 8 until noon. Then you return to the command center for lunch and a bit of rest. And from 1 until 5 p.m., you work on martial arts, or yoga on some days to break up the monotony. There is enough space in the main room until the workout room is ready. And that way Tommy can watch you, talk to you directly, and even show you what you are doing wrong. Then you can break for the day. What about you, Toshinori? Izuku asked. That reminds me, why can't Tommy talk to us normally? Melissa queried at the same time. I have my job, All Might reminded them, so while I will join you as much as I can't guarantee how often or how much time I will be able to spend. Right? Izuku nodded. I'll explain back at the command center. A text arrived on Melissa's phone. We should get to work, Izuku noted. The reason I can't just talk when I'm in the Morpher is that there are no speakers, Tommy answered after Melissa restated his questions. No speakers, she mused, but that must also mean there is no communicator. That's right, Tommy confirmed. Really? Izuku was shocked, partly at the revelation and partly that he hadn't noticed it himself. Why is that? All Might asked, to try to keep the conversation simple and on track. We were working with limited resources, Tommy said, so we had to make decisions. Add another function to the Morpher, or devote the parts and power to other systems. Instead of the communicator, they improved the scanner, the power couplings, and the security system. It wasn't a hard choice, either. The Ranger communicators run off a subwave network of the Morphin grid. That's how they have FTL communication. But without the grid, that wouldn't work. Besides that, everyone had mobile phones. And there was only one Ranger, And we weren't expecting this. He waved to himself and the rest of the command center. Then he shrugged. During all the debates, Adam reminded us that our original morphers didn't have communicators either. Billy built us wrist-mounted ones. And that, again, other than FTL and never needing to charge the battery, our phones did a lot more than those communicators did. So Clark Fairweather built a nano radio transmitter so the Morpher could connect to Wi-Fi. Which is why you text us from inside the Morpher, Melissa said. You can connect to the phone network, but can't speak. To be fair, All Might said glibly, getting random texts is much less conspicuous than a talking watch. Thank you for having us, Midoriya-san. Yagi Toshinori bowed sharply at the waist to Midoriya Inko. And was still a bit taller than her. No, thank you for helping my son, she said, also bowing. He has helped me as much as I have helped him, Yagi said humbly. Thank you for having us, Melissa said, bowing somewhat more awkwardly. I am Shield Melissa. It is nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. It is nice to meet you too, Inko said. Izuku speaks very highly of you. Both of you. Izuku. Kuin is an amazing person, Melissa countered. There was just a hint of pink in her cheeks, but Inko did not miss that. Before she would let her son go on a trip with two unrelated people, Inko insisted on meeting them. And for the sake of efficiency, they were meeting the afternoon of the 14th of July, in the Midoriya family apartment, while Izuku was out training. Melissa had begged out a few days earlier, citing the need to check in with her father, and Toshinori faked an emergency call for All Might. The reason for the secrecy was simple. The next day was Izuku's birthday, so this was a surprise party for him. Melissa had been adamant about planning and throwing at least a small party, as it was Izuku's golden birthday. And Toshinori had explained to Inko in their email chat about the old American belief that when the year of your age matched the date of your birth, it was somehow special and significant. So the two adults and older teen would meet up early to prep and to talk. Shield, Inko mused, why does that sound familiar? My dad is Shield David, Melissa explained. He builds most of All Might's gear and was his. She paused, looked at Toshinori and whispered in English, how do you say sidekick in Japanese? Sidekick, he chuckled. The kanji used is the same as Ibwa, partner, but we say it as the English word to make it clear. That explains a bit why Izuku was so excited to meet you, Inko mused. And my English is not great, but we can speak that if it would make you more comfortable, Shield-chan. Thank you, but no, Melissa shook her head. Uncle Toshi and Izuku already indulge me enough. I really should be practicing my Japanese more while I am here. And please call me Melissa. All right, Melissa-chan, Inko smiled gently. Then she turned her attention to her other guest, and that may also explain why my son is so fond of you. Listen, may I ask just how it is that Melissa came to be spending her summer with you? And why I should let you whisk my son off to Kyoto? I'm not sure if Izuku has told you, Yagi started, but I am an insurance investigator and adjuster. My company works mainly for the Hero Association, and more specifically, mainly for All Might. It is through All Might that I came to know David, and later Melissa. Ah, Inko smiled ruefully, and have you introduced my son to All Might yet? I have, Toshinori admitted. I wasn't aware at first of just how big a fan of All Might Izuku is. But he has also been almost entirely polite and respectful. Honestly, for a boy of his age, it is unusual. I can't imagine I would have been so restrained when I was 14 or, of course, once I learned about his situation and his past, I understood. Inko hemmed again, and have you and All Might been fueling his dream of being a hero? I shouldn't speak for All Might, he told her, but I have talked about it with him, yes. And yes, I am supportive of his goal. He may succeed, he may fail. But I think it is better for him to try. I may not have known him before he started this new training, but in the time I have known him, he has become much more physicality healthy. And helped me get back in shape too. There are heroes without flashy or powerful quirks, Melissa said evenly, wanting to support her friend without alienating his mother. I've met them through my father. They make up for it with tools and training. Izuku is putting in more work than most of those heroes. And I would like to make sure that any additional gear he needs, I will make or get it for him. You've only known him for a week, Inko protested weakly. Actually, Melissa blushed heavily, it turns out we've known each other online for years. Inko frowned and studied Melissa. The greenette looked like she wanted to say something. Ultimately, she held her tongue. Then she sighed. I might not agree with everything you both just said, she told them, but ultimately I think you are good people who genuinely care about my son. So I am provisionally giving you permission to take him to Kyoto. Provisional on? Melissa prompted awkwardly. Provisional on the rest of the evening, Inko said directly, on watching you interact with my son, and seeing if you are trying to trick me. Okay, Tashinori agreed. Mom, I'm home. Izuku called out as he opened the door. But the apartment was dark. He wondered if his mom went to the store. Then the room seemed to explode. Loud pops and light filled the apartment's living room/kitchen. Izuku dropped into a fighting stance, already reaching for his Morpher. Surprise! Familiar voices reached his ears, before his vision cleared. Happy birthday, Izuku! Izuku relaxed, pulling his hand away before his mother noticed. Nice reflexes, Tashinori complimented him. What is this? Izuku asked, looking at Inko, Tashinori, and Melissa. Surprise birthday party, Melissa said. It wouldn't have been as much of a surprise if we had it tomorrow. Sorry it's such a small party. No, it's great, Izuku wiped his leaking eyes. There was a green, white and black banner saying, Happy 15th, over kitchen table. The cake on the table was frosted in All Might's colors, red, blue, and gold. Inko was confused why Melissa had chosen the opposing color scheme. The younger woman had given her a mumbled excuse about Izuku's hair and the colors available. There was also a small stack of gifts next to the cake. We don't have much planned, Tashinori told him, just dinner and gifts. We can talk or maybe play a game afterwards. There was a slight twinkle in his eye as he said that. What are we having? Izuku asked. Sorry, not katsudon, Inko said. I'm making that tomorrow. We brought pizza, Melissa said. I hope that's okay. Yeah, that's great, Izuku nodded. Inko took the pre-made pies out of the fridge, and with Tashinori's help, transferred them to the heated oven. I know you said it's okay, but I really am sorry we couldn't get more people, Melissa said, after Inko shooed the kids out of the small kitchen. I thought about trying to contact your classmates, but then I remembered the explosion-haired JRK, and wondered if you would actually want any of them here. No, I wouldn't, Izuku said softly. I've come to realize recently that I don't have any friends at Aldra. Just bullies, bystanders, and people I don't know. Now that I'm being more honest with myself, all the friends I have are online, except Tashinori and you now. But even you two I met online first. I can kinda relate, she told him. I'm not bullied. At least not actively. But I don't really have any friends at school either. I have people I get along with, people who are jealous of me for various reasons, or people I don't know. And most of my classmates who are friendly towards me just want my help or want to use me to get close to my dad. It's probably also my fault. I was teased for being quirkless back in California, so when we moved to Island, I was much more guarded and standoffish. If I'm being honest, this last week with you is the most fun, the most open I've been with someone my own age in years. I think I'm generally a happy person, but that's more with my dad, Uncle Might, and online. It's nice. Just nice. All right kids, the pizzas are ready, Inko called out, wearing a gentle smile. Tashinori's gift was also partly from Rita and Zach. It was a new, in-box, Game Boy Advance, guaranteed to be fully functional thanks to Rita's quirk, or so they phrased it for Inko. And also a stack of compatible antique games. Half of them Power Rangers games, some made with the Rangers' permission, others made with the expectation the Rangers would not sue and risk having to expose their identities. Melissa gave him an armored electromagnetic bracer she made herself. You can use it to sweep the beach for metal, or add weight to it to help you train, she told him. And later, she texted him that it could also survive 1 or maybe 2 hits from All Might, so it had a tactical use too. Inko gave her son a UA entrance exam study guide and a licensed Silver Age All Might tracksuit for his workouts. They ate cake, played a few board games, and then split for the night. As Toshinori and Melissa left, Inko addressed her son and his friends. "Thank you both for coming over," she said. "It's nice to have met you, and I'm counting on both of you to take care of Izuku in Kyoto. Since I likely won't see the two of you tomorrow, I hope the three of you enjoy your trip." "Thank you for having us, Midoriya-sen," Yagi told her, "and we will." "Welcome to Kyoto," Toshinori told the kids as they exited the bullet train. "Have you been here before, Uncle Toshi?" Melissa asked, glancing around. "I have, but only on business," he told her, then prompted, "What about you, Izuku?" "No, I haven't been here before," the younger man answered. "We were supposed to in my last year of primary school, but couldn't go after the train tracks were damaged. When Endeavor and Gang Orca stopped the 20 meters gang from destroying the entire rail line," Toshinori mused. "Yes," Izuku nodded broadly. "They limited the damage to just under a kilometer of track, but the high-speed line was shut down for almost a month. My school didn't have the time or money to arrange alternate transport, so they just canceled the trip." "Well, we can all have a more fun time and explore the city," their chaperone said, almost slipping into his all-might voice. "We have the rest of today, all day Monday through Wednesday, and a good portion of Thursday, since our return tickets are for 3:15 p.m. First we should get checked into our hotel and decide where we will start." "I have an idea for that," Izuku said. "What?" Melissa asked. "There is a memorial at Nanzenji Temple," the ranger explained. "It is for the disaster of officially the government doesn't acknowledge what happened, just honors the victims. But the monument is for where the final battle between the Squadron Rangers and the Gorma clan took place, and all the innocents Emperor Shaddam killed." Izuku paused. Then he sighed. "But since the government denies the Rangers were real, the monument has become something of a tourist trap. That said, from what Tommy found out after I mentioned it, there are maps and pamphlets about what supposedly happened while the squadron team was active. Some of it might be exaggerated or false, but I still think it's a place to start." "Doesn't Dr. O have better info?" Melissa prompted. "Not really," Izuku shook his head. "The squadron team was very secretive, even for Rangers. While they helped in the Ranger War and the Shadow War, only Squadron Black ever powered down and gave their name to the other teams. Which Tommy wouldn't tell me, to honor their privacy." "Understandable," Toshinori bobbed his head. "Let us drop off our things and check out the memorial." Their hotel was a Western-style building and they had 2 adjoining rooms, one for the boys and one for Melissa. They dropped off their bags. Melissa partially loaded her backpack again with all her sensors and digging gear. Izuku also brought a backpack, partly to carry anything they found or bought, but also so Melissa didn't look out of place. There weren't too many people at Nanzenji Temple, and most of those visitors were at the temple itself, not the memorial. They walked up to it reverently. It was a white marble, inlaid with wrought iron and covered with glass to prevent corrosion. There were 578 names on the surface, and the symbol of the Squadron Rangers at the top. And at the bottom an inscription, "For those who fought, those who fell, and those who survived." Izuku and Toshinori clapped their hands twice and bowed. Melissa quickly followed suit. "Family or fans?" a voice called out to them. They turned to look. It was a Japanese man in his mid to late 20s with short black hair in a top knot and glowing eyes, one yellow and one red. He was studying them with casual curiosity and a hint of amusement. "I'm sorry," Toshinori countered in confusion. "Family or fans?" he repeated, then explained, "Most people ignore that monument. People who stop generally are honoring an ancestor whose name is on there. That, or they are fans of the Power Rangers." "And why do you ask?" Toshinori asked. "Partly curiosity," the man said, "but mostly business." He produced a business card and handed it to Yagi. "Toroshi," Toshinori read, "Walking Ranger Tours?" He raised an eyebrow at the other man. "Hey, I'm better than the cheap crap the city prints up to make a quick yen." He gestured at vending machine a few meters from the memorial. It had drinks and snacks, but also a row of folded maps and pamphlets. "Paper is cheap and stores longer," Toroshi shrugged, "and the government doesn't really care how accurate they are. But then, neither do a lot of people who buy them, but you three strike me as different from the normal rabble." Are you maybe true believers? What makes you think that? Izuku asked. 2 Japanese and an American? And you are still listening. To me? You aren't like the fair weather fans who think all the Rangers were TV shows or publicity stunts. Though there were those too. If you are that type, I could also show you where they filmed the local scenes for the show based off the Dino Thunder News footage. No thanks, Melissa said. The show wasn't that bad, Miss American, he smirked, deliberately using English titles instead of Japanese honorifics, and they did pay Mr. Oliver and Ms. Ford royalties after their identities came out. More than you can say for the big-budget movie did for the Mighty Morphin team. Dr. Oliver, the 3 of them corrected in unison. See, Toroshi grinned broadly, I knew I had you pegged as real fans. Toshinori didn't flinch, used to playing that game with the press. But Izuku and Melissa both looked away, embarrassed. What do you say? The salesman pressed. Sign up for the tour. I even offer a 50% refund if you aren't fully satisfied. How much is the tour? Toshinori asked. And how long? Tour lasts about 5 hours, not counting lunch break and if you want to hang out at any of the sites for more than 10 to 15 minutes. But I block off a whole day for the tour, just in case. 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., 10,000 yen per person. Lunch isn't included, but I can take you to some of the best hidden gems in the city. And since usually it's only 1 or 2 people on the tour, I'll do you a deal, 25K for the 3 of you. Give us a moment, Toshinori said, and steered the teens away. He seems like a weasel, Melissa said sharply. Maybe, Izuku glanced back. The other man was keeping his distance but waiting patiently. But he did have us pegged, the ranger in training added. He does seem to know his stuff, Toshinori agreed, and the price is reasonable if the tour is as long as he claims. I don't trust him, Melissa said frankly. You know I do, Izuku said, it's just a feeling I have. Like maybe he's playing up, to protect himself. So if people try to mock him, he can just brush it off. And between myself and Izuku, I doubt he can pull anything, Toshinori added, unless he has a very powerful quirk. Melissa looked over. Toroshi gave her a little wave. Fine, she said, but I say we still get one of the maps and compare to where he takes us. Not a bad plan, her guardian agreed. They returned to the guide. We will take your tour, Toshinori told him. Do you want cash up front? Cash or plastic? Toroshi shrugged, but not up front. Half in the morning before the tour. Half at the end if you are satisfied. And what day do you want? I'm booked tomorrow, but the rest of the week is currently free. Tuesday then, Toshinori said, thinking that if the tour was valid, they would have Wednesday to do any follow-up. And if not, they could use their last full day to check places Toroshi didn't take them. Or just sightsee if the tour was that good. The guide held out his hand, and Toshinori shook it. Meet back here Tuesday morning by 8:45, Toroshi told them. Yes. I understand, All Might said into his phone, masking his growing annoyance. I will be there as soon as possible. He disconnected and sighed. There is a giant octopus attacking Miyazu, he told the teens, and it seems it has a quirk, because its tentacles are made of aluminum and grow back in less than a minute. My agency told the Hero Association I was in Kyoto before they found out where the attack was happening, which means they can spare a jet to fly me in. It was just after 8 in the morning, Tuesday the 18th of July. The ranger hunters had already eaten and were getting ready to head out for their tour. Unfortunately, it is getting close to the North Kyoto Medical Center, he continued, so You have to go, Izuku said simply. Part of me wants to go with you, but I'm not ready. And I don't have my license. Toshinori nodded. I appreciate the thought, but you are right. And the octopus may be giant, but it isn't so large that a Zord wouldn't be overkill. If I could even summon a Zord, Izuku said sadly. Thursday the 13th, they were eating lunch in the command center. And Izuku's mind kept drifting back to one of the items he had pulled out of the sand that morning. It was an old convoy toy. Scraped, dented, missing one leg and both hands. Looking at the antique Autobot had reminded him of something. Dr. O, he looked over at the projection chamber, setting his chopsticks down over the ramen bowl. Is there an Echo Zord? There are, Tommy confirmed, studying his student. Really? Melissa said excitedly, you built Zords for Izuku. Or for the Echo Ranger, I guess. Partially, Tommy said, Zords are both mechanical and spiritual. Some are built by or for the Rangers. Others build themselves. The Echo Zords are a combination of those. Or rather will be. We brought together the components. Partially built them. And when Izuku is ready and calls on a Zord, we are counting on them to finish assembling themselves. Really? The scientist repeated, this time more dubious. We didn't build the Dino Thunder Zords, he oversimplified. We hatched them, and after bonding with one of the Rangers they grew and changed into Dino Zords. So, when will I be able to summon the Echo Zords? Izuku asked. I'm not sure, Tommy said. Not soon. Oh, Izuku grimaced. I get it, Izuku, Tommy said. You dig giant robots. We dig giant robots, Toshinori interjected insistently. Chicks dig giant robots, Melissa said in a sultry and teasing tone, nodding her head knowingly. Nice, Tommy said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. There are three things that have to happen before you can even try to summon a Zord, Izuku. The first, and the simplest, is that we need a secure and private place to do it. If people see a Zord, it will be harder for you to hide behind a fake quirk. Dagobah might not be busy, but it is still in the city, with people walking and driving past. A robot 3 times the size of the Yagi Agency building is going to stand out. Izuku grimaced in understanding. I have been looking for a suitable testing ground, Toshinori added, and may have found a place. But I haven't secured permission yet. The second reason is that you aren't ready yet, Tommy said. The Zords take an incredible amount of energy. But, like morphing, the stronger your connection is, the less they take. Being more used to maintaining your Ranger form, and having a stronger spiritual connection, will decrease the energy required by both your Ranger form and your Zord. But it will still be a lot. Many Rangers in the past could support 2 or more Zords at once. Part of that was due to practice and skill, but mostly it was just due to having unlimited grid energy. Even if you completely master your powers and I leave the Morpher permanently, unless something changes, you will only ever be able to call one Zord at a time. Likely only the Zord connected to your current mode. Unless something changes, Melissa mused, like fitting a fusion generator or 3 into each Zord? I was thinking like the Morphin grid is restored. Tommy shook his head. It would take more like 10 of the generators that are installed here, and that's assuming you can adapt all the Zord systems to run off them. Or run partly off the generators and partly off what grid energy the Morpher can provide. Even then, I'm not sure how stable it would be. Those generators don't seem to be designed to be mobile. Still, something to think about, Melissa whispered. And the third reason, Tommy ignored her fondly, remembering when Billy, Haley, or Anton would get like that, is that I'm not sure you need the Zords. He held up his hand before Izuku could protest. Rangers do not escalate, Tommy said firmly. They only use their weapons for defense. We never summoned the Megazord to stomp Golder when he was our size. Because it would have been more destructive than was necessary. And because it would have made us the bad guys. The Embiggen monsters would have just been defending themselves. Never mind that they attacked first, Toshinori muttered. It's all about perception. Right, Tommy agreed, feeling the other hero's pain. And from what I've seen of this world, there isn't much that would require a Zord. If that hero Godzilla was controlled or just turned evil. Possibly a villain with a similar quirk. But most of the time it would be overkill. I still want you to learn how to summon and operate your Zords, to be safe. But when you are ready, and hoping you won't ever need them. You'll get it, Melissa told him, when the time is right. I should leave soon, All Might told them. What are you two going to do? Will you still take the tour? I will, Izuku said. He looked to Melissa, and added, I know you don't trust Hiroshi-san, but I think he's okay. And if not, I can probably handle him. At least long enough for you and Dr. O to call the police and All Might. But if you don't feel safe, don't want to come, that's okay. Then I just have to sit here, or walk around the city alone. No, I'll come with. If only to keep an eye on that guy. Hey, good morning, kids. Hiroshi waved to them as they arrived. Where's the big guy? Business, Melissa said shortly. I hate when the office calls when you're on vacation, the guide nodded broadly. So just the two of you? He will join us later if he gets free, Izuku said, but for now, just us. 10,000 yen now for the two of us. If we think the tour was worth it, 10 more at the end, or 15 if our friend meets us. Toroshi took the two 5,000 yen bills Izuku held out. That's fair, the guide agreed. Okay, so you already saw the Memorial Sunday, so I'll take you to the first secret site on my tour. Let's go. With he walked off the path and into the forest. The two teens followed. Where are we going? Melissa demanded after a few minutes. Don't want to ruin the surprise, he glanced back at her, but we're almost there. The woods were dense enough that only a little of the morning sun got through. It wasn't dark, but it was not as bright as it had been on the path. Then it began to grow brighter. There was something else visible through the trees. It looked like a bright and smooth blue wall. Izuku and Melissa both tried to puzzle what it was when they came into the clearing. The wall was about 50 meters long and not quite 30 tall. The edges were jagged and broken, but the surface was unmarked. And metallic. What is this? Izuku asked. During the final battle with Emperor Shaddam, the blue Kirin Zord, the Squadron Megazord's right leg was destroyed. This is where the largest piece of the Zord landed. This is part of the Kirin Zord. This is piece of the Zord? Melissa gaped. The tech that must. Nah, no tech left. Toroshi waved his hand. The Rangers came in when the fight was over and took most of it. Then the government swept in and scavenged what was left. All but this armor plate. It was too heavy to move, at least without tearing down the forest, which the temple and UNESCO wouldn't allow. They supposedly tried to cut it with diamond saws, lasers, and super hot torches, but couldn't even scratch it. So they studied it for a few months, and then left it here. Then he smirked at Melissa. Why? What would you do if there was Ranger tech left here, Miss American? Scan it, she said. Try to find out who owns it to try to buy or trade for it. Wonder why it was just rotting forgotten in the forest. The government and the temple were supposedly going to put in a path out here and put the memorial here. But no one wanted to pay for the path or the extra people and cameras to monitor and clean out here. He adopted a disgusted look and gestured at the litter near the base of the Zord armor. Izuku, acting almost on instinct after the last few months, got the cloth shopping bag out of his backpack and started to pick up the trash. Melissa walked around the left side of the plate. It was about 150 cms thick. The outer 20 cms was blue, but then the colored layer faded into a darker gray. Then her boot hit something with a deep clang. It was a smaller fragment of the armor, only about the size of her forearm. She picked it up, and while it wasn't light, it was lighter than she would have expected. Souvenir? Toroshi asked. After you already accused me of wanting to steal? She shot back. No, I just wanted to get a look at it. And maybe figure out who it belongs to. Keep it, he scoffed. She raised an eyebrow. If you found a phone on the sidewalk and kept it, that's stealing, he told her. You find a random bolt and you take it to the police or the hardware store to find the owner, they just laugh at you. The Rangers abandoned this thing here, and the government already took all the pieces they wanted. That's just trash neither of them thought was worth picking up. Or it was buried too deep and over the years rain and roots brought it back to the surface. Either way, you want that? It's yours. Izuku had finished his cleanup and joined them. Do you want me to carry that? The younger man asked Melissa. No, I have it, she said. She knelt down, slipped off her backpack, and took longer than it should have getting the armor piece situated. Partly was to make sure it wouldn't poke her or tear her pack. But mostly she was setting some of her scanners against it, to start analyzing its molecular structure, and to see if there was any grid energy or residual radiation in it that she might be able to use to track down the rest of the Kirin Zord. So, how was our first stop? Toroshi prompted with a smug expression. Great, Izuku agreed, resting one hand on the armor plate. Not bad, Melissa agreed reluctantly. The guide grinned. About half of their stops were on the city tour map, but each time Toroshi provided them with a unique historical fact. He also took them to a number of places not indicated, each of which Melissa marked. Smaller shrines. A building that bore the squadron logo after the original was knocked down in a battle and the Rangers helped rebuild it. And junk seller, Izuku wouldn't insult Zack and Rita by calling it an antique store that did have a few bits and bobs of non-working Ranger tech. Naturally, they bought everything they could find there. Unfortunately, the octopus proved more slippery than initially expected, and Toshinori was not able to rejoin them by the time they stopped for lunch. True to Teroshi's word, the little Italian restaurant off the beaten path did have some amazing pasta. And according to Melissa, the best bread she ever had. She was warming to their guide. She still didn't fully trust him, but she had to admit her backpack wouldn't have been nearly as full without him. Okay, this is a big one, Teroshi told them in awed tones. After the Rangers' original base was destroyed, this is where they retreated to plan their counterattack. Which would have been much more interesting and impressive if the shrine was not fronted by a large gift shop labeled Squadron Base 2 and selling merchandise at all levels of quality and price. A child in a squadron red hoodie walked past them. "You don't say," Melissa said blandly. "Hey," Teroshi affected deep hurt. "I've delivered so far, haven't I? And I'll have you know, I'm related to the family that runs this shrine. So I can show you all the little secrets. After I take a little break. I shouldn't have ordered the large drink." "Ah," Izuku blushed and said, "Yeah, me too." "Okay," Melissa frowned. "Well, I guess I'll check out the shop, look for something to get Dad." "Toilets are over here," he guided Izuku away. After they were a few meters away, he said, "Also there is something I can show you, but can't show her." "Why not?" Izuku asked. "I can't take her into the men's locker room," Teroshi said. "The priests of the temple still use it. But they also have reserved the lockers the Rangers used." "Oh, that makes sense. In fact, we can use the toilets there, so we don't have to wait in line," Teroshi said. "Is that okay?" Izuku sounded nervous. "Like I said, I'm family here." Melissa flipped through a book on the squadron Zords. When her phone buzzed. At the same time, someone caught her attention out of the corner of her eye. She turned and saw Squadron Pink walk out of the shop. She would have dismissed it as a cosplay. Except her alarm was going off. And there was something else. The glimpse looked more like Izuku's uniform than even a high-end cosplay. She was torn. But a glance at her phone showed the signal was getting weaker. Moving away or fading away. "Got a ping," following it, she texted Izuku, tracking on, "Follow me." She activated the app that would let him track her. Then she hurried out of the shop, following what she hoped wasn't just a false read and a trick of her imagination. Melissa checked the tracker and looked. She saw a pink and white boot disappear over the top of the stairs leading up to the shrine, the torii above the path hiding the rest of the person from view. She turned and raced up the stone steps. When she reached the top, she saw her target disappearing again, walking behind the shrine. She ran, slipping past the few people on the shrine grounds. She passed the building and saw nothing. There was a narrow path between the back of the shrine and the fence. On the other side of the fence was a field of flowers and small stones. Nowhere to hide. Melissa continued forward. She looked up, remembering Dr. O's admonishment to Izuku that people never looked up. It wasn't human nature. So she did. And still saw nothing. No one on the roof, no one in the sky. Only the reading was stronger again. Shield pulled the scanner out of her bag so she could view it directly, and so it wasn't obstructed by the other treasures she had picked up. It still said the signal was in front of her. But diminishing again. Melissa continued along the path slowly, now suspicious. More suspicious. There was a crack, no, a line in the back wall. Nearly imperceptible, had the scanner not pointed in that direction. Even then, if the hidden door had been fully closed, Melissa would not have been able to see it. The reading on her device scattering her caution, the blonde slid the door open. There was a stairwell of wood and stone leading down. Under the shrine, into the hill. She put her phone on flashlight mode, but low light. Scanner in her right hand, phone in her left, she crept down the stairs as quietly as she could. Then she saw a light ahead of her. She turned off her phone's light and slowed down. She stopped just above the first step the light touched. The American crouched down, trying to see what lay ahead. Without revealing herself, of course. "Please, Come down, Melissa Shield, a voice said in English, with only a hint of a Japanese accent. She was so used to Uncle Toshi and Izuku's California accents that it surprised her. I swear by my power that no harm will come to you while you are here, the voice added. Okay, Melissa said, realize her cover, if she ever had any, was blown. She walked to the bottom of the stairs, into a large room with fine hardwood walls interrupted by a handful of monitors. In the middle of the room was a large hexagon table. It had the logo of the Squadron Rangers in the center and a strip of color along each edge. The source of the voice was a Japanese woman. She looked to be in her earlier 20s, but was shorter and more slender than the American. There was no obvious sign of the other woman's quirk, if any, and she was wearing an extremely fine silk kimono, light pink with white and darker pink flowers. I am pleased to meet you, Melissa Shield, Seeker of the Pink Rangers, the other girl said. I am the leader of the Pink family of the Dai clan. You may call me Aaliyah. It was mildly interesting for Izuku. There were 3 rows of modern lockers, smooth, polished with fingerprint locks, and 1 row of antiques, rougher metal with slots for old-fashioned padlocks. They were well maintained and cleaned, but also unused. Most of the lockers in the row had one of the old, slide-in nameplate holders. But 5 did not. The holders had been removed and just a swash of color painted in its place. Red, yellow, green, blue, and black. Now, here's the best part. Toroshi walked to the back of the room, to the plumbing room for the showers and toilets. Except when he opened the door, it was another hallway. The young ranger was torn, but ultimately stepped back. We really should get back, Izuku shook his head. She'll be waiting, and I'd feel bad if she couldn't see whatever is in there because of gender separation. She'll be fine, Toroshi said dismissively. Girls love to shop, right? I should at least tell her. Izuku trailed off as he logged onto his phone and saw Melissa's message. Look, she found something. I'm going back. It's probably nothing. Just an illusion of the mind. Come on, you probably won't get another chance to see this. Hint, it's a museum the monks set up of the Rangers. Izuku eyed the guide, Melissa's doubts now swirling in his brain. Are you trying to separate us? Trying to keep me from her? What? Toroshi protested unconvincingly. Why would I do something like that? Are you responsible for the attack too? Izuku demanded. Is the octopus meant to keep Toshinori out of this? Toroshi's eyes narrowed. First, summon or controlling monsters is not something we do. Second, even if we did, we would never endanger innocents. Third, I had a whole other diversion lined up for Yagi-san. She was the focus of a lot of attention outside the shrine. Over 2 meters tall with flaming, not literally, red hair and flashing crimson eyes. Her red top was spandex and white pants were denim, but you could be forgiven for thinking they were body paint with how tightly and precisely they traced every line and curve of her body. And what curves they were, rivaling Midnight or mini top models. She also had a 6-pack and the tight lines of her biceps and calves were visible under her clothing. Every person attracted to the feminine form was staring, and more than a few other watchers were becoming aware of an attraction they hadn't felt before. Normally, at least some of the confident or smooth individuals would have chatted her up by now. Except that even as they were attracted to her, they were frightened off by the murderous scowl on her. She might have been beautiful and voluptuous, but she was also tall and muscular. And right now she looked like she would rip the arms off of anyone who talked to her. "Din that telos, making me get all dolled up for nothing," she snarled quietly, glaring at her phone. Toroshi's annoyance faded and he sighed. Red is going to kick my butt later. I promised her the chance to flirt with someone who is actually taller than her, and a genuine nice guy to boot. And then he doesn't show up because some quirked-up mollusk had to pick today as its kaiju moment. You know who we are, Izuku said, taking a step back. Of course, you're my clients, the guide tried to deflect. But we never gave you our names. Intentionally. I might have just said, Toshinori, but how did you know his family name? Ah, crap. Toroshi muttered. Then his tone and expression changed. Midoriya-kun, I promise you no harm will come to Shieldson. Or at least not physical harm, anyway. Pink does love history and lecturing, so there is a chance your friend will be bored out of her mind. But we are not your enemies. He reached over to touch Izuku's shoulder reassuringly. Izuku knocked his hand away and dropped into a fighting stance. Hold on, cousin, Toroshi's glib voice returned. I try not to fight family, and definitely don't want to throw down with the Echo Ranger. Izuku froze but held his stance. I mean, sure, you have a grounding in what, 5 or 6 schools. But you aren't an expert at any of them. And don't have your own style yet. On the other hand, I've been studying 2 schools since before you were born and have mastered them. But with a Morpher, your raw physical abilities easily overrun any skill difference. And my quirk isn't any great shakes. Even if I start casting, you'll just morph, and then it's all over for me. How do you know all that? Casting? Cousin? Who are you? I am the current head of the black family of the Dai clan. Tenkitsu tell us. I am a descendant of Zev, the Black Squadron Ranger. And so are you, Izuku. I am? You are? What? I mean, it was 6 generations ago, so arguably it barely matters. But we keep an eye on the remote relatives, just in case a great talent shows up. And the Squadron Rangers may not have helped with the Echo project, but that doesn't mean they didn't keep tabs on it. In case they needed help from the Echo Ranger. Hypocrites. Why do you say that? The Dai clan has always been secretive. Well, not always, but since they moved to Japan and started guarding the Kyoto ley line conjunction. So the rest of the Dai clan wasn't happy that Zev powered down and told the Americans, or even the Lightning Rangers, his name. Not even his full or family names. Zev was just the nickname he picked for himself, a shortening of his given name. So when Oliver Sensei was able to contact us about his project, they were upset that any outsider was able to do that. Never mind that the Wind or Thunder Ninja Academies could have done it for Oliver Sensei. So they decided not to help. Technically, 3 of the Rangers voted against helping. One wanted to return the Ranger tech and broken coins, but otherwise stay out of it. And Zev and one of the other Rangers wanted to help. But majority rules, and so they did nothing. Even while they watched and were ready to use you. Or whoever the Echo Ranger might have been. So like I said, hypocrites. Telos paused, taking a breath after his angry rant. Despite that, Izuku said carefully, I notice you only mention Zev's choice. I'm not going to shame the dead, Telos shrugged, and when talking to outsiders, we have adopted the custom of using the other family's ranger colors for secrecy. That's why I said red and pink rather than their names. But still feel like I'm missing a lot, Izuku said, calming but also confused. Yeah, okay, Telos sighed again. I'll give you the dime store history lesson. Shield-san will be able to give you a longer version later, if she can stay awake through Pink's droning. But can we go inside? At least the museum has chairs. Izuku glanced at his watch. A simple message appeared in place of the watch face for a moment. The name, Zev, and then a thumbs-up emoji. Sure, the younger man agreed. Normally Izuku would have been gaping, staring, darting around the room in fascination. The Morphers. Pictures of the team, in and out of Ranger form, though no names. Other tech. And also a few relics of the Gorma clan. Instead, he was sitting, studying his supposed cousin. Still less trusting of the man than he had been earlier, despite Dr. O's reassurance. But also very interested to hear what he had to say. Again, this is the short version, Telos told him. I've never been a huge history buff, nor do I want to keep you all afternoon. So a couple thousand years ago, there were these 2 wizard clans in China. The Dai clan and the Gorma clan. The Dai clan wanted to have harmony between magic, nature, and supernatural creatures. The Gorma clan wanted to control chi beasts, and even merge with them. It's easy to call them evil now, especially knowing what the Gorma became, but back then they were just trying to survive and protect humanity against a much harsher environment. Anyway, at first the Dai and the Gorma were allies, if not friends. But over the years magic styles became dogmas. And allies became enemies. Then the Gorma messed up. They tried to summon and enslave this massive, godlike dragon. Nowadays we just call it Daijinryo, but it probably has a different true name and a much cooler Chinese name. Again, going on a tangent. Maybe I'm more like Pink than I thought. Ahem, Telos coughed to clear his throat and focus. The Gorma failed. Daijinryu was too powerful for them, and in its rage that they tried to control it, it attacked them, killed a lot, and drove the rest out of China. They crossed the channel and wound up in Japan. And they found Kyoto, a place of incredibly powerful magic. So they started to plot their second attempt to control the dragon. And also revenge on the Dai clan for not helping. The big dragon sensed them and ordered the Dai clan to stop them. So our ancestors came to Japan, made alliances with Japanese chi beasts who weren't too happy with the Gorma. They fought. And we won. But at the last minute, the last members of the Gorma clan to play out the good guys book and sealed themselves away. The Dai clan realized the dragon wouldn't consider the job done, so they settled in here. Started to prepare for when the Gorma returned. From time to time, other magic users came to Kyoto. Some formed friendships or even married into the Dai clan. Others were more nasty, and they were sent packing. The Dai clan started to shift from get ready for the next Gorma attack to protect Kyoto from anyone who would exploit it. That's probably why, a couple centuries later, Zordon of Elter and Ninja approached the Dai clan, offered them ranger powers to help protect the area. After some debate, the clan accepted. They were given the 6 squadron coins and morphers. They tried not to use the ranger powers, and for the most part defended Kyoto from the shadows with martial arts and mystic abilities. But every so often, a threat would prove big enough that one or two of the families would temporarily use the ranger powers. But never for long and never all 6. Shadowy defenders with mystic powers? Izuku repeated, they were ninjas. You're a ninja. I don't know if I qualify. But yes, they were. And that brings me to the next part. See, about 500 years ago, Ninja approached the Dai clan again. He had found a new threat across the ocean. A so-called abyss of evil. So he asked if there were any branch family members that would take up cause. The Dai clan was getting pretty big, and a few families agreed. That. I always wondered why there were ancient ninja academies in Southern California. Izuku interrupted. That was them. The Dia clan members. The Wind and Thunder Ninja Academies. That was them. They're you. Some members of the Red, Blue, and Yellow families agreed. The Reds founded the Thunder Ninja Academy. The Yellows the Wind Ninjas. And the Blues founded the town of Blue Bay Harbor to support the academies and look for potential recruits. So, we kept defending Kyoto, and our cousins the Abyss of Evil. And you know most of the rest. The Gorma broke free. They were stronger than our ancestors were expecting, so they used the squadron ranger powers to fight them. Then the Ranger War. The Dai clan, other than Zev, wanted to stay out. But they realized that if the other rangers lost to Marvo, then he would come for them. And they would lose too. And Zev pointed out that it might attract attention if all the other rangers fought, but the squadron rangers didn't. So they fought. Zev introduced himself to Oilver-sensei and a few of the other rangers. Then the Shadow War. They couldn't stay out of that. It was worldwide and there were Gorma shadows too. They fought again, but at the end of the war, lost their powers. Their rangers' powers, I should say. Magic is weaker, Telos concluded. Our ranger powers are gone. But we still learn to fight, use what magic we can. And now we have Quirks too. So the Dai clan continues to watch over and protect Kyoto. Okay, but why tell me all this? Izuku asked. Like I said, the Black family has always been more connected to the outside, wanted to be more open. You are family, a descendant of Zev, albeit a cadet family. And you are a ranger. The only ranger, at least on Earth. And we think we know what Shield-san is trying to do. And you are helping. Pink is deciding if Shield-san is worthy. Me, I already know you are. The main reason I brought you here was to give you this. Telos stood, crossed the room, produced a key and opened one of the cases. I only have authority over my family. But all in all, I think this belongs with you. He turned and held out the Black Squadron Ranger's Morpher. Really? Izuku reached out hesitantly. I mean, the coin is broken and gone. And without the Morphin grid, it doesn't work. But it is an original, intact Morpher. I think you can find some use for it. especially if someone were able to find or make another power coin. Thank you, Izuku, said sincerely and took the Morpher. Melissa's head was spinning. When she compared notes with Izuku later, she found her lectures started earlier, lasted longer, and went much more in depth into the individuals of the Dai and Gorma clans. Into the Dai families and their responsibilities. Aaliyah told Melissa specific other enemies the Dai clan had faced, with and without their ranger powers. But it was not just the history. 1 month ago, Melissa had not believed in magic. The Space Witch Rita? The Mystic Force Rangers? Just technology. Or maybe quirk-like powers. Lots of the aliens and monsters that fought the Rangers had powers that weren't magic. Then she arrived in Japan. Met a real ranger. A pretty smart and amazing guy who did believe. Who had, along with her uncle Might, met Rita, and no, she was not still jealous about that, picture or not, and heard how magic was different from her. Learned that quirks that seemed illogical and beyond physics were frequently manipulating magic, even if they were more restrictive than learning spells, which led Melissa to wonder if people with those sorts of quirks would be able to learn magic. She also talked to Dr. O, who knew more and also believed. Aaliyah had showed her magic, including exhibiting how she fooled Melissa's sensor. She also gave the American scientist some tips on her to prevent magical interference in the future. Why tell me all that? Melissa finally asked. If the Dai clan is so secretive, why tell an outsider? Especially me, an American? 2 reasons, Aaliyah said. The first is that Telos intends to inform Izuku Midoriya of this. I expect Izuku will entrust you with it. So I wanted to speak with you first, to give you more than the Cliff Notes version our lazy guide is giving the Echo Ranger. However, I also wanted to speak to you directly, personally. To tell you that we will not be helping you. What do you mean? Melissa asked carefully. We believe you seek the Pink Ranger coins to understand them. To repair them. To use them. Are we wrong? Not entirely, Melissa said. I hoped. But I never thought I could repair them, not really. I thought I might be able to learn from them. Make my own coin, or at least make a substitute to help people. But now, talking to Izuku, to Dr. O, we are trying to create a second Echo coin. I'm hoping for me, but if the coin doesn't choose me, I'll be disappointed, but I'll have to accept it. Keep supporting Izuku and the second Echo Ranger the best I can. Our friend, Tashinori, asked to be Izuku's alpha. But I think I'm a better fit for that. And that is what we will not help you with, Aaliyah said. The Dai clan was less connected with the technical side of our ranger powers, so I have little or nothing to give you there. But if you were to find any parts of the Pink Squadron coin, I would also ask that you return them. They may not work, may be broken now. But they are still ours, and we may still need or find a use for them in the future. And you already return the coin fragments you find that are not pink coins. Just consider this an extension of that. Melissa slumped. She was afraid that was what the other woman meant. That's fair, the blonde admitted. In fact, may I? Melissa pointed to the table, not sure if it was still in use or just a relic. You may. Melissa set her backpack on the table. And then she carefully unloaded all of her new treasures. The piece of the Blue Zord's armor. The few other ranger relics. Are any of these yours? Melissa asked, anything that belongs to your family, or the Pink Squadron Ranger? Aaliyah stepped over to the table. She looked carefully over each item. She turned, took 2 quick steps, and embraced Melissa. The American hesitated for a moment, then gently, awkwardly returned the hug. Thank you, Miss Shield, Aaliyah said softly. Oh, Melissa grunted in realization. Is one of those something important? Something of your ancestors that you were looking for? Maybe the scouter thing? Aaliyah let go and started to laugh lightly. Melissa, may I call you that? Of course. Melissa, what would you have done if I asked you to return everything on the table? The caster asked. I would have done it? Melissa sounded confused. I mean, it's your stuff, right? Your family's, that is. That piece of metal belongs to no one except you, Aaliyah told her, still amused. If anyone, it would belong to the Blue family, having come off of their Zord. But you would have given it to me without hesitation. You are not the thief or opportunist that the others fear you are. You are a true and honorable heir to the Pink Rangers of the past. So take those items and use of them what you will. And also take this. Aaliyah held out a thin square of transparent plastic. Inside of it, locked in place and positioned without the other missing parts, were 2 arcs of bronze. Pink-tinted bronze. Are these? Melissa gaped. The remains of Tempest Rin's power coin. The only pieces of the Pink Squadron coin my family has been able to find these last 200 years. They are yours now. This time, it was Melissa that hugged Aaliyah. The tour was not over. Telos and Izuku met up with Melissa again. Izuku glanced at Aaliyah when the 2 women separated like friends, but did not say anything. Both teens noticed that Telos used them as a shield to hide from a tall, very attractive, but very annoyed red-headed woman. Telos also took a moment to apologize to Melissa and tell her the proper, non-hiragana pronunciation of his name. They visited a few more shrines and battle sites. Telos much more open about what he knew, and less of a smarmy salesman in general. Melissa dug up a few more broken objects. Each time she offered them to Telos, and each time he told her to keep them. In time, 4 p.m. rolled around and the tour finished. Well, were you satisfied with your tour? Telos asked with just a bit of his previous, oily charm. Yes, Melissa admitted. Almost, Izuku said, and the guide's eyes widened. One more question, the ranger in training asked. I get that the Dai clan wants to stay hidden. But seeing Kyoto, seeing also these places, I don't get why so few people believe in the Rangers. I'm sure the cheesy gift shop is part of the camouflage and doesn't help. But there is so much evidence here. One would think California would have at least this much. He waved to Melissa as he said that, who in turn had adopted a thoughtful expression. Oh, that's easy, Telos said casually. Someone is trying to erase the Rangers. Not completely, like you said, too much evidence. Just enough that people don't believe. Who? Why? Izuku demanded. That I don't know, Telos said sadly. Our influence only goes so far, and whoever it is has covered their tracks well. And we don't want to expose ourselves to find them. I say, who, but we don't think it's a single person. It's been going on for too long and too widespread. So we fight them indirectly. Sell trinkets, give tours. Keep the idea alive. The academies in Cali do the same. And we all work with the US government on that. They keep the Ranger museums over there open, funded, and active. We can't fight an enemy we can't see, so we push back just enough, hoping they reveal themselves. So if I become active as a Ranger, watch your back, Telos advised. Maybe pretend you aren't a Ranger, just someone with a strength quirk or something. But when and if you do, we will be watching for reactions. Even if you don't see us, cousin. Izuku nodded. He shook Telos's hand. Then handed the other man the remaining 15. At first Melissa and Izuku's walk back to the hotel was one of contented silence. They had a lot to talk about, but were waiting for the relative privacy of the hotel. And the presence of All Might, so they didn't have to repeat everything. Until the afternoon grew unusually quiet. The previously crowded street mysteriously emptied, leaving the 2 teens alone. Until they weren't. A single figure stood in their path. His clothing like rags, his face concealed by an unraveling hood. They started to walk around him, but he stepped into their path. Didn't let them pass. They stopped, but Izuku automatically took half a step forward and to the left. In front of Melissa, between her and the other. Melissa in turn started to subtly reach for her phone. Can we do something for you? Izuku asked evenly. You have something I need, a dark raspy voice emerged, in the girl's backpack. Give it to me and I will let you live. Normally the smart thing to do would be to concede. But the items in Melissa's bag were priceless and irreplaceable. More importantly, both teens had the impression that this person would not live up to his word. Rather than wait, their assailant launched a heavy left cross at Izuku's chest. Izuku caught the punch with both hands and did not move. The attacker seemed surprised, even though they couldn't see his face. Izuku was also surprised by the force of the hit. It was stronger than one of Bakuga's jet-propelled punches. Izuku pushed back, and then kicked his opponent in the chest. The creature skidded away, but didn't seem hurt. They exchanged a flurry of punches and kicks. Melissa had never seen Izuku fight before, just practice his techniques. She wasn't at Aldera for his spars, to be kind, with Bakugo. Nor was she able to view his dream battles against putties, cogs, and various other mooks. Now she was able to see her friend in action against another skilled fighter. She found it fascinating and captivating, enough that she forgot about her phone. The creature surged forward and tried to dodge past Izuku. It reached for Melissa's shoulder, the strap of her backpack. Izuku caught the attacker's arm and pulled him back. Then he hooked one leg around the attacker's waist and pushed him away from Melissa. The creature stumbled slightly. Izuku kept his grip on the thief's arm. The sleeve of the hoodie held. The torso did not. It tore, and half the shirt came off, still in Izuku's hand. The other part fell away, revealing the creature. Its torso was a distorted and monstrous Venus flytrap. Its arms were multiple smaller plants. The mouth of the torso plant was open, the monster's head sticking out. Also plant-like with 2 rows of spikes. There were chains from the edge of the central torso mouth, hanging free now that the concealing hoodie was gone. They both recognized him, having seen him in old videos. Only originally he was orange flowers with green aspects. Now he was all black and gray, like a shadow of his original self. And seeing him, they could place the voice. "Darkonda," Melissa gasped. Izuku's jaw clenched. "How?" Izuku demanded. "You destroyed yourself along with Dark Spectre. And the shadows all vanished when Demonis was defeated." The plant monster smirked, taking pleasure in their anger and confusion. He shrugged slowly. "Got me," he said with a slow chuckle. "Maybe it's because of the 9 lives I had the first go around. Maybe I am just too good. I was fighting Demonis for control the entire time. Not too much, 'cause it was making me kill rangers. Or at least try to. Which is my second greatest joy. But I certainly didn't want to die again in the process. All that matters in the end is that the Lord of Shadows got itself blown up, yet I survived." Then his mocking joviality vanished. "Give me the backpack," Darkonda demanded again. "Those are the most complete, most charged power coin fragments I have felt in years. If I consume them, they just might be enough to make me whole again." "Well then I'm definitely not giving them to you," Melissa said, grabbing tightly onto the straps of her bag. "It wasn't a request." Darkonda gestured, and a sword appeared in his hand. "You were right before," the monster growled. "I was always going to kill you. But it wasn't going to be personal. I would have made it quick, so I could get to my feast. But I'm going to have fun. I'm going to make it hurt." "That's not going to happen," Izuku declared with more confidence than he felt. He shifted into a broader stance. He brought his right pointer and middle fingers up to his watch. "It's morphin time," Izuku shouted, and behind him, Melissa silently mouthed the incantation along with him. "Echo Ranger 1, white." The white energy exploded out of his watch, with smaller motes of green and black. They wrapped his body, solidified into armor and a weapon. Darkonda flinched back in spite of himself. An active ranger? They should be gone, and the shield should prevent them. And one? Are there others? Is that why you want the coin? Behind his mask, Izuku smiled slightly. The unnecessary number he had started adding to encourage Melissa made Darkonda hesitate, like the boy had hoped. "Sorry, Dr. O," Izuku thought. He drew the tiger saber and attacked. Sure, Darkonda had attacked first and summoned a weapon first. But in Izuku's mind, attacking now, especially with the superheated blade, constituted an escalation. The curved blade slashed diagonally at the monster's torso. At the last moment, Darkonda parried. The ranger's blade bit into the monster's. Ultimately the straight sword held, and Darkonda pushed the human back. He feigned a leg sweep and then brought his sword up at Izuku's thigh. The ranger jumped over the low kick. He was able to block the second attack, but the impact pushed him higher and forced him to flip backwards to maintain his balance. The monster kept the momentum, kicking and then stabbing. Izuku absorbed the foot and dodged the sword. The ranger was on the defensive, and he wasn't sure what he could do to recover. Shadows were weaker than their original selves. Except Darkonda had been able to fight 2 or 3 of the Space Rangers at a time. In the end, the simple fact was, the monster was a better fighter than Izuku. Even if Mode White was stronger than the Shadow, it didn't matter if all of his moves were red and he couldn't land a blow. At this point, Izuku's main focus was on their weapons. If, parry by parry, he could chip away at Darkonda's sword until it broke, then he would have a chance to turn things around. If he could last that long. Then the ground shook, putting both warriors off balance. Don't worry, children, I do not know, because I am... Wait, is that Darkonda? Yes, and he's trying to kill us. Melissa shouted. Right, All Might stopped geeking out at the Rangers villain. Texas SMA. The number 1 hero charged in, fist extended, only to nearly stumble as he passed right through the monster. Melissa's phone beeped, and she took it out. She looked at the text and then shouted, Shadows can become intangible. Individually, the shadows weren't a problem, Tommy told them, reminiscing on the Shadow War. Like I told Izuku, each shadow was noticeably weaker than its original. Enemies that might have been fight an entire ranger team to a standstill could now be defeated by 1 or 2 of us. But they had one additional advantage. They could become intangible. All of them. They could pass through walls or the ground. While intangible, nothing physical could touch or hurt them, unless it was infused with magic or grid energy. Some other types of energy could hurt them. Lasers in the infrared to yellow range. Fire or heat over 3300, of rather, 1800 degrees centigrade. Electricity if the volts and amps were high enough. The image of Dr. Oliver shrugged. It wasn't an issue for the Rangers so long as we morphed. But it was a problem for some of our allies. Right? Toshinori remembered. Then he glanced at his young friend. Echo Ranger, please switch to Mode Black, All Might requested. Mode Black. Izuku complied, and the Tiger Saber shifted to the Brachio's staff in his hands. Now if you would kindly let me borrow that, All Might requested. Like I'm going to... Darkonda objected, and stabbed at All Might. Clang. The tip of Darkonda's sword sailed off into the sky, before vanishing with a twinkle. The flytrap glared at the stick now in the hero's grip. I've never been a weapon user, All Might said, tapping the head of the Brachio's staff against the heels of his boots, but while I was in America, I did become rather fond of baseball. Gripping the ranger weapon like a bat, he swung at the monster again. This time Darkonda dodged, but not quickly enough. The staff clipped his shoulder and sent him sprawling. Foul tip, strike 1 for me, All Might announced. Then the Echo Ranger stepped in. He kicked Darkonda's hand. The remains of the sword skittered away, into the gutter. The monster rolled backwards and up to his feet. He held his hands out defensively, moving them side to side to keep the 2 heroes at bay. Well, I wasn't expecting to need to do this, Darkonda sounded mildly amused, but if I can get a complete and function power coin from it, it may be worth it. Then he snapped his fingers. And 6 new figures lurched into view. A man with 3 arms, wearing a business suit. A young girl with fingernails and hair made of smoke. A female hero with lightning dancing around her eyes. A boy, a year or 2 older than Izuku and Melissa, wearing a football, soccer to Melissa, uniform and without an obvious quirk. A young teen of indeterminate gender, with 4 bird-like wings, wearing a squadron green t-shirt. And an older man in a karate gi, also without a visible quirk. But all 6 of them had a crown of gray, thorny vines wrapped around their respective foreheads, down their necks, across their shoulders, and wrapped one more time around their biceps. Kill All Might and the girl, my servants, Darkonda ordered, but leave the ranger to me. All Might, the Echo Ranger called, extending his hand. All Might nodded and tossed him the staff. I will take care of these, the pro-hero announced. You finish the villain. Mode Green, Izuku incanted as he caught his weapon. His colors and helmet switched, and his staff split into 2 daggers. Be careful, hero, Darkonda taunted even as he squared off to Izuku. My servants are just innocent wretches. You wouldn't want to hurt them. I just need to hold them at bay until the Echo Ranger defeats you, All Might declared. The 3-armed man's limbs stretched, allowing him to punch All Might from almost 3 meters away. The symbol of peace brushed them aside easily. The civilian had numbers and reach, but not strength or skill. Are you sure? Darkonda simpered. It won't be that simple. I can push them past their limits, since I don't care what happens. And if die, my vines will crush them. So I should kill them, All Might mused darkly. All Might? Izuku stammered in confusion. Based on the ancient news reports and other anecdotal evidence, All Might explained, there is about a 50% chance they are being controlled, and an equally chance they willingly joined with Darkonda for power. Plus a smaller chance they are just controlled corpses. But if killing him will kill them, then I should just give them the fastest and most painless death that I can, rather than have them suffer or risk others falling to this fate. Hold on, Darkonda also stuttered, used to the Rangers over the more pragmatic modern heroes. Even All Might, the biggest cape of the current generation, wasn't above killing villains if there was no other choice. That won't be necessary, a new voice interjected. And at the same time, Darkonda shuddered in discomfort. Telos stepped into view, appearing from nowhere like the enslaved humans. Who are you? The plant monster sounded highly aggrieved. What have you done? What we've done, the Dai clansman said with a smirk, is take control of your bounded field. It will still keep the normals at bay, but it won't strengthen you anymore. And you won't be able to use it to take any more hostages. In fact, just outside the field, the red-headed woman from the temple, accompanied by a second person with icy hair, in both color and material, looked over the field. After receiving the signal, they stepped closer and began performing hand signs. The vines on 3 of the enslaved civilians burst into flames and burned away without injuring the humans. The controlling cords on the other 3 turned into ice and then shattered into snow. The 6 victims all collapsed, unconscious but breathing. And to think, Telos said sharply, you've been hiding out under our noses these last 200 years. That ends now. Mr. Ranger, if you would please? Izuku lunged and landed a solid hit. Even though he was moving faster in mode green, he could still tell that Darkonda was also moving slower. The Echo Ranger followed the first stab with a second, deeper slice. The shadow was in a bad spot, but wasn't giving up. What are you doing here, tour guide? Melissa asked Telos carefully. She tried to fake an aside glance at All Might. She was trying to convince the Dai family leader that she was protecting his identity from the symbol of peace. Of course, she was actually trying to do the opposite. We sensed a surge of monster power, and then found the bounded field here, Telos said, so naturally we had to stick out noses in. What is a bounded field? All Might asked, speaking formally as if he had never met Telos before. It is a magical term, Yagi-san. Telos stated, very deliberately, it is when a wizard takes control of a region and tweaks the laws of reality to suit their needs. Well, wizard or in this case a monster. But most monsters can't do it. And with magic what it is these days, even a lot of wizards would struggle to do it. That's why Alia, Red, and Blue are on the outside. It took all 4 of us to take it over, and someone had to come inside to complete the process. Yagi? All Might asked, the insurance adjuster? Uncle Toshi isn't here, Telos. Melissa tried to sound confused, but wasn't as convincing. You don't have to worry, the guide chuckled. We already expected you to tell him about us. Mutual assured exposure aside, if we can't trust the number 1 hero, who can we trust? And the same applies, we are the inheritors of the Rangers and secret defenders in our own right. Even if we had reason to expose your identity, it would be poor form for us to do so. When did you figure out? All Might said softly. I'd like to tell you we figured out today when Yagi Tashinori ducked out of chaperoning Shield David's daughter at the same time as All Might conveniently appeared in Kyoto to fight off a disaster, Telos said contritely, but honestly? We have magic and contacts. We, or at least the 6 family leaders, have known since you returned to Japan. I see, Yagi sighed. May I ask you something? Telos asked cautiously. All Might nodded. You appear to have recovered from your injury recently, the ninja started, after living with it for nearly 5 years. May I ask what changed? You don't know. All Might countered with a bit of an edge. We aren't omniscient, Telos rolled his eyes, but it would be nice to know if there is some new quirk or treatment available. There is nothing is available, Toshinori explained gently. The guardian of the Echo coin removed the curse on my injury and then healed it. But they are gone now. Telos frowned. We were surprised the Echo Ranger appeared here in Japan. What was this guardian? You don't know. All Might repeated, but this time in genuine surprise rather than sarcasm. The kids will tell you later, but while we knew about the Echo Ranger project and tracked the coin after its creation, we generally stayed away. And there was something interfering with most of our scrying. Then I should probably respect that privacy, wouldn't you say? All Might raised an eyebrow. True, Telos shrugged. We had narrowed it down to a few candidates. Or maybe a spell, if not an individual, or a robot. He was fishing. All Might kept his mask, and Melissa also managed to not give anything away this time. As their conversation trailed off, Izuku finally landed the finishing blow. At first he had been cautious, worried that the monster had been holding back before and was trying to draw him in, acknowledging Darkonda's superior skill, only to realize it didn't matter. Whatever the Dai clan had done, Darkonda was now not only much slower than the Echo Ranger, he was physically weaker than even Mode Green. His sword was gone while Izuku still had his daggers. The Ranger's confidence slowly grew, so he wasn't backing off after each hit, afraid that committing to a blow would cost him. It was the proverbial death by 1,000 cuts. Until one last pair of crossed slashes across Darkonda's chest finished the villain. No, he complained as his shadow body began to melt into an off-black sludge. I was so close. Then he was just a pool of muck. A moment later, that also evaporated into nothing. Izuku turned to face the other three and took off his helmet. Dr. O, he said to the air, a hint of anger in his voice, you said that all the shadows were gone. But Darkonda was here. Did you know about that? Then he looked directly at Telos and added more pointedly, did you? Nope, the guide/wizard/not-quite-ninja shook his head. According to the stories passed down, all the shadows faded away, just like that, when Demonis was defeated. I did know that Darkonda was one of the ones who attacked Kyoto during the Shadow War, but there was no indication that he was still around until today. He considered it and told Izuku, but I'll get you a list of the rest of the shadows that were part of the attacks on Kyoto, and the ones we know of that went after the Lightning Rangers in Tokyo. Dr. O says thanks, Melissa reported, looking at her phone. We can cross-reference it with his list. And he says he also genuinely thought all the shadows were gone. So did my becoming a ranger bring him back? Izuku asked, or has he always been here? And are there others? He made it sound like he had been around the whole time, Melissa reminded Izuku and told All Might and Telos, but he could have been wrong. Or lying. Or something in between. Whatever the case, All Might said, Izuku's last question may be the most important. There's still other shadows around? It is something we will need to look out for. The teens and the wizard all nodded. The bounded field was removed, and the Tokyo trio only saw Alia, not that All Might knew who she was at that point. The red and blue family heads had fled to preserve their identities. The two groups said their goodbyes again. Then the travelers returned to their hotel. They ate dinner in the guy's room, and Izuku and Melissa filled Toshinori in on everything they had seen that day, which left the hero grumbling lightly in jealousy. Melissa also showed off her new collection of Ranger tech. Evening wore into night, and Melissa returned to her own room. Thank you for protecting me today, she told Izuku, smiling happily. You were really cool out there. She missed the blush that filled his cheeks as the connecting door closed. Their remaining day and a half in Kyoto was far less eventful. Melissa did have lunch with Alia on Thursday before their train left. After returning to Tokyo, they settled back into their routine. Melissa and Izuku cleaned up Dagobah in the morning, with Toshinori's assistance when he was available. They practiced their martial arts after lunch, occasionally switching to yoga to break things up. Then Melissa worked on the Ranger tech and coin fragments. Having the intact Morpher gave her new insight into how the coins and the Morphers work together. Izuku studied the technology and offered what suggestions he could. He couldn't keep up with the young woman, but some of his insights and guesses were able to help her. But she also started a second project of her own, one she kept hidden from Izuku and Toshinori. Until the last day of July rolled around, and she approached her guardian. "Uncle Toshi, I have a hypothetical question for you," she said cautiously, after Izuku had left for the evening. "And that would be?" He raised an eyebrow at her. "Let's say, just for example, I had studied for and taken the UA entrance exam, and submitted a request to transfer there when the term resumes in September. In that hypothetical case, where would you suggest I stay?" Melissa Kimberly Shield, you did not. "Of course not," she said unconvincingly, "just a hypothetical. It isn't like Principal Nizu offered to let me come in as a second year and I had to convince him to let me start as a first year." Toshinori dropped his face into his palms. "If," he said softly and uncertainly, "if you can convince your father. And that is a big if." Toshinori knew how protective of his daughter David had become after his wife's passing. To the point Toshinori suspect part of the reason David had finally agreed to transfer to Island was because of the island's small size and high safety. "But if you are able to talk him into it, you would be more than welcome to stay here. I would be happy to have you." "Thank you, Uncle Might," she smiled. Then her smile became a smirk and she added, "Now I just have to take the exam." "And you honestly haven't taken the exam?" he prompted. "No," she admitted, "just studied for it and contacted the UA administration. I wanted to make sure you would let me stay first. There's no way Dad would let it happen otherwise." "No, I found out about the exam and studied. I contacted UA, and Nizu reached out to me. He suggested that I didn't need to actually take the test, based on my grades at Institute, but I didn't want special treatment. So I'll take the exam tomorrow and talk to Dad on Wednesday." All Might frowned. Then he gave her a thumbs up. "Well then you have my support. But ultimately it is David's choice." Melissa nodded. "Hello Melissa." David smiled at his daughter over the video call. "Hi, Dad," she greeted him. "I've missed you," he said. "How are you? How is Toshinori?" It was their second call while she was in Japan. And during the first one, she had told her father about learning All Might's secret identity. "I'm good and so is he," she answered. "How are you?" "Good," he said. "Our tests are going well. But it's lonely without you. It will be nice to have you back in a few weeks." "Yeah," Melissa scratched the back of her head, a gesture she hadn't realized she had picked up from Izuku. "About that." David frowned, knowing that tone. "Melissa." "Dad, just hear me out," she told him, all business. "I want to transfer to you, and I have a list of reasons why." "Fine," David forced himself to relax. He had taught her to make reasoned arguments. Learning his daughter was prepared, he had to at least honor that by listening. "Let's hear your reasons." "First is simple," she said. "You know I want to make hero support items. And UA is the best place for that." She held up her hand as he started to protest. Institute might have a better science program, she admitted, but UA is better for support items on a practical level. You may be the top maker, but you don't teach at Institute. The number 2 and 3 makers Professor Nizu and Power Loader are both at UA, and they are teachers. More importantly, UA is a hero school. I will have a chance to interact with heroes in training directly, to see and hear their needs, to test my devices, and get near immediate feedback. Not only that, but I'll be meeting future heroes, potentially securing contracts while I'm still in school. David nodded in spite of himself. Institute didn't have a hero course and was more theoretical than practical. My second reason is that I've already made 2 friends here in Japan, she continued, and no, I'm not counting Uncle Toshi. But 2 actual friends, more than I've made in 3 years on the island. David gave her a stern look. "A boy? Dad?" He stared at her for a moment. "It is a legitimate question. One is a boy and one is a girl. And I'll admit, I wouldn't be say no if the boy asked me out, but we aren't like that. Even if we were, it is my choice." David's frown deepened, and he resolved to ask Toshinori about this boy. Then he decided to let the subject drop, and instead asked, "Then how much of this has to do with the Morphin grid energy spike you wanted to track down? What if I told you that one of my friends is the descendant of one of the squadron rangers?" And that this person has told me more than a few secrets I can't tell you, and given me fragments of Squadron Pink's coin? David continued to study his daughter. Then he said carefully, "There is more to it than that." "I'm sure there is," Melissa agreed, "since they out and out told me that the other Squadron Rangers' descendants are also around. But didn't want to meet me because they wanted to remain secret. And don't trust me. And there might be other secrets I've learned that aren't mine to share. So yes, part of this has to do with the Rangers. And I've made more progress with the coin fragments in the last week than we have together in the last 2 years. That is another reason I want to stay. And the last thing," she said, "is that Uncle Toshi has already agreed to let me stay here. So I will have a place to stay, protected by your friend and the top hero. And I've also already taken the entrance exam and aced it. And spoken to Professor Nizu, who is quite eager to have me join the UA support class." "And what if you don't like it?" David asked. "What if you have a falling out with these friends, make no more progress on your Ranger project, and are totally bored at UA?" "Then, we will figure that out if it happens," she said. "I could just as easily ask, what if a villain sinks Island in 3 months? Or instead of just grumbling about the board of directors, you decide you have to go somewhere else to complete your work? We can't predict the future, not completely. We can just figure out our best option and take it. And I think Japan and UA are best for me at this point. I'm going to need some time to think about this," he said, "and I will need to confirm with both Toshinori and Nizu. But I will consider it." Melissa bobbed her head. Honestly, it went better than she had expected. Sunday, August 6th, Haneda Airport. All Might was busy, so Izuku was escorting Melissa to her flight. Not that she needed an escort. In Toshinori's mind, when Melissa had arrived, she could have taken care of herself. After 5 weeks of rather intense exercise and martial arts training, she could now take care of most fools who gave her trouble. But David was a worrywart, so the hero sent the ranger in training along. It would also give them a moment to say goodbye. They entered the airport and stopped right outside the security line. They made sure they weren't blocking the path. But the two teens just stood there, uncomfortable and uncertain, milling, trying to figure out what to say. For a month and change they had seen each other nearly every day. For a large portion of the day. Now they would be separated. "So, I guess this is." Melissa started slowly. "I love you," Izuku blurted out. Then his entire face went as scarlet as a maraschino cherry. Melissa also blushed somewhat and her mouth snapped shut with an audible click. Then Izuku went into full-on turbo mumble mode. "I mean, I've had a total crush on Forever Pink for like 2 years now. But that was just online. I didn't know if I would ever meet her. Or if she was even the same person IRL as online. And then All Might brought just this amazingly gorgeous girl to the Dagoba, and I was immediately attracted to her. Not that your appearance matters. I mean it does, but it doesn't, you know? I don't want you to think that I wouldn't like you if you weren't pretty, or that I am just leering at you like a JRK. I do that sometimes even though I try not to, and I apologize for that. But then I got to know you and you even were more amazing in real life. So smart, so strong, so kind, so fierce, so dedicated. We went out all those times that were like dates even though we did really call them dates or think about them like that. It was us going out for dinner and hanging out and I mean I can't see how anyone wouldn't fall for you, unless they were a total fool or JRK like Bakugu. And I shouldn't have said anything. Because now you are leaving and I don't know when or if I will ever see you again. And things could have been normal when we talk online. But now I might have made things weird and I hope you don't think I'm weird or creepy or stupid. He would have kept going, but at that point Melissa lightly slapped his cheeks and squeezed. Izuku, she said firmly, I don't think you are weird or creepy or stupid. I have noticed you male-gazing me, but well, I don't mind, because I know I'm not just an object to you. In fact, I kind of like it. She turned deeper red, and Izuku's eyes widened. But more important, she continued quickly, what do you mean you don't know when or if you will ever see me again? I'm just going back for a couple of weeks to see my dad and back up some more clothing and equipment. I'll be back on the 22nd. Classes start on the 28th, right? Huh. Izuku grunted in confusion. He frowned and tilted his head. What do you mean? He asked. I thought you were going home at the end of summer. I was, originally, she agreed. Didn't I tell? I transferred to UA. After I'm moving in with Uncle Toshi, probably for the rest of high school at least. This is just a short trip, to get ready to move here. Oh, Izuku said. Yeah, she smiled happily. Oh. So this isn't a farewell, goodbye, it's a see you soon, goodbye. And that gives me some time to think and digest, and so. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Goodbye. She turned and ran into the security line. Izuku just stood there, stunned, until long after Melissa had vanished into the terminal. Mom, I did something really dumb, Izuku said as soon as he trudged in the door. Seeing his dour and defeated expression, Inko was immediately worried. Oh honey, what is it? She asked gently. I told Melissa that I love her, Izuku said. What? Inko said carefully. Her worry evaporated in an instant, and she struggled not to let her amusement show. I thought she was going back to Island, Izuku said quickly, and that I'd never see her again. And so I blurted out that I love her. And then worse, I started babbling about why. Izuku let out a mortified shriek and dropped heavily into the couch. And what did she say? Inko settled on the other end of the couch. She told me she is going to be back in 2 weeks, and she is staying here to attend UA, Izuku said, and she would use that time to think about what I said. But then she kissed me. On the cheek, but still. Inko's eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't help but smile. What do I do? Izuku asked. I mean, I shouldn't do anything, right? I don't want to pressure her or try to influence her. Any more than I already did. You should think about what you want, Inko told him, and what you will do depending on Melissa's response when she gets back. If she tells you she isn't interested, will you be okay with that? Will you still want and be able to be friends with her? Inko doubted that would happen, based on the interaction she had seen between her son and the American girl. But if Melissa did reject Izuku, Inko would have words with the blonde for leading her son on. Or if Melissa says she feels the same, Inko continued, how will that change your relationship? What are you looking for, and what will you do for her, if Melissa wants to be your girlfriend? Izuku frowned. You are right that you shouldn't pressure her, Inko said, but that doesn't mean you have to stay silent and do nothing. She certainly deserves time, and the right to make her own decision. But that doesn't mean she can leave you hanging forever, or that you can't change your mind. And in the meantime, you should still act like normal. Just like you two were before this. Izuku nodded. But I won't change my mind, the boy said softly. I wouldn't expect you to, Inko said knowingly. After his morning workout at Dagoba, Izuku took a shower in the command center's locker room and changed into his street clothes. Toshinori returned from his morning patrol, 2 muggings and a Great Dane up a tree, somehow, and the two of them drove to the airport. Melissa came out to meet them. This time she didn't just have her backpack, which Izuku suddenly realized had been less heavily packed when he had brought her here on the 6th. Now the backpack was full to bursting again, and she was pulling 2 large, heavy, wheeled suitcases behind her. She gave her uncle a quick hug. Then she turned to Izuku. At first she looked like she was going to hug the younger man too. Then she twitched to a stop. She hesitated for a moment. Finally she extended her hand, and Izuku shook it. Both teens blushed, and Yagi frowned. They hefted her luggage into the trunk, then she set her backpack on top. In the time she had spent with Izuku before, she tuned her sensors not to react to Izuku or the Echo Morpher. They piled into the car, and All Might pulled out into traffic. So, how is David? Toshinori asked. He felt that was the safest topic at the moment. Well, he's like you might expect, Melissa chuckled. He helped me pack, even while he tried to convince me to stay. And he asked how you are doing, Uncle Toshi. Why haven't you told him that your wound was healed? Because I'm not sure what to tell him, Yagi shrugged. David doesn't believe in magic, less than you did before you met the Dai clan. Melissa nodded. He believes the Rangers were real, but not as strongly or thoroughly as we did, before we had proof. He believes, but isn't a true believer. So how am I supposed to explain that space which Rita removed a curse that prevented my injury from being healed, and then healed it? That would be hard for him to swallow. If I tell him, David will demand to know how I recovered. And am I supposed to lie? If I say it was a new quirk or machine, David would definitely want to test it. He would, Melissa nodded. I have told him I am doing better, Toshinori said, which he can see in the video calls, and is probably why he asked you. But I'm not going to tell him I'm healed until I think he will believe the truth, or I can figure out a version of events that is honest but misleading and that David will accept. If you become a ranger and choose to share that with him, that might be a possible inroad. Melissa shook her head. And so did Izuku. Their eyes met and then they looked away. Did David say something to you and/or Izuku? All Might asked when he and Melissa were alone, after Izuku left for the evening. The young man had helped with some carrying and basic unpacking. Dad didn't talk to Izuku, Melissa mused, at least not that either of them have said to me. And like I said, he tried to talk me out of coming here a couple of times. Why? The hero snorted derisively and shook his head. The two of you were so awkward around each other today it was painful. Funny but painful. I thought David might have asked Izuku to stay away from you. It is either that, or the two of you had some sort of encounter. He noticed that the girl flinched at his final statement. Melissa? He queried pointedly. She started and then hesitated, not wanting to embarrass Izuku. Uncle Toshi, Izuku likes me, she said softly. And the sun is warm and the ocean is wet, Toshinori said. There was no sarcasm in his tone, just a simple statement of fact. And I like him too, she said, but he's liked me longer and maybe more. And I'm not sure if we should be together, since we are friends and we kind of work together, and Izuku is going to be a hero and I might be one too. And I'll be supporting him either way. Melissa, All Might held up his hand and dropped into his hero tone. Do any of those things really matter? How many people get together in school or at the office? Or are those arguments just an excuse because you are nervous? I don't know, she said. I am not one to give advice about romance, Toshinori added. I haven't had a long-term relationship since I returned to Japan. But from my experience, from what I have seen and heard, it is rare to find someone you like. And more rare for that person to like you back. Take that for what you will. After all, not every like blossoms to love, and not every love lasts. But when it blossoms and that blossom lasts, it is amazing. There was a hint of regret in his voice. So you think I should tell Izuku yes? Melissa said. No, All Might said. My advice is that you should look at that people around you. See what makes them happy. Think about what would make you happy. Decide what you want. He paused and then added, and maybe talk to Izuku. I'm not sure exactly what you two have said to each other, so it might help to talk it out again, or more, and in person. Melissa considered that. The last full week of August seemed to move too quickly, what with the teens' return to school looming over them. But the hero, the ranger, in training, and the genius in training fell back into their previous pattern. Izuku and Melissa relaxed, but they were still hesitant to touch or look at each other too much. Until Friday, the 25th, classes would resume on Monday. And while the kids did their cleaning workout and practiced karate, judo being off the table at the moment, All Might spent the majority of the day fighting a pair of twin villains with complementary quirks. He won, but he was drooping when he returned to the command center. Hey Izuku, Melissa said without hesitation, should we go out and get dinner ourselves? Let Uncle Toshi have some time alone. I would appreciate that, the hero groaned. Sure, Izuku agreed. Izuku downloaded Tommy, and the teens left the Yagi building. The green-haired boy tucked his hands into his pockets so that he wouldn't be tempted. Melissa noticed his action. She stopped and turned to look at him. Is this a date? She asked, a slight quiver in her voice. If you want it to be, Izuku said softly, otherwise, it is just two friends hanging out, like we did before. Okay, she seemed relieved, then it's not a date. Okay, Izuku agreed, also relaxing. Melissa settled in beside him, and they started walking again. Maybe next time, she whispered so quietly that even the ranger's enhanced hearing couldn't pick it up. What is this? Melissa stared darkly at the screen. After dinner, Izuku had taken them to a private theater cafe. An outgrowth of the old manga cafes, Only instead of borrowing books or video discs, the small rooms had large TVs, motion mice, and streaming services for both books and video. That wasn't the source of Melissa's confusion and not well-hidden revulsion. Rather, it was what was on the screen. "I know that you don't really like these shows," Izuku said, "and if we were on a date, I wouldn't do this. But if you are hanging out with your friends and they all want to play baseball, and you want to play basketball, you play baseball. And then maybe they'll want to play basketball next time, or will choose to play basketball because they are your friends." Then he scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said, "Or so I've heard." "You don't like the Ranger shows," he continued, repeating his initial point, "but I don't think you've given them a chance. The first one you watched was that series, and almost no one likes it, me included. You don't like that Bakuryu Sentai Abaranger used the Dino Thunder News footage, but even Dr. O says the results aren't too bad. And you think that the shows were mocking and taking advantage of the Rangers. But you are looking at something made 200 plus years ago through modern laws and views. Which isn't entirely fair. After all, I wouldn't think the show makers would want to risk making the Rangers angry. You would want to alienate, pun intended, the only group that can stop a giant monster from destroying your house or studio. Plus, the shows were targeting younger kids of that era. So they are going to seem silly and corny by our standards, right?" Izuku's mumble paused as he took a breath, and he noticed she was nodding slightly. "I think the shows are interesting as an insight into people thought about the Rangers while they were active. Even if they are fictionalized version, they are a reflection of reality. Also, this series in particular is notable. It was set in the near future year of 2025. Both teens grinned at the idea that a time, before their grandparents were born, was somehow the future. It has what had been effectively a vigilante group shifting into a government-sanctioned defenders. It has all kinds of people with superpowers and varied appearances. If you replace the idea of aliens with quirks, it seems a lot like the world we live in, doesn't it?" "Okay," Melissa relented, "you rented the room, and my dad always taught me to be logical. So we'll watch the first 3 episodes, and I'll try to keep an open mind. And then I'll get to pick something we watch. Deal?" "Deal." Izuku held out his hand and they shook. Then he directed his hand at the screen again and hit the play button. SPD emergency. They ended up watching the first 5 episodes. Melissa grudgingly admitted it was pretty good. Then she made Izuku watch the 2073 live-action, American Hello Kitty movie for revenge. "All right, everyone settle down and take your seats," Majima Higuri called out to his students. "I know you are still wound up from break and are excited to see your classmates again. But I have a special announcement." The burgeoning mad scientists focused their attention on the hero. "Starting today, we will have a new student joining us," he told them. "Please come in, Shield-san." The door opened and a beautiful, fit and bright-eyed girl walked in. She walked over and stood next to Power Loader, drawing looks of surprise, suspicion, and doubt from her new classmates. "Please introduce yourself." Loader inclined his head to her. "Hello," she said in perfect Japanese, almost without an accent. "I am Shield Melissa. Please just call me Melissa. I'm an American, as you might have guessed, and I am not comfortable being called by my family name. I transferred to UA because it has the best hero support program in the world, and I am particularly looking forward to learning from Majima-sensei. It is good to know you. Please take care of me." She ended her introduction with the traditional Japanese greeting and a very slight bow. "Does anyone have any questions for Melissa-san?" Loader asked, hoping to control the bubbling chaos at least a little. "Where did you go to school before here?" a taunting voice called from the back of the class. That sent a series of murmurs through the class. "I transferred from I Institute on I Island," Melissa smirked slightly. "If I hadn't transferred, I would have been starting as a second year next week. But talking to Nizu-sensei, we agreed that it would be better if I came in as a first year, to make sure I hadn't missed any part of UA's curriculum and to be with students my own age." That shut them up. Most of them would have given their pinky toes to go to I Institute. The fact that she had skipped a year somewhere and had completed a year at I Institute stifled any doubts they might have had. Instead, many of them shrunk back, intimidated, though a few seemed to take that as a challenge. Melissa was just thankful no one seemed to connect her to her famous father. Izuku grunted loudly. September was starting to get cooler, but Melissa and Izuku were still cleaning up Dagobah for 90 minutes every morning before their respective schools started. They also continued to meet up in the command center in the afternoon for martial arts training. All Might was just happy that, whatever the resolution to Melissa's inquiry, the tension was gone and the teens were back to behaving like normal. "What is it?" Melissa asked, taking the chance to set down the heavy, motorized recliner she was hauling to the curb. "I think it's a laser," Izuku answered a bit more literally than Melissa had intended, "but I wouldn't have thought you would miss something like this when you were treasure hunting." Melissa shrugged. "I found a few more minor treasures. And if this was behind something that could block my scanners." She looked it over. "It's not a laser," she said, "it's a Colt 970 mass driver. A 3rd gen if I'm remembering right." "A mass driver?" Izuku asked. "So a railgun?" "Effectively," she nodded. "If this is really a 3rd gen, it was manufactured in the early 22nd century, right as the Troubles started ramping up. But if that's true, it's in really good shape. At least on the outside." "Should we take it?" Izuku asked. "For your projects?" "Can we?" she countered. Izuku leaned on it. It was a weapon meant to be mounted on a tank, fighter, or ship. So it was about twice as long as the boy was tall. The barrel was as big around as him, and the main body, that he could see above the sand, was the size of a small sedan. And it took his weight without moving. He put some muscle into it, and the gun shifted. Slightly. "I could carry it in mode white," Izuku mused, "I think. But it might be tough to make it all the way to the command center. And it would probably attract attention." "Which is what I mean," she countered. "Not, can we move it? But, are we allowed to have it? I know it is trash, but with Japan's gun laws, I'm not sure taking a giant mass driver would be allowed." Izuku studied the gun, thinking about it. He had been too busy daydreaming how it would look mounted on a Zord to consider the legality. "When in doubt," Izuku said, "Doctoro? Can you please text Tashinori?" Then he looked at Melissa and grinned. "We'll keep working and let the adult with legal contacts figure it out." Melissa laughed and returned to her overstuffed chair. Izuku stepped around the gun and picked up a dryer. "Okay, this is definitely cool," Melissa said, "but how did you get it in here?" The railgun was taking up the back wall of the command center when the students arrived after their classes. It was bigger than Izuku had thought, and was blocking the door to the reactor room at the moment. All Might just smirked at her question. What are we going to do with it?" Izuku asked. "First I have to see if it is working," Melissa said, "with Dr. O's help. You can run diagnostics on the 970, right? The command center computer can definitely interface with it." Tommy looked at the gun, frowning, "but without software, or at least some manuals. There isn't a lot about this thing online. It's military hardware and it's at least a century old." "We'll figure something out," the blonde told the men confidently. "If it works, we'll make some upgrades and use it on one of the Zords. Or we could mount it on the roof here." "No," All Might said flatly. "And if it is beyond repair, we'll strip it for parts," she said. "If nothing else, the high-capacity wiring and the armor should come in handy." It hadn't even been a month, but the days were blurring together a bit. Monday through Friday, exercise, school, martial arts, dinner. Occasionally Inko came over for dinner. Some nights Izuku went home instead of eating with them. Saturday they didn't meet up, they rested after the half-day of school and did their weekly homework. And Sunday they did more intensive cleaning and martial arts. So Melissa wasn't even thinking of the date when she met up with Izuku that Sunday. But she did notice that when they left the beach, he was guiding them to his apartment, not the command center. "Happy birthday, Melissa," Inko, Tashinori, and Izuku cheered after she stepped into the apartment. She blinked. "Wait, it's October?" She tilted her head and blinked. Then her eyes widened and she scowled. "Uncle Toshi, I've made a terrible mistake," she said quickly. "I have to transfer back to the institute, back to Island." "What's going on, Melissa?" he said nervously. "I'm 16 and I moved to Japan," she whined, "which means now I'll have to wait 2 more years before I can drive." She let out a forced, exaggerated scream. They all laughed at her. Despite her complaint, Melissa enjoyed the little party. Inko apologized for not inviting Melissa's classmates, but the blonde said that she wasn't close enough to any of them yet. Izuku gave her a special screwdriver and pliers set that came with an electronic bracelet that could ground or magnetize the tools. Toshinori's gift for his niece was a portable oscilloscope, and Inko gave the girl a UA-branded hoodie. Izuku was in trouble and he knew it. Outnumbered, surrounded, and they were getting antsy. He wasn't sure how much longer he could control the situation. Thankfully, an alert rang out. He hopped out of the circle and rushed over to the door, the horde following close behind. Thankfully, it was reinforcements. Her longish blonde hair was pulled tight into a precise braid and then wrapped into a spiral bun on the back of her head. This left her extended and pointed ears blatantly visible to the world. She was wearing a unitard and boots. The boots were black artificial leather, and the unitard as a medium-weight cotton. So even though it was tight across her body, it didn't look tawdry or deliberately secretary. The uniform was mostly black, except the sleeves, and most the torso were red, except the black shoulders. It also had a stiff collar with red piping. On the right side of the collar there were 4 golden pips. An elaborate pin rested on her left BRST, like on inverted gold Nike swoosh over a silver oval. She also had a black belt, with a high-tech gray tool resting on each hip. Izuku felt he should have known what she was dressed as, but at the moment it was escaping him. "Melissa, thank gods you are here," he said, speaking Japanese this time. She raised an eyebrow at him and said, "You should address me as Captain Shield when we are on duty, Zeo Ranger 4. Even as she struggled to keep her emotionless expression, Melissa couldn't help but admire how Izuku's costume clung to his muscles. Normally he wore loose clothing, so while she had seen the definition on his arms and legs, she was less familiar with his abs, chest, shoulders, and butt. If Izuku hadn't told her his costume was handmade by Inko, except the store-bought mask, she would have thought the perfect reproduction of the Zeo Ranger costume was professional work. Unfortunately, Inko had also told him this was the costume's last year, unless he stopped growing. She had made it 2 years ago for Aldra's Halloween party, and let it out this year and the previous year, but the spandex was at its limit. "Who are our cadets?" Melissa said, looking at the children around and behind Izuku. "This is Soji." Izuku started to speak, but was cut off. "Not," the boy protested, pointing at his chest. Most of the other kids nodded. "Right?" Izuku nodded. "This is Bronze Age All Might, this is Gold Age All Might, this is the Joker, this is Imhotep, this is Gajira." The little girl in the kaiju costume growled and pointed at the pink bow tied around one of her back spikes. "Sorry, Lady Gajira," Izuku corrected, and the girl hissed happily, "This is Queen Titania, and finally we have Samara." He pointed out and named each child by their costume. "Excellent," Melissa said. "Are you ready to go, cadets?" Most of them nodded. But the girl in the stringy-haired ghost girl garb raised her hand. "Yes, Cadet Samara?" Melissa stayed in character. "Are you an elf, Captain?" Melissa raised her eyebrow again. Then she said kindly, "No. I am the daughter of a Vulcan and a human." "Okay," the girl said softly, obviously not clear what that meant. "Is everyone ready?" Melissa asked again, "Shall we commence the mission?" "Yeah." After the troubles, trick-or-treating had taken off in Japan. Costume and candy makers took advantage of the societal shakeup to push the American version of the custom. The last 2 years, Izuku had gone the Aldra's party. It was to keep the students safe and out of trouble. But really, it was mainly to keep them from going around begging for treats after society judged them too old. Izuku hated it. Being trapped in school on Halloween night, surrounded by his classmate and teachers, tormentors and enablers. So this year he had offered to take the younger kids from the apartment building out trick-or-treating, to give their parents a rest. Izuku asked Melissa if she wanted to come, too. The young woman jumped at the chance. The parents had offered to pay them for babysitting, but the teens negotiated for a share of the candy instead. An offer the parents readily accepted. The first chunk of the early evening was spent going through the 4 buildings of the apartment complex. Not all of the homes were handing out candy, but enough were to make it a good starting haul. Then they moved up the street to the single and duplex homes. They passed other groups, exchanging nods with the parents or older siblings. Then Izuku and Melissa both grimaced. They shared a look and a desire to lead the children in a different direction. Except it was too late. 3 young men were walking towards them. The trio were wearing Aldre uniforms, because unlike Izuku they considered dressing up for Halloween lame, but also could not get their guardian's permission to not attend the party. So they attended. But with their primary victim missing, they got bored. They skipped out early, counting on the chaperones being too busy to notice. And only their leader, in his more calm and self-aware moments, had noticed that Izuku had changed in the last 6 months to the point that trying to bully the nerd was a waste of time. Of course, most of the time he was neither calm nor self-aware, so their futile attempts had continued. Bakugo glared at Izuku and Melissa. His cronies caught his expression and started to advance on Izuku. But they missed their boss looking over the younger kids and hesitating. "Still wearing that stupid bodysuit, Deku?" Longfingers asked. Only he wasn't really looking at Izuku. Instead he was liking Melissa with his eyes. She wanted to give him a disgusted look, but stayed in character. She didn't want to give him the satisfaction of responding. And, more importantly, she didn't want the kids to get upset. "And who is this?" the bully simpered. "You look too fine for a crappy nerd like Deku. We can show you a much better time." He reached up for her shoulder. But at the last moment his hand started to divert a bit lower. Then the world spun. A dull pain all down his back. A sharper pain in his right wrist and shoulder. Longfingers realized he was on the ground looking up at the blonde. Her booted foot on his shoulder and his arm locked at full extension by her tight grip on his wrist and the back of his hand. Melissa squeezed, and his fingers opened. Her other hand caught her comm badge as it fell free, and then replaced the magnetic pin on her left BR. "Theft and harassment will not be tolerated," she said in a flat Vulcan tone, "and your statement is illogical. Commander Midoriya is a better man and a better person than you could hope to be. And I am here with him by my choice, so it is improbable you could offer me anything of greater interest." Longfingers tried to move. Melissa pushed his hand further down. She increased the percent of her weight focused on his shoulder. The 2 actions further sharpened the pain in the bully's limb. He realized she could dislocate his shoulder at will. Or if he moved wrong, he might do so unintentionally. "Ha!" Bakugo barked a laugh, slightly diffusing the tension. "Not bad, Blondie. You could learn something from her, Deku." Then he glared at Longfingers and his second minion, who had frozen after Melissa's throw. Bakugo growled at them, far less amused. "We're leaving." Then he inclined his head at Melissa, who released her prisoner. Longfingers scrambled back to the protection of his boss, before standing. He shot Melissa a weak look of defiance. And then the 3 bullies sauntered away. "What the hell was that, Bakugo?" Longfingers complained once they were down the street and around a corner. Katsuki gave him a murderous gaze, and he quickly and much more respectfully added, "San." "I could say the same thing to you, moron," the explosive teen shot back. "What was your plan back there? Knock out Deku and hope his girl went with you? And what about all the little kids they are dragging around? Were you going to dump them? Try to find out where they live and take them home? And what if the little sheets started crying and attracted the cops' attention? What were you going to do then?" Longfingers looked suitably penitent. Then a small explosion next to his head rocked him. "And I told you to stop stealing sheet," Bakugo roared. "I'm gonna be a hero, so I can't get in trouble for your petty sheet. Do it again, and I'm cutting you loose. Got it?" Longfingers nodded quickly. "Good," Katsuki growled. "Now let's go." He was especially annoyed that neither crony had noticed the real reason for Blondie's attack. Melissa gently touched Izuku's bicep and met his eyes. Not quite 4 months of moderately intense martial arts training with All Might and the Echo Ranger had improved her ability to read body language. She recognized that Longfingers tried to grope her mostly to cover and distract from his attempt to steal her comm badge. But the pervert was also more than happy to cop a feel. But she didn't throw him just to stop him. She also did it to protect him. Because Izuku's posture had changed. His stance lowered, and his fingers curled into tight fists. If Melissa hadn't used judo to put him on the sidewalk, Izuku was prepared to use Muay Thai to put long fingers on the adjacent lawn. And likely in the hospital. The girl didn't care at all about the bully, especially given the things Izuku had alluded to, and Inko had told her outright. But Melissa didn't want Izuku to get in trouble over this. So she had acted. Emotional reactions are dangerous and counterproductive. She kept her Vulcan tone, and looked down at his fist, pulling his gaze with her. Izuku met her eyes again. Give her a thankful look. And opened his fingers. That was cool, Queen Titania cooed, hopping next to Melissa. The kids didn't seem to have noticed the meaning of their guardian's exchange. Are you really better than the Green Ranger, Captain? Gold Age All Might asked. No, Melissa said, still toneless. That statement was also incorrect. Almost all of the self-defense I know, I learned from Commander Midoriya. He still possesses far more advanced skills in most unarmed fighting styles. The kids all turned to look at Izuku with awe and pride. Thankfully, his mask concealed his blush. October done, November sent an unusual cold front into Japan. The trio were forced to wear heavier outfits to Dagoba. The beach was mostly clear. Melissa was using a heavy rake to pull trash out of the sand. And Tashinori and Izuku were double-teaming an industrial rake, the kind that would normally be attached to a backhoe. They were using it to dredge the ocean around the beach. But their afternoons remained the same. Martial arts or sometimes yoga. And then they work on other projects. So in the middle of the 11th month, Izuku was meditating, trying to focus his ranger powers, his grid energy. He was starting to get ready for Zord practice. All Might had obtained access to an abandoned rock quarry for them, though not until after the new year. According to the hero, it was something about tax purposes. The boy's concentration was broken by an enraged shriek. He jumped up. Melissa was glaring at her notebook and started erasing the page furiously. He walked over, looked down. The page Melissa wasn't working on had the outlines of 4 of the sets of coin fragments. The 2 pterodactyl coins, the gyrocopter, and the sprite. The outlines were in pen, and Melissa had draw pencil lines between them. And on the bottom of the page was a stellar sketch of a robot pterosaur, with helicopter rotors built into what would have been the wing membranes. He looked over at the other page. The other 6 coins were sketched there, but Melissa had erased the pencil lines connecting them. And now she was furiously scrubbing away a sketch of a mechanical dolphin with a turtle shell. Backpack? Or maybe helmet? What's wrong? He asked carefully. Nothing is working, she growled. It's not coming together. I have to line up the coin fragments in the right positions, so that they form a whole coin. I also have to figure out how the various sources come together into a single new source and Zord. She waved her hand at the art book and shouted, Meh! What am I even supposed to do here? All the flying ones worked out easy. The coins fit together, and incorporating the lightning euro into the 2 pterodactyls was easy. Even the sprite slotted in. But over here, it seems like no matter how I rotate and line up the coin fragments, there is still some gap. And in terms of the new Zord, I have a race car, a medical train carriage, a submarine, a dolphin, a turtle, and the god Genbu, who is also a turtle. Sort of. 4 of them obviously fit into a water theme, but that leaves out the Wind Chaser and Med Rescue. Or the mind. Wind Chaser, Med Rescue, and Subdriver are all machines, while the turtle and dolphin are animals and Genbu is a divine spirit that takes the form of an animal. Izuku mused, well, Genbu is a warrior god, but a protecting type of warrior. Dolphins rescue people, and Med Rescue has that literally in the title. So maybe some sort of rescue vehicle? That has potential. Melissa looked at the tracings of the coin fragments again. Then she shook her head. And while this is important, she said darkly, I'm also distracting myself from the fact that I can't get the pink-yellow coin to come together. The devices I've built, based on the Echo Team's notes, don't seem to be working. It is like I'm missing something. It's a lot closer, since I figured out I have to line them up, and came up with the Paragryo-Zord idea. The resonance is much higher, and the grid matrices seem to be starting to come together. But then, at the last second it falls apart. And I can tell if I try to force it with more energy, I'll at best get a failure and have to find a way to separate the partially merged coins. And at worst, I'll destroy the coins entirely. Be left with a lump of powerless metal. I'm missing something, she said again. I know it. But I can't see what. I was hoping working on the pink-blue coin would help me spot the issue. But so far. She trailed off and stabbed her pencil violently into the page. Perhaps, Toshinori joined their conversation, having finished filling out the paperwork for All Might's latest case. You need another point of view. If you are at your limit, and Mai and Izuku's random suggestions are not helping, you should find someone else. Like Ali, she asked, but she said the Dai clan doesn't know much about the coins or the Echo project, and the others did want her or Telos to help me. Actually, I was thinking of David, Yagi said softly but firmly, or possibly Nizu. No, Melissa said immediately. And Izuku shook his head, agreeing with her and rejecting the hero's suggestion. I know you want to keep the circle small, Toshinori told them, but David has been working on this with you from the beginning. Maybe even longer, if I remember some of his odd statements when we're in college. And Nizu is your teacher and arguably the smartest person alive. And what do I tell them? She asked. I can't exactly tell them about the Echo Ranger or where I got all these notes and ideas. Because they would definitely ask. And this isn't just my project or secret anymore. Izuku is the one most at risk the more this spreads around. I won't force you, Toshinori said. It isn't my place. But it might be worth it to consider it. Melissa sighed. Yeah, maybe. After I tackle Izuku's suggestion. Melissa-san, Sanji, her classmate with no eyebrows, waved to her. He claimed his brows burned off in a failed experiment. But the rumor mill said he shaved them off to avoid any possible connection to a certain manga character. He was with a small group of her classmates, waiting by the door. Hey, he said eloquently when she slowed down. A bunch of us are going to hang out tomorrow. You know, do a group activity so we won't be alone on Christmas Eve. Do you want to come? Melissa knew that in Japan, Christmas Eve was arguably the biggest date night of the year. And the singles would hold parties to commiserate not being in relationships. She also knew that Sanji had a crush on her, but hadn't worked up the courage to act on it. Sorry, the blonde held up her hand and gave her best apologetic face, but I'm going out with my boyfriend tomorrow. Wait, you have a boyfriend? Shara protested, trying not to sound too jealous or too suspicious, but you never told us that. You never asked, Melissa shrugged at the other girl, and he's still in his last year of middle school, so I was worried people might talk. I mean, he's only 9 months younger than me. Fingers crossed, he'll be at UA next year, but even if he ends up at another high school, no one would complain about a first and a second year dating. But if you are in different levels of school, everyone makes a fuss. So yeah, I'm busy tomorrow. Now most of the group looked jealous, either for the affection Melissa's words conveyed, or for the unnamed boyfriend who snagged her. But, see you all after break? She said with a kind smile. Then she hurried out, before they could ask any more questions. December 24th was a Sunday. Despite being Christmas Eve, Izuku, Toshinori, and Melissa still met up at Dagobah in the morning. In particular, the two boys had snagged something heavy under the water on Friday, and were determined to get it up to the shore. After her birthday, Melissa had purchased and modified a top-of-the-line, heavy-duty sand shovel. Inspired by the tools Izuku gave her, she made it to switch between being a metal detector and an electromagnet. Currently she was using it to do a grid search of the beach for anything they had missed, which, on Thursday, had turned up a completely buried and mostly intact passenger side door from a semi-truck, which in turn only increased her determination for the systematic search. After making sure no one was around to watch, All Might and Echo Ranger, Mode White managed to finally dredge up a small, four-seater airplane. The right wing was mostly missing and the fuselage was pitted from its time in the water, but otherwise it was complete, down to the engine. They switched back to their civilian forms. And with Melissa's help, they broke it down into small parts to put in the dumpster. Well, that was quite the process. Toshinori cracked his neck once they finished, and it may only be 11, but I think we should call it a day. I have plans for the afternoon, so I should take a good shower and get ready. Melissa and Izuku exchanged glances. They thought Toshinori was dating someone, but hadn't gotten him to spill and were trying to respect his privacy. Do you two have any plans? He asked the teens. Actually, Melissa turned her attention to Izuku, even as the younger man shook his head. I was wondering if you would like to grab a bite and hang out? Izuku blinked at the invitation, but then happily agreed. Sure. I'd also like to get cleaned up, she said, so meet at Ichiraku at noon? Sounds good to me, Izuku confirmed. Then he remembered something. He decided to bring his special Christmas gift for her, just in case. They separated, got cleaned up. Each teen changed into nicer than normal clothing. Though they had not discussed it, each teen independently had special expectations for the meetup. Plus it just felt safer, in case they ran into anyone they knew. They had their lunch, mostly in silence, savoring the noodles as they shook off the exhaustion of the morning. Then, at Melissa's request, they returned to the theater cafe. Sue, she said slowly and tentatively, once they were alone in the room, I know we are getting together tomorrow to do a friends and family Christmas. But I have another gift I want to give you first. Give you today, because it's Christmas Eve. Izuku nodded, his hand brushing over the small box in his coat pocket. That said, this is for you. She took out a large envelope and held it out to him. Izuku took it from her. He looked to her for confirmation. She nodded, blushing slightly. He gently opened it, taking care not to rip the paper. He pulled out the card. It was a card. The outside had a hand-drawn Christmas tree, with lights, ornaments, some of which were his 3 ranger forms' helmets and crests, gifts underneath, and a star of top. Since the first sketches she had done of morphed Izuku, he had been impressed with her talent. The tree might seem simpler, but it was expertly done, and Izuku intended to treasure it. He opened the card and read it, and his face twisted in confusion and worry. Inside the card were 4 simple words, written in English. I'm sorry, Izuku. Melissa. He could only assign one meaning to the words. She was rejecting him. What else could she have to apologize for? I'm sorry, Izuku, she said aloud, while he was still looking down at the card. I'm sorry for being indecisive. I'm sorry for being insecure. I'm sorry for being inconsiderate. I'm sorry if I made you feel insecure, or other negative emotions. I'm sorry for making you wait. I'm sorry for wasting the time we could have been together. And most of all, I am very, very sorry for not doing this much sooner. He started to look up as she was speaking, her words breaking through his funk. But before he met her eyes, she placed her hands on his face. Her thumbs on his cheeks, her fingers wrapped under his ears and around the back of his neck. She could hold his face in place, but her grasp was more for contact and aim. Melissa kissed Izuku. Not on the cheek or forehead. It was a quick and careful kiss, and she withdrew before he could react. But it was an affectionate kiss on the lips. I love you, Izuku, she said, crying softly. I love you too. I want to go on dates, not just hang out. Be with you as your girlfriend. I want to build a relationship with you. Learn what that means, together. Then she noticed he wasn't reacting, and her insecurity flared. Unless I took too long. Maybe you aren't interested anymore. Maybe you have moved on. Izuku had told her about some of his classmates. Bakugo, the boy with the extendable eyes who everyone assumed was a pervert, but was actually as straight-laced as could be. And the blue-haired girl from the neighboring class, who was at the top of their year. Based on what Izuku said, Melissa was pretty sure the girl had a crush on him, but he hadn't noticed. But what if the girl had worked up the courage and... Izuku broke her out of her introspection when his right hand snaked around her waist, carefully clutched the small of her back, pulled her tight to him. His left arm wrapped around her shoulders and pulled their faces together. This kiss was neither quick or careful. It was long and passionate. Melissa had more than enough time to react and reciprocate. She hugged Izuku back, pressing herself against him. It was also awkward. Sloppy. They almost fell over at one point, but Izuku enhanced strength and balance saved them. Their noses smacked against each other in the save. Finally they ran out of breath and broke apart. Izuku and Melissa looked at each other for a moment. Then they both started laughing. Izuku wiped the drool out of the corner of his mouth, not sure if it was his, hers, or both. That was not great, he admitted. No, she agreed, but it was good, because it was with you. Yeah, he smiled. And I am invested in getting as much practice as we need to get it right, Melissa said, giving him a more sultry look. Definitely, Izuku started to lean in. Then he stopped and released her, careful that she didn't fall. She blinked in surprise at him. No, he said, I just remembered I have a special gift for you too. He took a box out of his pocket, wrapped in silver and gold paper. There's a bit of a story behind this, he handed it her. It came from Zed's shop. I saw it, and I immediately thought of you. Well, thought of Forever Pink, because this was before we met in real life. But I just had to get it for you. I knew it was crazy. We might never meet in real life, and it would have been weird if I sent Forever Pink a gift like this. Even now, I hope it isn't too weird. She tore off the paper, much less delicately than Izuku had. She opened the cardboard box. Inside there was a silver locket, a perfect circle 5 centimeters in diameter. The face of the locket was dominated by a 6-sided pink spinel, 4 centimeters across. It had a silver chain, with 2 pink titanium wires winding through the chain. The wires both enhanced appearance and the strength. She took it out and looked at the back. The back was a pentagram, but the gaps between the outer circle and the sides of the star were inscribed with little lines and symbols that looked like a circuit board. The circuits were filled with bronze. She looked inside, but the locket was empty. I saw the pink gem and the circuits on the back, Izuku said, and thought of Forever Pink, who likes the pink rangers and technology. And I asked Miss Rita, even though it has the star on the back, it isn't magical. If that isn't too weird, he repeated, and I hope you like it. No, I love it, Melissa smiled happily. I think it's very thoughtful. Would you put it on me? She handed the locket to Izuku. He stepped behind her. She swept hair over one shoulder. He ran his finger down her neck, and she shivered at the contact. Then the boy opened clasp, put the chain around her throat, positioning the medallion just above her cleavage. Clipped it. Watched it slide a bit lower. I really want to kiss your neck, he said softly. I wouldn't say no, she whispered back. But I really shouldn't, he said. It's too soon. Probably, she agreed. We haven't had a real date yet. Isn't this a date? He pondered. I guess it is, she agreed. But still. Yeah. Something brushed lightly against her neck. Melissa couldn't tell if it was his finger again or his lips. But then Izuku stepped away. He walked back around to face her. For a moment his face was like stone, as if trying to control an impossible urge. Then he relaxed and gave her a normal, light smile. So, what are we going to watch? He asked in his usual tone. A Christmas movie? Oh, Die Hard, Melissa exclaimed. Izuku gave her a questioning look. She nodded vigorously with a sincere expression. So he brought up the menu with a gesture and scrolled through the films. The next day, just after noon, the Midoriyas arrived at the Yagi building, which was closed for business for the holiday. Unlike most of Japan, Toshinori let them in. They exchanged thoughtful but cheap gifts. Then they played a dancing game on Yagi's Nintendo Destiny. After the first few rounds, Inko begged off so she could start making dinner. Toshinori offered to help her, both because it was his home and to let the kids be alone. After a few more rounds, the couple collapsed on the couch, dozing. Inko couldn't help but notice Melissa snuggling up to Izuku, the pair holding hands, and the new bling around Melissa's neck, which Inko had seen in a certain antique store. It's about time, she said fondly, whispering so she wouldn't disturb or embarrass them. Toshinori chuckled softly in agreement. When they returned to the command center on the 26th, there was a small Christmas tree with 3 gifts under it, none of which had been there before. Also, on the wall next to Tommy's holochamber, there were now 4 photos attached to the wall. One of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, one of the Zero Rangers, one of the Dino Thunder Rangers, and the last picture of a white-haired Tommy and Kat with their children and grandchildren. All Might claimed to know nothing, and seemed upset that the command center had been breached. But Tommy convinced them not to worry. It was just a jolly old friend of his paying a visit and having a little fun. 5 people stood at the entrance to a cold beach. A cold, yet decidedly clean beach. Well lit, despite the rapidly dimming afternoon. Naturally the first 3 were Izuku, Toshinori, and Melissa. They had also invited Inko to join them for the small celebration. The fifth individual was Tsukachi Naomasa, a friend of Toshinori, and a member of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He was there in informal, police capacity. "It's hard to believe you did all this in a year." "Toshinori," the detective said, looking over the clear and uncluttered sands, "not even a year." "I can't take the credit," the taller man shook his head. "It was a team effort. And frankly, Izuku and Melissa put in more work than I did. And I wouldn't have even been here if Izuku hadn't started the project and inspired me to help." "That's true," Tsukachi said with a hint of humor. His quirk let him tell if someone was lying. It was somewhat useful for a police officer, but also problematic due to the quirk's limits and other people's expectations. He watched, officially, as Izuku and Toshinori set into place the polished granite and bronze monument authorized by the mayor and prefecture governor. January 15th, the city and prefecture of Tokyo acknowledged the civilian volunteer efforts of Yagi Toshinori, Shield Melissa, and Midoriya Izuku in cleaning up the aftermath of the wreck of the HTV Shangtse and the public abuse of the wreck. "We thank them for making Dagoba Municipal Beach clean and usable once more." The dedication was inscribed in both Japanese and English. Izuku and Toshinori had dug a half-meter hole at the spot Tsukachi indicated. They used Melissa's magnetic shovel. Then they set the monument into the dirt. Melissa reclaimed her device and shoveled the dirt into the space around the stone, tamping it down. A pickup truck rolled to a stop next to the beach. The driver looked at them in annoyance and doubt. Then he concealed that and rolled down the window. "What's going on?" he asked cautiously. "We are placing a commemoration," Tsukachi said, turning to deliberately flash the badge on the outside of his coat, "to celebrate the beach being clean." Everyone except Inko had noticed the broken TV and old mattress in the bed of the truck. Then Tsukachi pointed. But not to the stone. He pointed to the other new addition to the beach. It was an aluminum post, 10 meters tall, with an arc of lights at the top. 1 meter down from that, there was a fixed camera. 1 meter further down, a second camera. Only this one swept back and forth. At 7 meters up there was a third camera, also oscillating. And at 6 and 5 meters, there were nesting mounts for birds or squirrels. Finally, at 1.5 meters above the ground, there was a plaque on the camera post. Dagoba Municipal Beach is a public park. It is not a garbage dump. Violators will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Security cameras provided with a grant from All Might and Ryukyu and monitored by the Hero Association and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. "Have a nice day." The driver glanced around and saw that there were 11 of the camera posts. 10 around the border of the park and 1 next to the pier in the middle of the beach. "Huh, that's nice." The driver almost sounded sincere. "Well, thanks. And have a good day." He put his vehicle back into gear and drove off. "Well then," Toshinori chuckled, "shall we?" Izuku opened a sparkling apple juice and handed it to Melissa. Then opened another for himself. Toshinori popped a bottle of champagne, but caught the cork before it flew away. He had copper mugs instead of champagne flutes. He poured a drink for each adult and passed them out. "To a job well done on multiple levels," he said, holding his cup out. They all toasted and drank. Melissa shivered and leaned into Izuku. He put his arm around her and pulled her close. Inko looked at her son, his girlfriend, and the mysterious insurance adjuster and investigator, and compared them to how they had looked when she first met Toshinori and Melissa. They were all in better shape. Melissa and Izuku were both taller, Izuku having gained more height than Melissa. Toshinori's eyes were no longer as dark and sunken as they had been, and while none of them had All Might's build and mass, they were all fit and well-muscled. She did not look down, but started to regret not asking to join them. What would she look like now if she had? Still, she felt proud of Izuku for his efforts and for the permanent recognition he had attained. She still doubted he could make it into the hero class at UA. But she was now uncertain of her uncertainty. The rest of January and all February flew by quickly. With the beach cleaned, they focused more heavily on martial arts. They added training weights to their regimen. They started small, to be safe. But they found the starting weights too light, compared to what they lifted cleaning the beach. So they steadily increased their load. Thankfully, All Might had hundreds of kilograms of training weights, though the teens only loaded up into the tens of kilograms. The new lovebirds had a pleasant Valentine's Day, mixing Japanese and American cultures. And mostly just enjoying each other's company. And their increasingly skilled and talented osculation. Echo Ranger 1, Mode White, stood at bottom of a carved-out cliff. He couldn't help but feel this looked familiar, like some of the records of ranger fights he had seen. Though the mix of quartz and feldspar was lighter than the granite in most of those videos. The quarry was closed, and was scheduled to be demolished, to have the holes in the ground removed and the sharp cliff softened. But All Might suggested he and an apprentice might be able to flatten some of it in training. After some discussions about damage and liability, the company jumped at the chance to save some money and also be able to say they helped the symbol of peace. The humans had left Tommy in the command center, but the AI was on a video call. He watched through All Might's tablet. Melissa had improved the speakers, so that they could hear Tommy at a reasonable distance or over a certain level of noise. And Toshinori and Melissa were a reasonable distance from Izuku. Deep breath, Tommy said. Feel the grid energy, flowing from the Morpher, through your body. Recall the face of the tiger coin. Focus on the tiger, on your connection to the beast. The mighty fangs. The sharp claws. The powerful legs. Remember, this is your Tiger Zord. Not mine. Not Casey's. Not the folding tiger or the Gosei tiger. We assembled a set of components, and they will come together by your will and the primal tiger spirit. So picture the tiger in your mind as you want it, as you see it. Bring it together. They had chosen to start with the Echo Tiger Zord. There were only 2 past Brachiosaurus Zords, so the connection would be more tentative and the Brachiozord's massive size and power would make it harder for Izuku to summon. And while there had been many tiger and dragon-type Zords, at the end of the day dragons came in many different forms, while a tiger was a tiger. Outside of the Gosei tiger, which was more of a tank with a tiger face. But Izuku tried not to think of that. Izuku controlled his breathing. He placed his hands together, trying to circle the grid energy through his arms. Like he had heard Chi masters did with their power. In his mind, he saw a giant, mechanical Bengal tiger. White with black stripes. But the eyes and claws were bright green. Izuku took a harsh breath. The power felt like it was being pulled out of him. The Echo Tiger Zord's body was sleeker than Tommy's White Tiger Zord. In Izuku's mind it was closer to the shape of a living tiger. Or the Jungle Pride Red Tiger Zord. Izuku coughed. It was hard to breathe. To stay standing. It was like his first days at Dagobah. Then he unwittingly pictured it with tank treads instead of rear legs. It would go faster, but it didn't look or feel right. Izuku barely heard Melissa gasp behind him, because it was mostly drowned out by a disappointed, almost chiding roar, dozens of meters above his head. He pulled his hands apart and looked over to them. We partly saw it, his girlfriend told him, the head, front legs, and most of the body. It wasn't complete and was partly intangible. But it was there. She turned the tablet around and showed him the video she had taken. What happened? Tommy asked. Izuku pulled off his helmet, revealing the sweat pouring from his brow. It was draining, the green-haired boy panted, worse than the first time I morphed. And that made it hard to focus. First I was thinking of your Tiger Zord, Doctora. Then I thought about what you told me, and started to think more like a Wrentaile tiger. Then I went completely sideways, and I was imagining something half tiger and half tank. Izuku shook his head, both to throw off the sweat and to steady himself. Then he lifted his helmet back over his head. Let's go again, he said. I don't think so, All Might countered. He looked over at the tablet for confirmation, and was mildly embarrassed when he remembered he couldn't see Tommy and Tommy couldn't see him. All Might is right, the AI agreed. You don't want to push and hurt yourself. Potentially set the rest of your training back. And we have time. Izuku looked ready to argue, but Melissa said, just getting this far on your first real try was amazing. Maybe we can work on it a different way? I can help you sketch out your ideas, so you'll have a firm vision of each sword. Izuku suddenly had a different vision. Sitting, shoulder to shoulder with her, pressed close, hunched over a page, stealing glances at her face, while also working together. And he remembered how amazing her design for the Pero was. He let out a breath and the exhaustion he had been trying to ignore settled into his muscles. Power down. Sunday, March 4th, 8 days before Izuku was scheduled to take the UA entrance exam. After the morning of training, during lunch, Tommy called for Izuku's attention. "Izuku, I think it's time," the AI said. "Your basic training is done. You don't need the dream training anymore. And you will want the Morpher's full power. So starting today, I'll stay here, in the command center." Izuku looked down. "You'll still be able to see me here," Tommy told him. "We can text and talk on the phone." Tommy gave him a mild smirk. "And you still don't know everything I do. But the master's techniques you'll need to learn in person. In real life. So I will still be training you, just not as much. Because, from what I have heard online and from Toshinori, you'll be very busy once you start at UA." "I understand, Dr. O," he said. Melissa touched his hand. "Now then," Tommy said, "I think it is time to start teaching you the Gojushiho show." Izuku's eye widened in delight. Boenkyoto Celine was surprised for the second time in one day. And by the same person. The hero known as Advisory was the hero history teacher at UA. Like most of the teachers who were also pros, she did double duty. In her case, that was also teaching unarmed combat across all 3 years, and self-defense in the 3rd year. Hero and General Corps students were required to take the more exhaustive, in multiple ways, unarmed combat. Business and Support Corps students were assigned to self-defense in 1st year, and could choose to switch to unarmed combat in 2nd and 3rd year. Very few did. UA had a tradition. During the week of entrance exams, both recommendation and regular, the students had free study to prepare for their finals and to let the teachers focus on the potential incoming 1st years. And during that week, any current 1st or 2nd years could challenge the unarmed combat teacher to a duel. If the student won, they were considered to have a B+ grade in unarmed combat for the rest of their time at UA. So the student could either use that time to take an additional elective, have study time, or take unarmed combat to try to get a higher grade. The spars were also watched by a large portion of the student body, most for entertainment. However, some used their classmates to try to get the measure of the teacher before their own challenges. Most years, 8 or 9 students took up the challenge. The vast majority were overconfident and underestimated her and lost quickly. A scanter few gave her a decent fight. In the 6 years she had been teaching at UA, Celine had lost twice. Her predecessor held the position for 14 years, with 4 losses and 1 draw. One of those losses was to Advisory. All of that was to say that now she was facing one of those challengers. Her first surprise was the challenge itself. Not many first years took on the trial. Even fewer support course students felt the need to face her. A first-year support course asking for the fight was nearly unheard of. The rarity would have sent Advisory a pachinko parlor. If she hadn't already been banned from all of the ones in travel distance of UA and her apartment. The second surprise was when Shield Melissa stepped into the gymnasium. Advisory was familiar with the girl. The daughter of the famous Shield David. A genius in her own right. And based on the picture on file, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, voluptuous beauty. Celine hadn't actually seen the girl in person in her 7 months at UA. Well, Shield-san was all of those things. But she was also fit. Fit and toned. Thanks to her quirk, Celine could tell even through the UA uniform. Which Melissa quickly discarded. Removing her shoes. And socks wasn't a surprise. But the audience in the bleachers above reacted when she unbuttoned and pulled off her blouse, and dropped her skirt. Underneath she was wearing a pink sports bra and spats. But not cheap, common ones. She was wearing the sort of heavy, extra supportive gear that professional athletes and fighters wore. And more importantly, it showed of just how tight her arms and legs were. Shield-san did not have a constantly visible six-pack, but if she breathed out heavily or clenched, the definition of her abs showed through. But it was more than the fact the younger woman was in better shape than most of the third-year Hero Corps students. It was how Shield-san carried herself. Balanced. No wasted movement. She had also pulled her long, by Advisory's estimation, hair back into a tight braid, to keep it out of her face. The girl was a fighter. Enough to set expectations in advisory. The adult blonde set her visor to its lowest settings. So her quirk was restricted so much as the tool could. Advisory unzipped his jacket and set it aside. She had a similar sports bra to Shield-san, except in blue. And a smaller size. She also wore a white tank top for more coverage. While Celine also went barefoot, she wore full-length, loose, nylon workout pants. Enough of the student body checked out her but in her normal slacks, without fighting in something skin-tight. She almost felt a little jealous of Shield-san, not of her figure, but of her confidence. You understand the rules, right? Advisory asked. No quirks. Don't have one, Shield-san said, trying to sound casual and not quite succeeding. Celine flinched at her faux pas. No weapons, no armor, and no support items unless they are necessary to control your quirk, the teacher continued. In my case, my visor is necessary, but I have it set to the highest level of suppression of my quirk. Other than that, there are no rules or restrictions. We fight until one of us is unable to fight or surrenders. Do you? Advisory was cut off as Melissa raced forward. The younger woman leveled a hard right cross at her opponent's jaw. Celine blocked the punch. And her lips twitched up. I'll take that as a yes, she shouted the last word as she launched a side move kick at Melissa's stomach. Then Teen spun out of the way, twisting into a back fist aimed at Celine's temple. Suddenly observing students were far less interested in what Melissa was wearing or how she looked. Advisory dropped. Melissa's knuckles ruffled her hair as the attack sailed over. Advisory drove her elbow into the girl's exposed side. Melissa completed her spin when she didn't feel resistance to her back fist. This bought her a little space. The younger blonde was able to catch the teacher's bicep before the elbow dug too deeply into her side. Melissa jumped back and pushed off for a little extra range. Under her visor, Celine's eyes widened as Melissa shifted her stance. The girl opened her hands and shook out her arms. She perched up, placing her weight more forward on her feet. Two styles. Advisory whispered under her breath. Two. Melissa grinned. Celine ped an eyebrow dubiously. Then, not for the first time, felt foolish. Her visor concealed her eyes, brows included. But she kept trying to make the gesture. I guess I'll see if that's true, the adult told the teen confidently. 20 minutes later, the fighters were getting tired, but the crowd were still on the edge of their seats. The battle drifted. At times it looked like the best of wuxia movies, moves smoothly flowing into each other like a choreographed dance. They would close in, and it would devolve into something that was more like a back alley brawl after the bar closed. Then they would separate again, set up and switch styles, and launch back into a series of expert punches, kicks, blocks, and dodges. Both women were marked with multiple, slowly darkening bruises. Melissa more so than Celine, partly because the younger blonde was more exposed, and partly due to the teacher's greater success at landing hits. That said, at one point Shield had managed to get a grip on Advisory's tank top, drag it up, and almost choke her with it. So the adult had abandoned the extra layer, leaving her torso as exposed as the teen. Melissa took a few unsteady steps and nearly stumbled. She partially exposed her back to Advisory, and the teacher surged forward. She grabbed for the girl's braid. Then the girl's mouth twitched into a tiny smirk. Her uneven movements became sharp. She stepped and swung her head. The golden braid whipped away from Celine's grip. And Melissa grabbed the teacher's wrist instead. Shield kicked out Boeing Kyoto's ankles. Flipped the more slender woman over her back. And onto the mat. She held Advisory's arm at extension. And put her foot on the grounded woman's shoulder. If Izuku had been there, he would have recognized a slightly different move but the same result as on Halloween. But he was not. Ugh, Advisory grunted. You baited me with your braid. Anything goes, the girl said non-committally. You know, Advisory said, unconfirmed, there are a few flaws with this hold, especially if the target is face up. If they are roughly as strong as you. Advisory tried to pull Melissa down. But the teen did not budge. Celine was surprised for the third time, as Melissa's arms only slightly trembled. And Celine did not gain any give. Or if they have the flexibility and angle. Celine kicked off against the ground and drove her knee into the back of Melissa's knee. That broke the younger woman's stance. The teacher was able to swivel around into a kneel. Then she pounced upwards, moving her shoulder into Melissa's stomach. The teen lost her grip and fell back. She landed on her butt and then rolled away, back to her feet. Advisory also flipped back and dropped into her default stance again. But when Melissa came up, she sighed, narrowed her eyes. She dropped her stance lower, her left knee at a right angle and her right leg fully extended. She also extended her left hand parallel to her leg. She extended her right hand back, her palm parallel to the floor and pointing away from her. Advisory's eyes brightened. And again she made the first move. Melissa woke up, looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. She also felt a pinch in her arm, but otherwise the pain and soreness in her body was gone. Looking at the sunlight on the walls, she calculated she had been out about 4 hours. Or multiple days plus 4 hours, though she hoped not. I guess that means I didn't pass, she sighed, but she didn't sound too upset. I wouldn't say that. Advisory's voice emerged from her left. Melissa looked over and saw the teacher in the bed next to her. The older blonde's outfit was unchanged, and her bruises were gone. But her right arm was wrapped and in a sling. What happened? Melissa asked. It's not a surprise you don't remember, a new voice said. Melissa turned and saw a tiny woman with a large bun of gray hair on the back of her head. She rattled your brain pretty hard, Recovery Girl continued. I might have to give you another smooch to make sure there are no lingering effects of the concussion. To be fair, you severely dislocated Boenkyoto-san's shoulder and broke both the bones in her forearm. Oh, sorry, Melissa gave Celine a sincere nod. Don't be, the hero said. Not enough students understand or respect the rules. I was going to choke you out if you didn't break the hold. And you definitely broke the hold. She chuckled lightly. I should have surrendered at that point, Advisory said, but I lost it a little. Treated it like a real fight. Knee to the jaw while you were catching your breath, that carried you down to your back and made sure your head slammed into the mat. But at the end of the day, Advisory shrugged with her good arm, I'm not sure any of the graduating third years can beat you. If we fought again and you didn't wait until you were already tired and beat up to switch to wushu, I might not beat you. Maybe. Ah, Melissa grunted simply, sounding embarrassed. Why did you wait so long to break out your best style? Advisory pressed gently. Partly because she was annoyed the teen appeared to have underestimated her. But mostly as a teacher, trying to understand why her student did something foolish and risky. Do you want the super short version, the short version, or a longer version? Melissa asked. Let's start with the short version, Celine said, and go from there. She looked at the young woman attentively. And while Recovery Girl busied herself around the infirmary, she also was subtly paying attention. When I was about 6, Melissa started, my dad was telling me about his family. And one of his great-grandmothers. She was a world-class gymnast who had some trouble with a stalker in high school. After accidentally spilling to Uncle Mite, Melissa got in the habit of saying the Kimberly Hart learned to fight because unnamed Rito was stalking her, which wasn't entire untrue. So she had some friends who taught her basic martial arts. Simple punches and kicks to defend herself. She incorporated it into her gymnastics. And even after the stalker was dealt with, she found she enjoyed martial arts. So she did some research and found wushu. She decided it would make her a better gymnast and a better fighter, so she learned it. And got really good at it. Melissa paused and coughed. Shizenji-sensei brought her a small cup of chilled water, which the girl gratefully drank. Tiny me was fascinated by the story, and I begged my dad to let me learn wushu. There weren't a lot of dojos that taught the style in SoCal, or at least that's what Dad told me. But we found one, and I started to learn. I took martial arts classes for 3.5 years, until there was a villain attack. Sensei wasn't a hero, but he tried to help people escape and he was caught in the crossfire. He lost his right leg from mid-thigh down. His left leg was totally paralyzed, and his left arm from the elbow down too. He was going to get a spinal implant for the paralysis and to help control his prosthetic leg. But he was facing years of physical therapy. The doctors said he would likely never have the speed or control he had before. So he closed down his school to focus on his recovery and his family. Both of the adult women nodded. We couldn't or didn't find a new dojo, Melissa continued after a moment, so I continued studying on my own. I got books on wushu and gymnastics and general martial arts. I tried taking gymnastics, but found it wasn't for me. I also watch wushu videos, both demonstrations and instructional. Mimic them as best I could. Then last July I came to Japan, she said fondly, and I met my current teacher. Life happened and I decided to stay. He is the one who taught me Shotokan karate, taekwondo, and jeet kune do. Studying with him, I also realized in my self-teaching, I made some mistakes and picked up some bad habits. So, backstory aside, I hid my wushu from him, Melissa explained, first because I was embarrassed about my bad habits, and started fixing them. And now, well, part of it is to have a trump card if we ever have a real, hard sparring match, like Advisory Sensei and I just did. Partly it is because he knows other styles he hasn't taught me, because we were focusing on me learning the other three quickly. But I still want to keep my own style to myself. And mostly it is because I know him. He might be my teacher, but is still a student himself. If he knew I was also studying wushu, he would want to help me. So he would have wasted his own time learning another style, when he should have been focusing on his mastery of the styles he was already practicing. And while I would have appreciated that, I didn't want to slow him down. Your martial arts instructor is a student? Advisory said, mildly skeptical, and he brought you up to that level of skill in 9 months? I do have an eidetic memory and my self-study wasn't completely bad or worthless, Melissa boasted, but yeah. And you are sure you don't have a quirk? Celine pressed. You know who my dad is, Melissa's expression darkened. The toe test wasn't enough for him. He also gave me a full quirk factor test. And then a DNA scan, just in case I was some sort of late bloomer type. She lifted her left foot and wiggled her toes. I have a joint in my pinky toes. I have 0 quirk factor. And I lack the quirk metagene. Sorry, Advisory said softly, remembering her earlier gaffe. Then, in a more firm tone she said, but you and your instructor must both be pretty amazing to bring you this far, this fast. He is, Melissa said affectionately. Then she grinned fiercely, but you'll probably find out in about a month, Kyoto-sensei. Oh. Recovery Girl entered the conversation with the simple prompt. Yeah, Melissa sounded excited, he'll be taking the entrance exam on Friday. And any unexpected complications aside, he will be a first-year Hero Core student starting next month. I will look forward to it, Advisory said, and in the meantime, congratulations. You have earned your B+ in 2nd and 3rd year unarmed combat. Though I hope you will choose to take the class. I would love to help you better your styles, and practice my own against you. I'll think about it, Melissa said sincerely. Oddly, no other students challenged Advisory that year. Or perhaps not so oddly, all things considered. At the same time, a larger portion of the student body stared at Melissa. Though the reasons for those stares were not the same as they had been. At least in most cases. Friday, March 17, 2238. Izuku stopped before the gates. Anyone looking at him would have thought he was staring at the gate and the building behind in awe and adoration. He wasn't. He had been at first. Then his Morpher-empowered eyes saw something. On the 2nd floor of the building. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a UA uniform perfectly fitted. He smiled slightly. There was a tiny smirk on Melissa's face as she waved at him. She must have planned it, calculated when he would arrive and where he could see her. Her eyesight, even with her glasses, wasn't enough for her to clearly see his face. But he expected she could make out his mop of green hair. He gave her a small wave back, hoping she could see it. Then he took his first step onto the grounds of UA. Get the F out of the way, nerd. Moving on instinct, Izuku twisted to the side and stepped away. Then an explosion cavitated the air where Izuku's head had been. Izuku frowned. The gate was big enough for 4 people, or 3 All Mights, to fit through. And people had filtered around him. There was no reason for Bakuga's attack, other than the other boy being more annoyed than usual that day, after learning Izuku was also taking the UA entrance exam. Here are your passes for UA, the Aldra guidance counselor and vice principal told the two teens. You are expected in your exam rooms by 10 a.m. and getting to UA is your own responsibility. Here is the bus route to get there if you need it. You are excused for the day. Izuku took the piece of paper, bowed to the teacher, left the office. Katsuki was sputtering in barely concealed rage. To the point Izuku escaped before the bully recovered. He grabbed the paper violently, shoved it into his pocket, and stomped out. Once the door was closed, he took off running. Deku, he snarled, stop. Izuku didn't hesitate, didn't show any reaction. Katsuki caught up. He ran around Izuku and stopped in front of the shorter boy. He spread his arms wide to block Izuku's path. Small explosions popped over his palms. Stop ignoring me, nerd. Oh, Izuku said blandly, you were talking to me? You know I was Deku. Katsuki shouted as loudly as he dared. The last thing he needed was to get in trouble or detained for interrupting classes. That isn't my name, Izuku said, a brittle edge to his voice. My name is Izuku. And I have not given you permission to call me by my given name, more or less a nickname, Bakugu-san. Katsuki's mouth clicked shut. After 7 or so months of barely acknowledging him, the DMN nerd dared to talk to him like that. But he remembered his purpose. His goal today. The explosive boy forced his temper down. But he still scowled. Where are you doing? What the hell do you think you are doing? I'm going to take the UA exam, Izuku said simply. I'm going to get into the hero course. I'm going to be a hero. Katsuki wasn't sure if he wanted to explode in anger or laugh at the stupidity. You think you can do all that bullshit you just said? Then Izuku moved. Almost faster than Katsuki could see. And certainly faster than the blonde boy could do anything to stop. Then Izuku was behind him, walking away. You think I can't? Izuku had walked rather than taking the bus, and had still arrived first. Which probably made Bakugu even madder. Though he avoided the worst of the explosion, it still shook him. And his foot came down poorly. One of the stones of the walkway was partially raised and its neighbor was level. The outside of his shoe barely clipped the elevated edge, and the rest of his weight turned inward as he tried to step down. Not that it mattered too much. He started to fall. Pushed off, rolled to the side, and came up standing. He stared at Bakugu, unimpressed. Then he saw that a slight but curvy girl had been reaching out to catch or at least steady him. Thank you, he inclined his head to the brunette. No, I was going to use my quirk on you, she said, which probably isn't the best idea now. So you are welcome, but I guess thank you too. Katsuki scowled and walked away. We better get going, he told the girl. Oh yes, she said. He turned and not quite jogged away. So cool, the girl whispered. Even with Melissa's help studying, Izuku had never been able to claim the top spot in Aldra's student rankings. But it seemed that was more about just how smart girl in first place was. Because the UA written tests were far less difficult than Izuku had expected. He finished each exam early and was able to double-check his answers. There was an assembly before the practical. Present Mike came out and tried to hype up the students. Izuku was mildly excited, but not enough to start him muttering. After spending so much time with Toshinori and Tommy, the voice hero was cool, but just not as impressive. Then Bakugu got into a shouting match with a tall, black-haired boy. Izuku very deliberately ignored them, keeping his face blank, pretending he didn't know the bully. Present Mike regained control and finished explaining. Then they split up. The students were divided into 7 groups and sent to training centers that were each 10 square city blocks, walled off but with some taller buildings peeking out. The students milled around, waiting and looking at the currently inactive Jumbotron on the outer wall of the training ground. Do you know that blonde boy? The girl Izuku had met at the entrance came over to him. Yes, I do, Izuku said simply. He seems temperamental, she said carefully. He seems like trouble and unsuited to be a hero, the boy Katsuki had argued with overheard their conversation and approached them. Now Izuku saw the heavy pipes sticking out of the other boy's distended calves. They reminded him of the pipes in Ingenium's arms. I can't disagree, Izuku sighed, but being a hero has been his dream since he was a kid. And to be fair, he isn't that much worse than Endeavor or Mount Lady. Not all pro heroes are great people. The girl considered it, and the tall boy nodded sadly. Both heroes he mentioned were known to be highly destructive. Endeavor was temperamental and aggressive. Newer hero Mount Lady had an unbalanced reputation due to her lazy and entitled attitude, offset by her high success rate and high SEC appeal. Then the screen lit up, showing present mic and preventing further discussion. "All right," the voice hero shouted, getting the attention of anyone not already looking. "Are we all ready to go?" he asked. There were a few weak yells in response. "I can't hear you," Mike complained again. "I said, are we all ready to go?" Izuku faced the door. He dropped his stance, ready to dash, but not a runner's starting pose. He raised his fingers to his wrist, to his Morpher, just short of touching it. "Yeah." This time everyone all shouted. Except Izuku. "It's Morphin time," he whispered, Echo Ranger mode green. As soon as the doors opened, he softly declared the form he wanted and tapped the Morpher. Izuku charged forward even as he transformed, twisting sideways to slip between the doors. All of the other prospective heroes froze, shocked by his initiative and transformation. "What are the rest of you waiting for?" Mike complained. "There are no countdowns in real life." Izuku drew the dragon daggers and sliced through the leg of the first robot he encountered. The blade met with no resistance. It had been harder to cut through some of the rusted ship panels on the beach. As the villain started to fall, his second dagger stabbed up into its camera. The target shut down. Izuku was already moving to the next enemy. The putties were stronger than this, he mused. Then the air around him swirled. The boy with the tubes in his legs shot past, faster than even Mode Green could run. The speedster ignored the robots and raced deeper into the arena. Definitely related to Ingenium, was Izuku's first thought. And his second one was, good idea, no sense staying close to the entrance and competing with everyone else on their way in. He finished the second robot and ran. The tall teen had gone north, so Izuku went west. Kaminari Denki was in a spot. He had drawn in 3 of the 1-point and 2 of the 2-point robots. He planned to take them all out at once. His plan started to fall apart when he sensed the battery of another robot moving in his direction. If he waited until it was in range, the others would probably take him out. If he didn't wait, he would be screwed if the last robot did find him while he was short-circuited. But no choice. Indiscriminate shock, 700 kilovolts. Sparks shot out of him and washed over the bots. They jerked wildly for a moment and then fell still. As his conscience faded, he saw another 2-pointer step past what appeared to be a grocery store. The robot turned towards the blank-faced boy. It raised its tail and claws and prepared to charge at Kaminari. Then there was a blazing flash of white, and the droid fell apart into 4 uneven pieces. Izuku, now in mode white, jogged over to the other young man. "Are you okay?" the ranger in training asked, confused by what he saw. The streaked blonde teen gave Izuku an empty grin and a thumbs up. "Are you sure?" the ranger sounded dubious. The blonde boy shook out his head and sighed forcibly. "Yeah," he said normally, "just needed a couple seconds to reset after that level of voltage. But thanks, man. You saved me. Just pay it forward." Mode green. Izuku darted off even while his coloring changed. "Huh," Denki grunted, "what kind of quirk is that?" 13 1-pointers, 7 2-pointers, and 3 3-pointers. According to the HUD in his visor, 6 of the allotted 10 minutes had passed. There hadn't been as many robots as Izuku expected at the beginning, but there were definitely fewer as the minutes ticked by. The group around the electric boy was biggest the ranger in training had seen. The 1 and 2-pointers were easy, any of his forms could take them apart. But the 3-pointers were a bit tougher, and he had to switch to mode white to take them out without wasting too much time. He had stopped to keep a 2-pointer from ambushing a boy with drill-like hands, but this time hadn't defeated the robot. He didn't want to kill Steel, so he just deflected a few shots from the scorpion tail with his daggers. That gave the other boy time to finish off the 1-pointer he was already fighting. Izuku nodded to the boy and left the lightly damaged 2-pointer to his drills. Twice he had rescued a girl with bright pink dreadlocks, huge goggles, and a loaded-down backpack. She seemed to be more interested in examining the robots she defeat than earning points or defending herself. He had just found another person in trouble. Another girl a bit taller than him. Tiger-like hair, ears and tail. Paws and claws. Heavily muscles under a t-shirt and jeans. She was sparring with two of the two-pointers, surrounded by the shredded remains of a third two-pointer and a one-pointer. She moved like a trained fighter. Izuku didn't think she could beat himself or Melissa in skill. However, she definitely made up for it with her quirk. But two of the three-pointers had crested a pile of rubble and were already firing. Even as she tore out the CPU of one of her foes, Izuku ran in. He jumped onto the shoulder of the two-pointer and flipped over it, declaring Mode Black. Even as the dragon daggers merged into the brachio staff, he swung the longer weapon, crushing the first salvo of two missiles before they got too close to him or the catgirl. He spun the staff, stabbing the sharpened tail into the first rocket in the second group. The fourth shot hit him, square in the chest armor. Izuku wasn't sure how the stun missiles worked and made a mental note to ask Melissa. But however they worked, a single hit wasn't enough to overcome Mode Black's defenses. Though Izuku suspected Mode Green and especially Mode White would not have fared as well. He carried forward through the air, slamming an axe kick down on the head of the first ranged robot. He jabbed the staff into the second robot, destroying one of its launchers and damaging the second. The robots did not have emotive faces, but Izuku felt he could see that droid's confusion as it tried to fire at him and failed. The first bot tried to grapple Izuku as he landed, but the boy slipped between its grasp. He landed and kicked the tank tread hard enough to dent it. Mode White. He kicked again, and this time tore the leg substitute mostly free. He punched through the armor where the torso met. The treads and twisted. The battery felt out of its enclosure and the bot stopped. "Your quirk is like mine," the girl said, approaching him slowly from behind, eyeing both Izuku and the neutered three-pointer. Izuku noticed she had finished the two-pointers already. "Really?" he asked. Then she changed. Her hair, ears, and tail became tawny and spotted. Her muscular build became lithe. And her claws became thicker. She changed again. All of her became jet black, but this time so did her skin. Then she returned to tiger form. "I can also turn it off, become an ocelot to climb, or a lion, which is the most balanced form," she explained by way of thanks. "I just have 3 modes, Izuku said, "but your quirk is pretty amazing." He took a deep breath, reminding himself it wasn't the time to start analyzing a new quirk. "Are you going to?" The girl gestured at the still active three-pointer, trying pointlessly to fire at them. "No, go ahead," Izuku said quickly. "In fact, I'm sorry for stealing that one." "You didn't steal it, I got too caught up and didn't notice them. In fact, I should let you have the other one, for saving me." "That's fine," Izuku shook his head. "Just help someone else in trouble." "Aren't we all rivals?" she asked, slightly confused. "Maybe," he said, "but I'm a hero first. Good luck." He bowed to her and ran to the north. "Yeah," she said thoughtfully, "I came here to be a hero." 2 minutes left, boss man, Hisashi announced. "Unleash the executors." Nizu's face lit up in a worrying manner. The entire arena, roughly 10 square city blocks of 1 to 8-story buildings, shook. Not like an earthquake. Rhythmically. On a pattern. As a Power Rangers true believer, that meant only one thing to Izuku. Though the loose horde of teenagers, all screaming in fear and running a single direction, may have also helped him come to his conclusion. There was a giant on the field. Probably a robot, unless UA had someone with a quirk playing along. Or this was an actual monster attack. Izuku ran through the crowd. He had to think this was part of the test. How would the prospective heroes react to something huge, scary, and seemingly out of their league? Would they run, fight, or try to help in some other way? While he definitely intended to fight or help if necessary, deep down Izuku knew he was moving towards the danger for a different reason. He wanted to see it. See how cool it was and how it compared to the Zords. He rounded the corner into the broader street that most of the fleeing students seemed to come from. And he was disappointed. Sure, it was big. It was 5 to 6 stories tall, so some of the buildings were still taller. And it would only come up to just above the waist of most Megazords. And it had a plain and almost military aesthetic, like the other robot villains. The scanner in his visor told him it was strong and well-armored, but technically if they had scaled up the two-pointer robots to the same size, they would have been more dangerous. Its arms swiped through a building, throwing off chunks of the facade, but it would have had a tough time going through a whole building. It would have gotten caught up in the metal framing. Frankly, Izuku would have dismissed the zero-pointer, ignoring it as instructed. Would have, if not for one thing. His helmet directed his eyes to a single person still on the street. Someone not fleeing. Someone trapped by an earlier instance of falling rubble. He looked and recognized the girl who had tried to help him when he nearly stumbled, and then had talked to him outside the training area. The robot was moving towards her. Izuku wasn't sure if the giant could see her, if it was automated or controlled. But by his estimate, in 2 steps, it would crush her. Izuku ran. Already in mode green, he pushed himself. Pushed his legs, pushed his power. But he knew, even without the tech in his helmet, that it wouldn't be fast enough. He wouldn't make it in time. Or rather he would make it, just in time to be crushed with her. He didn't think White's strength or Black's defense would be enough to stop the zero-pointer's weight. He had to try. He had to do something. Was there a way the Dragon Blaster could do it? A place he could shoot to disable it? The scanner couldn't identify anything like that. And he couldn't be sure the giant wouldn't fall. But it was his best bet. As he started to draw his daggers, to merge them into the gun, instinct took over. He only pulled the dagger from his right hip. He lifted it up to where his helmet covered his mouth. The dagger changed, 3 buttons appearing on the handle. He hit the buttons in a certain pattern. A familiar 6-note fanfare echoed out from the blade. Izuku was still running, counting the milliseconds as he drew close, but the robot, despite its ponderous pace, was almost there. Nothing happened. Nothing except a strange shudder went through Izuku's body. And he realized what was happening. Focusing his energy and imagination, he poured them into the dagger. And played the fanfare again. This time a roar, seemingly from nowhere, split the air. Izuku played the song a 3rd time. A rift formed in the street above the Echo Ranger. And a dragon flew out. Its body was long and serpentine, like Eastern dragons. Its face and horns looked more like Western dragons, and its arms and legs were longer and thick, and were articulated more like one would expect from European dragons. It had wings, sharing a complex shoulder with the arms. But they 4 long and triangular wings, like a geometric dragonfly. The majority of the Zord was green metal scales, though the horns and claws were gold. And the right front wing, left rear wing and left eye were white while the opposite eye and wings were black. Izuku felt exhausted, but kept running and pointed. The zero-point robot paused in the middle of its murderous last step. Its head tilted to the side in a pantomime of confusion. And then it started, too late, to flinch back. The Dragon Zord slammed into the lesser robot. Its claws shredded the chest armor, actuators, servos, and circuits like wet cardboard. Its teeth closed around the zero-pointer's head, effortlessly separating it from the droid's neck and partially crushing it. Then it threw the remains of the obstacle back. It raised its head and let out a call that matched the tune that summoned it. Mode Black. Izuku reached the girl and threw himself over her. While the bot crushing her was no longer an issue, there was a rain of metal and industrial fluids. Potentially sharp, heavy, and caustic. Switching modes also caused the Dragon Zord to vanish. Between that and the fact that Mode Black was the least draining in general, Izuku no longer felt strained maintaining his ranger form. After maybe 2 seconds, the cascade of debris ended. Izuku checked that the girl was okay. Then he gingerly hefted the chunk of concrete and rebar off her legs. Then he Saturday really more like dropped onto one of the pieces of manufactured stone and mumbled, "Power down." He looked at the girl and gave her a tired smile. "Are you okay?" "My leg hurts a bit," she admitted. "Are you?" "Just tired," he said. "Nothing a few minutes rest and a milkshake can't fix." "What happened?" she asked. "I was trying to reach you," he said. "I didn't think I would make it." Then something else hit the robot and knocked it back. Did you see what it was? She shook her head. All I saw was the zero-pointer's foot, and then you threw yourself over me. It sounded like a dragon. Do you think it was Ryukyu? The rest of the street was empty, so Izuku felt relieved. His transformation might be written off as a quirk. Summoning a giant robot, not so much. Probably not, he said. I don't think she is here. And what does a dragon sound like, anyway? She considered that. Most dragons were fictional, and Ryukyu didn't roar after she changed. So the brunette had to admit he had a point. The roar could have been anything. Their conversation ended as a tiny woman with a gray bun of hair and a white doctor's coat that was too long for her toddled up. She looked Izuku up and down. No injuries on you, she said, just tired from the test. She looked over the girl, as Izuku started to get excited. You are the youthful heroine recovery girl, he geeked out slightly. Moderate sprain and extensive bruising, the doctor said, ignoring Izuku. You definitely need treatment. Here, have a Gumi. She pressed a candy multivitamin into the girl's hand. Then, after the girl ate it, she leaned in and kissed her broadly on the lips. Both teens blushed. Since it isn't too serious, you can skip the infirmary if you want, Shizenji-sensei told the girl, though if the pain hasn't faded by the time you reach the gate to the training area, you better come there anyway. Might be deeper damage. Help her up. The last was directed to Izuku. He followed orders, standing and then offering his hand and then shoulder to the girl. She stood, favoring her uninjured leg. But she tapped her foot on the ground and seemed surprised, like the act hurt less than she expected. I have to check if anyone else got hurt, recovery girl said a bit more sharply, and then have a conversation with a trio of idiots. Even though two of them were in the monitoring room and the third was half the school away in the machine shop, Nizu, Yamada Hizashi, and Maijima Higuri all sneezed in unison. And then shivered in terror. Thank you, the girl called after the doctor, as the latter scuttled away with uncommon speed. I'll help you get to the entrance, Izuku told the girl, and then we can decide if you think you need to go to the infirmary, or are okay to leave. Thanks, the girl said again, her permanent blush deepening. In the monitoring room, only two of the UA staff had been watching the events in Cityscape B Live. The others were more interested in the explosive boy in Arena D, or the plant-haired girl in Arena F. They would all watch the various videos of all the arenas later, to tally up hero points and check for cheaters. So Nizu, having recovered from his moment of fear, expertly isolated a certain collection of camera views, and moved the videos to a private partition. Then he turned and smirked at his counterpart. Yagi Tashinori had worn a look of pride and excitement, until he saw the expression on Nizu's face. The symbol of peace broke out in a cold sweat. Still going to deny it? Nizu asked, the question vague but the intent clear. What the hell could have done this to an executor? Power Loader wasn't sure if he was more excited or dismayed that someone or something had torn apart his masterpiece like it was paper mache. Two of the others were damaged, but neither to this extent. So was she cute? Melissa teased. I guess, Izuku said after thinking about it for a moment. I mean, I'm already dating the most beautiful, intelligent girl at UA. So it isn't something I really think about or focus on. It was a line. But as far as Izuku was concerned, it was still completely true. Melissa stuck her tongue out at him, but also blushed. I would think you would be more interested in the fact that I summoned the Dragon Zord. Izuku did a little dance in his chair. Above and behind them, Tommy chuckled. Honestly, the blonde girl admitted, I said that so I wouldn't totally geek out on the fact that you did it. Or get mad that I didn't get to see it. What did it look like? It looked just like your picture, a new, flat voice said, except the eyes had black-white heterochromia, and it was about 15 meters tall and 100 meters long. They all turned to look at All Might. They were surprised that he knew, and worried that he seemed not to care. What wrong, Uncle Toshi? Melissa asked. You were there? Izuku prompted. Yes, I was there, he answered. Izuku first, relaxing his form. I'm going to be teaching at UA, starting next term. Originally I was going to look for a successor, because of my injury. Now, Nizu has me locked into a contract. But to be honest, I thinks it's good if I am there to teach Izuku and help him keep his secret. And I still might look for a successor, just not as seriously as originally planned. Toshinori slumped into his chair. Tommy, Izuku, and Melissa felt an odd weight from the term successor, but weren't sure what it meant. You got lucky, Toshinori told Izuku pointedly. Only Nizu and I were actively monitoring the cityscape you were in. None of the other teachers or students saw it. And it looks like Principal Nizu intends to keep it a secret, for the moment. But he wants to have a private word with you, Izuku. When? The teen asked simply. Tomorrow after your Saturday classes. Izuku nodded. Midoriya Izuku. Even though there was no malice in the calling out, the teen fidgeted. Born July 15, 2222, in Bukura General Hospital, Mizudafu, Japan, Nizu continued to read. 15 years old, 16 in 4 months. 164.3 centimeters tall, 60.7 kilograms. Mother, Midoriya Inko, possessor of an unnamed quirk which allows her to pull objects within 3 meters and weighing less than 1 kilogram to her hand. Father, Midoriya Hisashi, possessor of an unnamed low-level fire-breathing quirk. Working in America for 8 years, has not been back to Japan in 5 years. The dog-mouse paused in case the young man had anything to say. Izuku kept quiet. At age 4 you underwent the toe test. Of course, while the toe test is 100% accurate for people with standard quirks and who are quirkless, it is not accurate for the so-called late bloomer quirks, of which approximately 59% do not have the extra joint on their pinky toe and 41% do have the joint. Despite that, no further tests were performed and you were considered quirkless until last year. Currently attending Aldra Middle School, where you hold the number 2 position in your year. Normally this would not be impressive. Aldra is a public school and has not had a stellar reputation. But the number 1 student at Aldra is also the number 1 student in Japan by a healthy margin, and has been for the last 5 years. Japan's standard tests and global rankings currently started when students reached 5th grade and continued through the last year of middle school. Since high school was not mandatory and many high schools were focused on specific career paths, they did not have global rankings after 9th grade. Aldra has been upping their game, as the saying goes, to try to challenge Mizuno-san. And the fact that you have moved from 3rd position to 2nd, and are keeping relatively close to her is impressive. Point of fact, you scored 4th overall on the written portion of the entrance exam. 6th, if I include the recommendation exam. Which is quite good. Izuku looked slightly proud, but still said nothing. You also had the number 1 score this year on the practical exam, and that is including the recommendations. Second point of fact, you have the 3rd best practical score ever. Your 3-mode transformation quirk, Echoes, is powerful and flexible. Then Nizu's eyes narrowed and he pinned the boy in place with a sharp gaze, stating intensely, "If it is a quirk." "Sir?" Izuku tried to sound surprised and confusion, but not worried. He was not sure if he succeeded. Nizu hit a button, and the seeming works of art behind his desk were revealed to be 4 large monitors. Monitors which now showed pictures of a city street from various angles. The top left monitor showed a street-level view from the left side. Izuku was in full view, in his mode green, and paused mid-sprint. The top right screen was a higher-up view from the right side. The tops of the buildings could be seen, but the top half of the boy's helmet was still in frame. The bottom left video was from the end of the street. It showed Izuku from behind, the brunette girl trapped, and the 0-pointer moments away from stepping on her. The last monitor, the bottom right, was a top-down view of the street. The obstruction robot was on the left side, as was the girl. And the ranger was in the middle of the screen. The principal hit another button, and all the recordings started to advance. Izuku watched as his past self reached for one of the dragon daggers. Played the familiar fanfare 3 times, audible in the videos. The first time nothing happened. The second there was a roar. And the third time, the Dragon Zord tore out of wherever the Echo Project had left its components. Izuku studied that Zord, agreeing with all might. The Zord, it was virtually identical to the design Izuku and Melissa had discussed, and she had then drawn. Other than the 2 different color eyes. And being full-sized. The Dragon Zord was far faster than he had realized, and destroyed the zero-pointer with ease. Then past, Izuku reached the girl and protected her from the debris. The Zord vanished as he changed modes. So Nizu paused it and stepped it back a few moments, so they could see the Zord roaring in triumph. Your explanation of your quirk doesn't say anything about being able to summon a Megazord, Nizu said blandly. Is that new, or was it an omission? A certain part of Izuku's brain grabbed control of his mouth before his rationality could stop it. That wasn't a Megazord, Izuku said firmly. Nizu looked confused. Even if that is a Zord, Izuku explained, and not a regular robot or some other sort of quirk projection, it isn't a Megazord. A Megazord is a combination of multiple Zords, usually 3 to 5, not uncommonly 6 or more rarely just 2. Generally, it is also only considered a Megazord if it is a humanoid transformation, though some people on the forums claim that vehicle or quadruped combinations still count as Megazords. But those are also fairly uncommon, and I personally don't agree with that view. You seem to know a lot about that. Nizu's eyes narrowed. I am a Power Rangers true believer, Izuku said. I would have thought my transformations made that obvious. So you are saying that you aren't a Power Ranger and that wasn't your Zord? I have never seen that dragon before it appeared above me yesterday, Izuku said carefully. Which isn't a denial, Nizu smirked. Do you really think that after 200 years, the Power Rangers are back? Izuku asked with real hints of both excitement and doubt. And I am one of them? Yagi Toshinori was seriously injured 5 years ago, Nizu said. No quirk or medical technique could heal him. Even cloned organs rotted as soon as they were transplanted. We thought he had at most 5 or 6 more years from now. Much soon, if he kept straining himself as all might. Then, not quite a year ago, he meets you. Less than a month later, he is miraculously in perfect health. Arguably better than before that injury. He won't explain how it happened, yet claims there is no way to reproduce the results. Shield Melissa, known to certain circles for her near obsession with the Pink Rangers, came to Japan 2 months after that. Toshinori introduced her to you, and within 2 months, she is applying to UA and moving to Japan. Not that I am complaining. We are dating, Izuku interjected. While I will never underestimate the power of teenage hormones, Nizu grinned, it makes far more sense if there was another reason for her to come to Japan in the first place. And the same reason helped compel her to stay. Beyond those 2 major factors, we have the sudden and expensive rebuild of the Yagi Company's basement. The major contribution you made to the cleanup of Dagoba Beach despite not being seen transforming. Your martial arts expertise. Without any recorded training. Toshinori contracting an abandoned quarry as a very large and private training space. Which brings us to this. Nizu gestured to the displays. You are trying to save the young women. You copy the reported actions of the Green Power Ranger. And a Zord appears. Or if not a Zord, then an inexplicable giant robot dragon. A robot accompanied by an energy source I have never seen before, and was only able to detect because of one of the research projects Shield-san handed in this past year. Then is a slightly more light and amused tone, Nizu added, which also makes me think she has been sandbagging in class. Inexplicable and Ranger-adjacent events seem to be surrounding you, Midoriya-kun, Nizu said firmly, and like one of my fictional heroes said, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Which, combined with Occam's razor, leads to a singular conclusion. You are a Power Ranger. What if I am? Izuku said, an edge to his voice. Will you reject my application? Try to steal my Morpher or other technology. Report me to the government. Nizu met the boy's eyes for a moment. Then without looking away, he typed something onto his keyboard. The screens fritzed. One of them briefly showed the words, "File corrupted," in English. I have deleted the recordings. And I have started a process to scrub the drives. In 5 minutes, it would take a wizard to get the data back. Though I suddenly find I must consider the possibility that magic exists. Why? Izuku was confused and on the verge of tears. Midoriya-kun, I apologize. I've been told that my zeal for solving puzzles and mysteries can get the better of me. That I can come off like a villain. That was not my intent. I'm not going to blackmail or threaten you. And whatever the truth about you may be, it would be an honor to have you attend UA. I just wanted to let you know that I know. That I will keep your secret. I would not have spoiled Toshinori's hero identity as All Might, had he not told me you and Melissa already knew. I wish to help you, Nizu told the boy sincerely. While I find the idea of the Ranger tech very enticing, now that I know it is real, I would never release it without your permission. You, meaning the Rangers as a whole. Then Nizu frowned and muttered, that's assuming this magic super alien technology and its infinite extra-dimensional energy source is even something we can workably release. I need to talk to the others, Izuku said cautiously. Of course, Nizu nodded, and know that whatever all of you decide, you, Midoriya-kun, have more than earned your place at UA. What did he say? Toshinori asked, when Izuku entered the command center. He knows I am a ranger, the young man said. I didn't confirm it, but he had too many hints. Toshinori's healing, Melissa's decision to move here, me being quirkless. Other minor elements. But he also seems to think there are other rangers. Which makes sense, Toshinori nodded. You are the first solo ranger that I know of. The hero looked over to Tommy, who nodded. Some rangers have operated independently for a little while, the AI confirmed, but so far as I know they have always been part of a larger team. And we are trying to remedy that, Melissa insisted. Then she looked at Izuku and asked, so what did he want? Did he want to scan your Morpher? No, Izuku shook his head. Nizu-sensei said he just wanted me to know that he knew. He even deleted the videos of the Dragonzord. No, he deleted them, Melissa ummed in dismay. He said he wanted to help, if we would let him, Izuku continued around her. Then he turned to Toshinori. He asked, do you trust him, Toshinori? He knows that you are All Might, but... The young man trailed off in uncertainty. Nizu is a trainer and supporter of heroes. Toshinori dropped into his All Might voice without changing forms. He has kept my secrets since I graduated from UA. Including secrets I haven't told the two of you. Or even David. Yagi inclined his head at S.H.I.E.L.D. You think we should trust him? Melissa sounded unsure. I have trusted him with my life, both directly and in terms of the secrets he has kept. The hero gave a more direct and definitive answer. That said, it is your choice. I can understand if you don't feel my say-so is enough. He didn't have to tell me. He didn't have to delete the videos, Izuku said, and Toshinori trusts him. I think we should trust him. Show Nizu-sensei the command center and introduce him to Tommy. Tell him that I am the only ranger. But it is your choice if you tell him about your project or let him help you, Melissa. I agree with Izuku, Tommy said, if he is going to be your principal and can help us here. And I trust Toshinori on this. I'm already outvoted, Melissa sighed, and it is most your secrets for now, Izuku. And Dr. Otu. So let's bring him here. And then I'll decide if I'll ask him to help me with the pink echo coin. Fair. The three men all nodded. Sunday morning, Izuku met Nizu outside the Yagi agency building. Izuku had been assigned the task of bringing the bear dog to the command center. Because he was the ranger, and it would give Melissa time to think. Do you speak English, sensei? The teen asked as they walked down the stairs to the basement. I am fluent in over 16 forms of communication, Nizu told him, including English. Over 16? Izuku looked confused. That's an odd way to phrase it. I am also conversational but not fluent in 5 additional languages, Nizu explained, and I have also mastered 4 programming languages, but those aren't really complete forms of communication, especially between people. So I speak 16 languages fluently, but do have other ways to communicate. Am I to assume we are going to be speaking English? Nizu asked a moment later. Yes, Izuku said, it's Melissa and Tommy's original language and is a good excuse for Toshinori and I to practice it. Tommy? Nizu prompted, squinting thoughtfully, one of the other rangers? Something like that. Izuku trailed off as he placed his eye to the retina scanner, his hand on the palm scanner, and said, Echo Ranger 1, Mode British Racing. The door opened with a deep and definite click. Welcome, sir, to the Echo Command Center, Izuku said, leading the principal inside. This is not what I was suspecting, the mouse bear admitted. The tiny principal looked around at the gleaming room, at the wall of Ranger tech, and then his eyes settled on the tube behind the tables. A tribute to one of the few admitted Power Rangers, Nizu nodded at the projection. Dr. Thomas. Then he made the link to what Izuku had said out on the landing. You could definitely call me that, the AI said with a self-depreciating chuckle. Nizu's jaw dropped. They told the newcomer almost everything. Tommy spoke about the Shadow War, and the subsequent creations of himself and the Echo Coin. Izuku explained how he found the Echo Coin, the coin's legendary and extraterrestrial guardians. How he met Toshinori. Toshinori talked about how Rita healed him, including more about living with his injury and the experience of magic healing than he had told anyone before. Then he segued into Melissa asking to visit for the summer. Melissa told them about how she detected the spike in Morphin grid energy through its effect on her coin fragments. How she came to Japan, and when Toshinori introduced her to Izuku, how her scanners immediately identified him. The boys then engaged in a bit of friendly ribbing, explaining that of the 84 Ranger gadgets, only 9 had originally been working. But thanks to Melissa, now 15 of them worked. She shot back that 21 were in working order, just 6 of them didn't have enough grid energy to turn on. Then they concluded by talking about the fight with Shadow Darkonda in Kyoto. They specifically did not tell Nizu about the Dai clan. Not about the Squadron Rangers, not about their living descendants. They also kept Melissa's project quiet. Well, was all Nizu had to say when Izuku and company wrapped up. That basically sums up my reaction when Izuku spontaneously morphed in front of me, Toshinori chuckled. If you had asked me about the Power Rangers last week. Nizu shook his head in exaggerated dismay. You didn't think the Power Rangers were real? Tommy asked evenly. No, I knew they were real, Nizu said, but I wasn't a true believer like these 3. An anti-terrorist organization with advanced weapons, armor, and vehicles. And aliens have to exist, so I was willing to accept that the Rangers might have been using alien tech to fight against so-called evil space aliens. But instantaneous, Mahou Shoujo-style transformations, the bear mouse continued, giant transforming and combining robots? And extra-dimensional source of infinite, clean energy, and special technology that only works off said power source? Magic? And almost all of this being done by teens and young adults with no special training or government oversight. It was inconceivable, at least until I saw Izuku's Zord. Then he paused and looked at the other 2 adults. And Tommy and Toshinori's assurances aside, Nizu added in a slightly teasing voice, I'm still not totally convinced that magic is real. I felt the same way, Melissa said, but magic is real. Unless declared integer, Tommy added. Nizu laughed, the only one getting the full reference. Melissa did chuckle, understanding the meaning of the joke if not its origin. So what is our next step? Nizu asked them, I would like to help you all, and would love to get my hands on those devices. If you will let me. Let me ask you a question, Principal Nizu, Melissa countered seriously, or maybe 2. First, what do you think is the best thing we can do to help Izuku? Nizu frowned. Obviously the best thing would be to undo whatever this demoness did. To give Izuku free access to the Morphin grid. That would make him more powerful than he is now, and hopefully give him full access to his Zords. Then the genius sighed, but I'm not sure that is practical. After all. He waved to Tommy. Whole teams of people with more knowledge and experience tried. And they couldn't figure it out. Maybe something has changed. Maybe our lack of knowledge would let us try something which seemed stupid or impossible to Tommy allies. Maybe there is a quirk or quirks that could help. But none of that is worth relying on. Nor is it likely to be quick. Tommy nodded, as did Toshinori. So the best thing we can probably do is to help him with the tech, Nizu continued. Try to get more of these tools working. Or the Zords. Even if they require the grid to function, maybe there is something we can do to supplement it. As an example, you mentioned the railgun you found and have been trying to integrate. If we could have the railgun operate off an electric battery, with solar panels to charge it, The Zord would have a weapon without needing to use the grid to power it. I would need more insight into the Zord and other grid tech to be certain, but that feels viable. Okay, Melissa grew even more tense. You didn't mention my coin fragments, or how they reacted to Izuku's grid connection. What about trying to use those to tap into the grid? To power the Zords or other gadgets? I assumed you would not want to give up or risk your treasures, Nizu said softly, but if you were. You are quirkless as well, Melissa. That is a requirement for being a ranger. The Echo coin rejected every candidate with a quirk, Tommy confirmed. There is something about ranger powers and quirks that do not mesh. Since we don't have anything other than Izuku's coin to test it, we haven't been able to determine exactly why or how that is the case. So, if Melissa is willing to risk her coin pieces, Nizu started to get excited. The best option to help Izuku would be to see if we can replicate the Echo project. See if we can repair one of your coins. Make you into a second ranger. We can't repair them, Melissa said softly. They are all far too badly damaged. I'm sorry, Nizu forced himself to calm down. I should have expected you would have already thought of that. Well then. Instead, I am trying to use the notes from the Echo project to combine the coin fragments, she cut him off, to try to fuse multiple partial coins into a pair of new, working coins. And then combine them into a single coin. Like Izuku's coin, multiple coins merge to make up for the current state of Earth and the grid. You are working on this? Nizu's eyes sparkled. I've gotten pretty far, she confirmed. Then she frowned. I think. But I've run into some roadblocks. Izuku. Everyone has urged me to seek help. But we need secrecy. To keep the proverbial circle small. But if the smartest man in the world figured out the secrets and inserted himself into the circle, I'd have to be a fool not to take advantage of it. Right? No. Not an idiot. Proud and cautious. But not wrong or foolish. That's it. Will you let me help you? Yes. Tommy and Toshinori both silently relaxed. Izuku didn't, having trusted his girlfriend would do the right thing. Great. So the first step is establishing a resonance between the coin fragments. Of course, having two geniuses instead of one had its own drawbacks. Monday Nizu couldn't join them because of a UA staff meeting. Melissa and Izuku trained like normal, and then she had him help her study for her finals. Mostly just reading questions to her. But Izuku knew Melissa was also having him start to learn material that UA would cover when he attended in a few weeks. Tuesday the whole group met again. This time Nizu brought his tablet with him. So, I have been considering the two issues you said you were having, Miss Shield, Nizu said, but I intentionally have not reviewed the Echo Project files or your own notes that you emailed me. I am starting going at this blind, so I can come up with ideas that you may not have considered thanks to what you already know. The girl nodded. That's why I've tried bouncing things off Uncle Toshi and Izuku. But I have a more thorough grounding in science and engineering, Nizu countered. Anyway, the first issue you mentioned are the gaps in the hypothetical pink-blue hybrid coin. When you line up the coin fragments, even if you rotate them, there is a space the coins don't cover. Is that correct? Yeah, she said softly. And I understand that the fragments of each coin have to maintain their proper position relative to if the coin were intact. But do the individual, stacked coins need to be concentric? Yes. Well, maybe not. I guess so long as they all still fit within the outline of the new coin. It might be possible. It would make calculating the resonance waveform exponentially harder. But with the two of us working together, and the upgrades to Tommy's processing power you suggested, we may be able to do it. Excellent. Nizu clapped his hand. Of course we will need to test it and it may still prove unworkable, but it is a place to start. So, secondly, you said your attempts to create the pink-yellow hybrid coin have failed. The waveform is stable and the coin's metal begins to soften, but ultimately the new coin doesn't come together. At the last moment the matrix collapses. Correct. Yes, the younger blonde confirmed, annoyed with herself. And you are trying to imprint the matrix using the QP torch that is melting the metal? Yes, she repeated. What if instead we pressed the coins? Pressed them? Tommy asked. Yes, Nizu nodded. We create a physical mold with the shape of the new coin. We press the coins together physically and transmit the waveforms of the grid matrix through the mold. It will give a broader and more stable contact for both facets of the process. I did actually consider something like that, Melissa said softly, but the issue was the material for the molds. We need something that can maintain physical and spiritual stability at those temperatures, while also being able to cleanly transmit the new structure. Nizu frowned, scratching under his jaw. Right, I missed that. That is an issue. What about that? Izuku asked. He pointed at the wall of Ranger Tech, at the one item that wasn't a machine of some sort. He pointed to the fragment of the Squadron Blue Kirin Zord's armor they had brought back from Kyoto. The pamphlet said that nothing government tried could cut it or melt it 200 years ago, he reminded Melissa and told Nizu, and technology may have stagnated, but I think some of the tools have improved, right? Plus we have you too, and Ranger Tech. If nothing else, I should be able to cut off the 3 slugs you'll need with the Tiger Saber, and then you just need to worry about carving them. 3. Nizu sounded confused, and Melissa gave her boyfriend a questioning look. Yeah, Izuku said defensively, 1 for the head of each of the 2 coins. And then 1 for the tails. At least, I would think that both should have the same reverse side. That might help when you join the 2 coins into the new Echo coin. They will already have a connection that way. Then he paused and looked at both of them humbly, right? Genius. Melissa rounded the table and kissed Izuku noisily. My boyfriend is a genius. What? Izuku was confused, but not unhappy. The coins are 3-dimensional, Nizu said, but we have been treating them like they are 2-dimensional. Only caring about the head of the coins, not the side or the tail. So if we... The next Saturday rolled around, cooler than usual for late March, but also bright and clear. For the first time in months, Izuku announced himself at the Yagi building, rather than just using his access and heading down to the command center. Because he wasn't going to the command center, or even inside. Good afternoon, Joe-san, Izuku said after pressing the intercom. I'm here to pick up Melissa. I'll let her know you are here, the receptionist said. A minute later, the young woman walked out. She was wearing a white blouse and pink, pleated skirt. She also had a black jacket and leggings in deference to the temperature. Hi, Izuku, she said. Hey, Melissa, he said shyly. You look very nice. Thanks. It wasn't their second or even their 20th date, but it was the most official and formal one since Christmas Eve. There was a limited number of days before the new school year, which would spell a major uptick in both of their workloads. So the young couple was taking time for a more traditional outing. What are we doing today? Melissa asked as he took her hand. Lunch, he said. I was thinking pizza, but you can decide. Then I have tickets for the new Star Trek movie, The Beginning of Time. After that I found a new antiques store a few stops down the line. And then dinner before I bring you home. She muttered. That sound good. But, he prompted, you know I like Star Trek as a whole. But these new, hero generation movies. Like, why did they give Captain Picard such a convoluted telepathy quirk? All the strange limits, just so Troy stays relevant. Why not just give him something else? Or even better, they should have just made him quirkless. It's a reference, Izuku said. The original Captain Picard actor also played Professor X in the original X-Men movies. Really? Yes, Izuku nodded. I have the first 2 on DVD. I found them in another antique store a few years ago. The owner didn't know what they were. I had to convince him to let me pay a reasonable price. He thought they were just junk. You can't stream any of those movies anymore. She sounded jealous and amazed. Must people think that the copies were all wiped out in the troubles? Still, 200-year-old DVDs. Have they deteriorated? They had, a little, Izuku told her, but the software my dad works on was able to restore them. Just don't tell anyone he used it to fix some old DVDs for me, instead of more critical data. I won't, she assured him. Then Melissa rolled her eyes. Given the data that project is trying to get back, I think a few old DVDs are a much better use of the CPU cycles. What if we skip the Star Trek movie, do lunch in the antique store, then go back to your place and watch those movies? My mom will be there, Izuku reminded her. Better her than dozens of strangers, she said. Arguably true. So where from lunch? Despite planning to walk to UA together most days, Izuku was alone for his first day of class. Melissa said they should go apart, so Izuku wouldn't start off being labeled as her boyfriend. Izuku accepted that. Knowing this would spare her from having to get up early for him, Izuku left almost an hour earlier than he needed to. He wanted to take some time to look around the school building, if not the rest of the UA campus. And he wanted to be one of the first to class. After a roundabout stroll, Izuku reached Class 1A and heard voices inside. There were 4 other students already in the room. On the far side of the room, a boy with spiky red head and a girl with pink. Everything were talking to the boy from the exams that Izuku thought was related to Ingenium. Or maybe talking wasn't the right word, since the taller boy was lecturing the other 2, who were amused but unconcerned. Seated in the middle of room was a girl with shoulder-length black hair. Even if Izuku was no longer interested in looking at other girls, he could tell from a purely technical standpoint that she was attractive. Not as cute or beautiful or CC as Melissa, but still a very pretty face and an above-average figure. That said, her expression was rather empty. She glanced over at Izuku and nodded. "I am Kodai Yui. Nice to meet you, new classmate." "Oh, hi." Izuku was flustered by her sudden statement, lack of greeting, and flat tone. "Nice to meet you, san. I am Midoriya Izuku. Please take care of me." Izuku barely stopped himself from saying his name in Western order, and wondered if he had been speaking too much English. "Please take care of me," Kodai-san repeated the platitude. "Wait, you're Midoriya-san?" The pink girl broke away and walked over to them. "You are the top scorer?" "I am," Izuku said. Then he vaguely remembered Nizu-sensei mentioning that. But he had lost that when the conversation turned to his secret. "The hologram I received had the top 10 finishers," the speedster explained, "as well as my individual score. You were the top scorer, which does not surprise me. Was your confirmation letter different?" "I didn't get a confirmation letter," Izuku said. "The principal asked to talk to me and told me then. But I guess it didn't hit me. It wasn't really the point." "Why would the principal want to talk to you?" the tall boy asked. "He talked about my parents," Izuku misdirected. "Your parents?" Kodai-sen said. "It's basically me and my mom, since my dad has been in America for the last 8 years, Izuku answered her question. "He's working on the Digital Recover Initiative." Ah. That seemed to satisfy the speedster. Izuku breathed a silent sigh of relief. Izuku had taken his seat and watched silently as his other classmates filtered in, until a specific blonde wandered in. And it was neither the blonde he was always hoping to see, nor the one he had been dreading seeing, now sitting behind him, silently fuming and glaring daggers at the back of Izuku's head. "Hey, it's Ranger Guy," the electrokinetic who Izuku had saved proclaimed, and pointed at the green-haired boy. "Ranger Guy." Ashido-san, the pink-skinned and pink-haired girl, turned to look at the newcomer. "What's that mean?" "This guy saved me during the practical exam," the blonde boy said, "and he looked kind of like one of the old Power Rangers." "Really?" Ashido bounced out of her chair again and closed on Izuku. "What's a Power Ranger?" another girl asked. She had long green hair, frog-like features, and had introduced herself as Azuitsu. The boy with half red and half white, who had not bothered to give his name, gave Izuku a condescending look. "The Power Rangers are my eternal rivals," the teen with the head of crow declared extravagantly. "They are the enemies of the darkness that I represent." Ashido snorted a laugh. Then she said, "Ignore the chunny. Like 200 years ago, before there were Quirks, there were these teams of heroes called Power Rangers. They fought all kinds of weird and nasty monsters. Aliens. Even demons. And they had these cool costumes and even giant robots." "That sounds unlikely," Azui-san asserted. "It was a TV show that somehow a bunch of idiots and assholes have decided is real," another voice interjected. Izuku didn't bother to acknowledge Bakugo-san. "Oh yeah." Ashido did. "Then why are there ranger museums in America? And Kyoto? Why is there a museum to Sonic the Hedgehog here in Tokyo?" He shot back, "Nerds and idiots. That doesn't make it real." The argument escalated until a yellow lump in the front left corner of the classroom unfolded. "Shut up and fall in," the tired, black-haired man walked to the podium, or do you want to get expelled before your first test? Then he smiled at the students darkly, which will start in 20 minutes. The first day of the UA 2238 school year, early in the morning, an awoken animal of indeterminate species and an AI copy of a 2 centuries past hero had a Zoom call, using the outdated but still accepted slang, which sounded like the start to an absurdist joke, or the opening to a philosophy student's doctoral thesis. But no, it actually happened. "Hello, Dr. Oliver," the dog bear greeted his new ally. Ally/research subject, if he was being totally honest. "Please, just call me Tommy, Principal Nizu," the AI said, as this was the first time they had spoken alone or especially directly. "Then just call me Nizu, Tommy," he responded. "After all, you are not one of my students, past or present." "All right," Tommy chuckled lightly. Then more seriously asked, "So why did you want to talk to me today?" "Since I joined the Echo Ranger team, I have been spending a great deal of time researching Ranger and grid technology," the mouse-like educator explained, "but yesterday it occurred to me that I have far less knowledge of the Ranger teams themselves. And if I intend to help Izuku fit in at UA, I think it would behoove me to be more familiar with them." "That's true," the hologram agreed. "So what do you want to know?" "I started looking online," Nizu admitted, "and there is a lot of information. But it is a mess of incomplete and self-contradictory history and mythology. Like a rainbow superball half melted and then shot at a brick wall with a pitching machine while still semi-liquid." "That's quite the metaphor," Tommy laughed sadly, "and unfortunately accurate." "So today I want to start simple," Nizu said. "Please give me a list of which Ranger teams are real and which are fictitious." "That's all?" the AI was surprised. "Probably not," Nizu agreed. "But it will help me to categorize the information I have and come up with my concise and concrete questions for you. Like this." Nizu brought up a file. "This is a major point of contention," Nizu explained. "Paizuk Master Casey Rhodes was one of the Rangers who came forward with you to reassure the public during the Ranger War. You were a Ranger, so it follows that he must have been a real Ranger as well. Unfortunately, there was a YouTube channel, Jungle Fran, who posted and digitally altered a number of the so-called Jungle Fury team's battles. As a result, many people assumed that the Jungle Fury team was not real and used that to discount you in turn. The fact that Jungle Fury team had 8 Rangers with non-standard color also used to support the naysayers' arguments." Tommy couldn't help but nod. "So, that's why I want to start simple with which teams were real." "That makes sense," the former Ranger affirmed. "I'm going to answer you in 3 sets," Tommy began, "starting with the Earth Rangers, then the extraterrestrial Rangers, and lastly the fake Rangers, or at least ones I'm aware of." Nizu nodded. "So the first modern Power Rangers were the Mighty Morphin team." Nizu made mental note of the word modern, but did not interrupt. "That was the team I, or at least my source, was on. It was the longest-lasting team. But it was in a sense 2 teams, as 4 of the original Rangers left at a point and were replaced. Also, the Mighty Morphin powers and Zords were tweaked multiple times to deal with various enemies. We lost our original powers but gained new powers through the Zeo Crystal and became the Zeo Power Rangers." Nizu already had a list of questions about the Zeo Crystal. There was also a short PRD where the Zeo Rangers were fighting off-world, so Zordon was forced to temporarily and unstably reactivate the Mighty Morphin powers as the Neo Mighty Morphin team. Half of them were from the original team, but there were also 2 newcomers. The Neo MM team fought in Europe, primarily in Paris. The next team was the Turbo Power Rangers. My friends and I briefly served as the Turbo Rangers. Ultimately, it was time for us to move on, so we handed off the Turbo Powers to a new team of teenagers with attitude. That was another note for the Bear Mouse. He had seen the term teenagers with attitude multiple times in his searches. And while he understood the words, he wondered if they had special meaning with respect to the Ranger powers or the Morphin grid. The next Earth team was Lightspeed Rescue, based just outside Washington, D.C. I said it that way because one of the teams from another world, the Rangers of KO 35, nicknamed the Space Rangers, were most active after the Turbo Rangers but before Lightspeed Rescue. Some of the Space Rangers were Earth humans, and during that time they frequently protected the Earth. So they are a borderline case, but were technically an extraterrestrial team. After the Lightspeed Rescue Power Rangers, the Ninja Storm and Squadron Rangers were both active at roughly the same time. The Ninja Storm Rangers were back in California, and I'm guessing you already know that the Squadron Rangers defended Kyoto here in Japan. Nizu bobbed his head and motioned for Tommy to continue. After that was the Dino Thunder Rangers. My third team by members or fifth by power set. Next was the Mystic Force, a magic-centric ranger team based in New Zealand. Then there was the Operation Overdrive team, once again in SoCal. They are notable for me because their mentor, Dr. Andrew Hartford, designed the AI matrix that was later updated to create me. And they also temporarily lost their connection to the grid, so an all-star team of former Rangers were called up to cover for them. The 11th team of Power Rangers on Earth was the Lightning Rangers, here in Tokyo. They also partial overlapped with the 12th team, the Jungle Fury team you mentioned earlier, in terms of when they were active. The second to last Earth team was the Samurai Power Rangers. And, of course, the final team, at least until Izuku, was the Power Rangers Megaforce. They were central to the Ranger War and the Shadow War, though all of the Rangers I know of fought in the Ranger War, and all of the Earth teams in the Shadow War. Beyond the Earth, I know of 4 teams of Rangers. The planets of Aquitar, Triforia, KO, 35, and Miranoi each had their own team of Rangers. And Elter was the home world of the Phantom Ranger, but they did not live there, nor did Elter have any other Rangers. With a few exceptions, they all helped out here on Earth. The Aquation Rangers filled in for the Mighty Morphin team when the villain Master Vile turned us into children and cut us off from our powers in the process. The Gold Ranger of Triforia helped the Zeo Rangers, and was forced to temporarily transfer his powers to one of the original Mighty Morphin Rangers. I already mentioned the KO 35 team, but the Miranoi team never came to Earth before the Ranger Wars. Instead, some of them were also from Earth. Members of the Terra Venture Project. Wait, the Terra Venture Project was real? This time Nizu couldn't stay silent. Yes, Tommy said simply and then waited. I'm sorry, Nizu bowed his head. I'm sure I will have more. Many more questions on that later. But for now, continue. There is one other possible team, Tommy said dubiously. Why do you say it like that? Nizu prompted. According to the Samurai Rangers, a team of Rangers from an alternate reality crossed over to Earth pursuing one of their enemies. The two teams worked together and defeated the villain, and then these other Rangers returned home. I don't know if they fought in the Ranger War. All the Rangers I saw during the war, I either knew about or, in the case of the Miranoi and Japanese teams, was able to identify later. That said, there was a lot going on, and it wasn't as if I saw every member of every team in the battle. Like I never saw the Jungle Fury Wolf Ranger, though Kira and Kat both did. So the other universe team might have been there. Tommy shrugged and Nizu pondered that. As for the fictional teams, the first TV show was Power Rangers Time Force. It is my understanding that the studio thought by having the Ranger travel back in time from the year 3000 they could justify any differences between the TV Rangers and the real Rangers. The second fictional team was Bakuryu Sentai Abaranger, the Japanese show based vaguely on the real exploits of the Dino Thunder team. The third TV show was another American show, Power Rangers SPD. That was another future series, set in the then decades away year of they tried to predict what the world would be like if aliens and Ranger tech continued to spread on Earth. It was also interesting, because they hired the actors from Abaranger for a crossover episode. Then came Denjiki Sentai Blitz Ranger, a fully original Japanese production. After that in 2017, after the Ranger War, Hollywood made a big-budget movie based on what they knew about the Mighty Morphin team. It wasn't very accurate, but it was kind of fun. And they hired me. That is the real Tommy, to do a cameo since they knew his identity. Then the last one was Power Rangers Ninja Steel. It came out after the Shadow War and the end of the Rangers here on Earth. I haven't seen it, but according to both Izuku and Melissa, that is a blessing. And that's it. Tommy seemed to catch his breath, despite not having lungs, It is probable that there are other extraterrestrial teams I don't know of. Less likely but still possible is the existence of older teams whose powers were never reactivated or were permanently lost. Thank you, Tommy, Nizu said sincerely. That gives me a lot to process and research. And I am already thinking of some further questions I have for you. It's no problem, Nizu. And you know where to find me. Let's have our first place finisher step up, Aizawa-sensei said sharply. He had introduced himself. Their homeroom teacher and the pro-hero Eraserhead, Aizawa Shoyuda. He had them name themselves for attendance. Then told them to change into their gym uniforms and go outside. Ida-san had protested, saying that they needed to go to the entrance ceremony. Aizawa-sensei told him he was free to go, if he didn't mind failing. According to your records, Eraserhead announced when Izuku reached him, in Aldra's last standardized physical test, you got 71.3 meters on the softball throw. The boy nodded. Bakugu clicked his tongue and looked away. And that was without using your quirk, right? The teacher prompted. Yes, Izuku said simply. The Ministry of Education is not very rational. Aizawa-sensei sounded annoyed. They insist on pretending everyone is still the same. Not only do you not learn how to use your quirks, you are actively discouraged from doing so. That ends now. He picked up a softball and tossed it to Izuku. Try throwing it with your quirk, Aizawa-sensei told him. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Izuku looked at the ball, then at their teacher. The boy frowned thoughtfully. Do you mean, throw, literally, sensei? The ranger in training asked. What do you mean? Eraserhead countered, annoyed. Throwing the ball, Izuku pantomimed the motion, might not be the best choice for everyone. Depending on their quirk. For example, Bakuga-san's quirk is better suited for shooting the ball. Holding it in his hands and building up as much explosive as he can tolerate before releasing it. With his leg speed and strength, Ida-san might be able to dropkick it further than he can throw it. Those are just off the top of my head. I don't know everyone's quirk yet. For just a moment, Aizawa looked amused and impressed. But his scowl returned before anyone caught that. Fine. Try propelling it with your quirk. Izuku nodded. Mode white, the boy declared, after subtly tapping the face of his morpher and whispering, Echo Ranger 1. Taking the ball in his left hand, he drew the tiger saber in his right. More than a few of his classmates looked confused or concerned. Perhaps he intends to use the curved back of the sword like a trackball racket, the girl with the long black hair, who had introduced herself as Yayoro Zumomo, suggested. She was on the right track, but not correct. Izuku threw the ball up into the air, arcing so it would land just outside the circle. Then he dropped into a batter's stance, and held the scimitar so the flat of the blade was out. Clang. Metal blade slammed into faux leather ball. The ball rebounded away with the speed of a low-caliber bullet. Aizawa whistled in spite of himself. It's going, it's gone, one of the other boys said softly. 514.4 meters, he said, looking at the app on his phone. That's outside the UA fence. Then he addressed the students darkly. This is a quirk assessment test. You will all be undergoing 8 standard fitness tests. You will be expected to make full use of your quirks in these tests. And in the end, whoever comes in last place will be immediately expelled. What? Kirishima-sen gaped, as many of the others did silently. Can he really expel us from UA? Kodai-sen asked, her voice still flat and unconcerned. I don't think so, Ida-san answered, uncertain. I suppose I should clarify, Aizawa brightened slightly, since it seems some of you are capable of rational thought. It is true, I can't kick you out of UA. I can kick you out of the hero course. From there, it is up to the principal and the other teachers if they can find a spot for you in support or general. But that's your problem, not mine. He went back to scowling and glaring. You are not here to have fun or make friends. This is the best hero course in Asia, if not the whole world, for a reason. If you can't control your powers, if your quirks aren't up to par, you will get yourselves killed. Or worse, get others killed. So you are going to show me that you belong here. Can we at least know what the tests are? Bakugo-san asked, smirking. Silently he thought, I can get rid of one of these shitty extras. If I play it right, maybe even Deku. Ball throw, 50-meter dash. Standing long jump, endurance run, Aizawa-sensei answered, frowning that the explosive boy didn't know the standard tests. Then we go inside, for repeated side steps, sit-ups, pull-ups, and grip strength. For each test, the winner gets 10 points. Second and third place get 9. Fourth and fifth get 8 points. And so on down to last place gets 0 points. At the end, I'll total up the points and whoever has the lowest total get the boot. Ties included. The students took that in, some nervous, other calculating. Okay, Midoriya has already done the ball throw, Aizawa said a moment later. Let's get the rest of you through this in seat order. Aoyama Yuga threw the softball ball as hard as he could. It looked like it would go maybe 30 meters. But as it started to descend, he grabbed his belt. A bolt of sparkling gold energy hit the ball, knocking it higher and further. The blonde teen tried to take a second shot, but missed. He ended up with a score of 56 meters, even. Ashido Mina also threw the ball. But as she did, it was clad with a thick, viscous goo. It landed at about 60 meters, but due to the slippery and slightly elastic coating, it bounced and rolled until the pink girl got a result of 84.5 meters. Azuitsu stuck the ball to the end of her tongue. Then she begins spinning around, like she was doing a hammer throw instead of a softball throw. Her tongue extended to almost 20 meters, forcing Aizawa and the other students to move back. Finally, she hopped a good 12 meters into the air, and released it. The ball sailed away, landing at 189.2 meters. But the spinning left Tsuyu dizzy, and she would have crashed had Mode Green Izuku not caught her. Still, her eyes were spinning and her head bobbling, so after Izuku set her down, Ochako and Momo stepped in to comfort her. Ida Tenya stepped into the circle and planted his left foot. He rotated his right leg at the hip, tracing a small oval. The engine in his leg began to rev up, getting louder with each cycle. After a few seconds he drew his leg back, dropped the ball, and punted it. The ball arced through the air and landed 130.7 meters away. Uraraka Ochako was the young woman Izuku had saved. She picked up the softball and walked nonchalantly into the circle. Then she lightly tossed the ball. It didn't look like it would go very far. Only it never dropped. The sphere kept going, continually rising higher and higher. After about half a minute, it vanished from even Izuku's range of vision. Aizawa watched his tablet for a while longer. Then he sighed. "That's an O," the teacher told the curvy brunette. "Why does she get a 0? Ashido protested. "Not a 0. An O," Eraserhead countered, as in the character, as in the English word, orbital. Once the ball reaches orbit, we stop measuring it, since we don't know when or even if it will ever come down. O is the highest value you can get. "Oh," Yaoyorozu exclaimed, not intending the pun. Ojiro Mashireo planted his tail as well as his legs. He pitched the ball with a pained ki. The sphere flew out, but didn't roll very far, giving him a score of 70.4 meter. Kaminari Denki's throw was wrapped with sparks, but it didn't seem to help. The boy's attempt resulted in a respectable 68.2 meters. Kirishima Ijiro changed, his skin becoming sharp and stony. If that was meant to help, it didn't. The red-haired boy seemed disappointed by his result of 69.2 meters. Koda Koji whistled, and a bird swooped down and took the ball. It flew away. But after a few seconds the ball fell. Whether it was too heavy, or the bird forgot its mission, they couldn't know. Still, the recorded distance was 433.1 meters. Kodai Yui collected her ball, and tossed it experimentally like Izuku had. Then she closed her hand around the sphere, which vanished into her grip. She opened her fingers again, and the softball was now the size of a golf ball. She tossed it again, then nodded. She assumed a pitcher's stance, tilted her hand as if doing a calculation. She threw. The ball arced away, further than any other simple throw had. It landed and bounced. When it came to a stop, Yui pressed her fingers together and returned to its original size. 111.7 meters, Eraserhead reported. The quiet girl nodded appreciatively. While Kodai was preparing for her throw, Sato Rikido took a sugar bomb candy out of his pocket. He removed the wrapper and chomped it in half. He quickly chewed and swallowed it. He took a few calming breaths. So by the time his turn came, his quirk was well activated. Slightly out of control, he ran to the circle, casually grabbed up one of the softballs. He hurtled it without form or care. 137.0. Aizawa sounded mildly impressed. Shoji Mizo turned the 3 segments of his right arm into larger arms. He grabbed the center arm with the top and bottom arms. Then launched the ball. It landed 124.2 meters from the boy. Jiro Kyoka simply threw the ball the best she could, and got a decent score of 64. Shiro Hanta wrapped the ball in his tape. Then he started to spin, like Tsu had. Except unlike Tsuyu's tongue, Hanta's tape didn't have a limited length. It did have a limit to its strength. After spooling out about 90 meters, it snapped. Because it wasn't a clean release, it didn't fly as far as it might have, but the boy still got 151.2 meters out of it. Tokoyami Fumicage's quirk, Dark Shadow, grew out of his back, becoming a 50-meter tall, heavily muscled giant. What the others didn't know was that the giant was hollow, and Dark Shadow was not happy being out in the lightly clouded morning. Still, the specter took the ball from its master and threw it. Counting on his height and extending limbs, it threw the ball almost as wildly as Sato. And with its head start, it got 177.3 meters. Todoroki Shoto formed a Jai-Alai wicket out of ice. With it he was able to launch the ball 89.6 meters down the field. Hagakure also had nothing more than a basic pitch. She was able to get 65.2 meters out of just her height and arm strength. Bakugo Katsuki racked his brain while his classmates took their turns. Tried to figure out any better way than the way Deku had suggested. He could coat one side of the ball with his explosive sweat, throw it, and as it left his hand, fire it off his fingers. But the timing would be incredibly difficult, and without something to trap and focus the force of the explosion, most of it would be lost. Bakugo also considered just throwing the ball normally, foregoing his quirk to stick to Deku. But whatever else the explosive boy was, he wasn't stupid. He had figured out the real purpose of the test, and had seen how closely Aizawa was watching them. Not giving his best wasn't an option. Bakugo, Aizawa called on him. The boy stood and took his place. He did as Midoriya suggested, wrapping his hand around the ball, building up a charge in the back of the ball, stiffening his fingers to act as a guide, forming the tightest seal he could. Boom! The ball shot away. Far, but not as far as the boy hoped. 273.1 meters, Eraserhead reported. Pretty good. Yaoyorozu. Momo walked up. Then she sat down in circle. She rolled her shirt up, exposing her stomach. She began to pull out pieces of plastic and metal, extruding them from her skin. She began building something. What the is this chick doing? Bakugo demanded loudly, just barely keeping himself from swearing in front of their teacher. She's building a rocket, Izuku answered. Isn't there a time limited? The blonde bully asked. There wasn't one given, Ida responded, and it wouldn't be fair to instate one at this point. Aizawa sighed and let himself doze. It took her about 30 minutes to create and assemble the parts, but Momo had a 150-centimeter tall model rocket. She placed the softball in the nose cone and then moved to the far side of the circle. A linear accelerator started the launch, but once it was about 100 feet up, a chemical rocket fired, accelerating the ship even faster. Soon, like Ochako's ball before it, it vanished from sight. 200 kilometers and it is slowing but still moving higher, Aizawa said. That is our second O for the test. Okay, now we can finally get on to the 50-meter dash. The tests continued for the rest of the morning. The students trying to apply their quirks to each test. Except for Izuku, who quickly realized he had better control over his ranger abilities, and since they were mainly physical enhancements, plus his weapons and the defenses of his uniform, they were well suited for the standardized physical tests. There were a few interesting events as the tests progressed. For the endurance run, Izuku assumed Mode Black and Yaoyorozu created a pair of motorized rollerblades. And neither of them was showing any signs of slowing when Aizawa decided to call time and split first place between them. Aoyama tried using his naval laser as a rocket for both the 50-meter dash and the standing long jump, with limited success and worse side effects. Bakugo, growing desperate, had tried to use his explosions on the last test, the grip strength test. Instead, he ended up destroying the machine before it could take a measurement, and thus ended up in last place for that test. The result was Izuku in first place, edging out Momo in second and Tsuyu in third. There was a decent gap between those three and the fourth place Katsuki. And the 20th, the last place went to Yuga. The boy looked distraught, and some of the other teens tried to comfort him. "Don't sweat it, you aren't being expelled," Aizawa told them, exasperated. "So the whole thing was a lie?" Ashido prompted sharply. "No," the teacher countered flatly. "No," Momo said emphatically and at the same time. So most of her classmates looked at her. In his time at UA, Aizawa-sensei has garnered a reputation for expelling students. 2 years ago, he had expelled half of his class by summer break. The other teens shuddered at her explanation. "Then why am I safe?" Aoyama asked, in French-accented Japanese. "There are 3 points to this test," Aizawa said before any of the students could pipe up. He could tell that at least some of them had figured out at least some of it. And Eraserhead wanted to keep control. "The physical tests and points are the first and least important facet," the tired man continued. "More importantly is how you adapt. What you try with your quirks, and to a lesser degree how well it works. Can you be creative, thrown into an unexpected situation? But the main point of this test is about effort. Will you try your hardest or just write this off?" He looked at them intensely. "A lot of students think that because they got into the hero course, that they are special. The best of the best. They aren't. You aren't. Some of you might be, someday, if you put in the effort. But some of you may have just been lucky that you ran into a lot of robots or other students in need. And some of the general course students might belong here more than you do, but they were unlucky." He sighed deeply, and unfortunately, all of you did better than usual in that respect. So no one is expelled now. Though, like Yayarosa said, you still have plenty of time to disappoint me and get kicked to the general class. "What about the lesson side?" Izuku asked. "The lesson?" Yayarozu parroted thoughtfully, while most of the other teens looked confused. Aizawa just raised an eyebrow and waved at the boy to continue. "After talking about how the Ministry of Education is wrong, we still take the same test," Izuku said, which I think was meant to teach us 2 things. The first is that not everything is equal. Not just that people aren't equal because of their quirks, but that situations aren't equal. Because this was obviously easier for those of us with physical enhancement powers. Some of us are able to partially get around it, and others weren't. But if this was a computer test, physical enhancement quirk won't necessarily help. But an electric quirk or a quirk with a machine connector would help. And the second lesson is that just because rules and restrictions are not rational, doesn't mean we aren't subjected to them. "Yes," Aizawa said, "I've never had someone get that this early, but I guess there's a first time for anything. Okay, go get changed and showered, and I'll let Lunch Rush know you'll be eating late." "Lunch Rush?" Izuku's eyes. "The cook hero? We get to eat his food." As the students left, a certain blonde glared daggers at a certain brunette, and started to think how he might get the shorter boy to disappoint their teacher. "Is everything ready?" Melissa asked. Despite being the youngest and least experienced, she was the head of the project. "I have rescanned the molds," Tommy said. "They are clean and the etchings are perfect within the limits of the command center sensors, which is about 0.4 nanometers. The molds had been made from the armor fragment. And Nizu had built an ultra-precise CNC machine, which locked in one of the dragon daggers as the milling and carving tool. Which, in turn, meant Izuku had spent hours in the command center in mode green, playing his GBA while they used his weapons as a tool. The heads of the pink-yellow and pink-blue coins were to be an artistic 1/4000th scale rendering of the Pero-Euro Zords and the Terrapin Tank Zord, respectively. The tails side of the coins was a riff on the duality symbol, where the main body of the symbol was a hexagon instead of a circle and the smaller circles replaced with diamond parallelograms. One part of the symbol was raised and the opposing elements lowered. That way the one of the 2 coins could be rotated 180 degrees, and then the backs would fit together smoothly and create a mechanical connection before they were fused. The program, The young woman asked the white rodent Kane. All unit and integration tests passed, he reported. The dedicated fusion generators are running at capacity, and the power flow is all green. The smoke test on normal copper worked. All we need now is the real molds, the real coin fragments, and Izuku powering it. The primary fusing of the coins would be done with grid energy supplied by Izuku and the Echo Morpher. This would be partially supplemented by electricity from 2 of the command center's fusion generators, temporarily dedicated to the process. They would also supply the power for the computer and the hydraulics. Izuku, Melissa prompted her boyfriend. Ready, he said more confidently than he felt. How confident are you? Toshinori asked. He was standing by the trinket shelf, observing but out of the way. 85%? Melissa asked, looking to Tommy and Nizu. I would say closer to 87, the genius animal countered, and the AI nodded. That's about as good as we're going to get, the blonde sighed at her uncle, given the resources we just don't have. She looked at everyone one again. Last chance to protest, she offered. No one argued. Okay, she nodded. Izuku, you're first. The boy placed his hands on 2 panels. He dropped into the meditative state Tommy had drilled into him. Feeling the power flow out of the Morpher and through his body. He pulled it back from his legs. From his lower torso. He directed the energy out his left hand. It coursed through the machine and then back into his right hand, completing the circle. He nodded. Nizu took the test molds out of the machine. He lifted the real modes into their sockets. Activating interlocks, he told Melissa. The molds clicked, bolted into place, and the faces started to glow. Dynatherms connected, Tommy confirmed to both them. Nizu ran to his own tablet, where he would help Melissa monitor the situations. Or, the power forbid, adapt or force cancel the process if needed. Infracells up, Melissa watched as the circuits connecting Izuku to the molds locked together. QP torches are go, she said nervously. She looked at the machine. Then at all of them again. Okay, she breathed out heavily, let's go. She reached for the big, green button on her touchscreen. You may want to hold off on that, an unfamiliar voice interrupted her. Then the command center alarms began blaring. Would you turn that off, Toshi? A second voice, that Izuku and Melissa didn't recognize, asked casually. Izuku tore his hands off the panels, and the machine chimed in protest. He hopped off the chair, dropped into a karate stance, held his fingers just above the Morpher. Melissa also shifted into a fighting stance. Nizu stood on his chair and drew a high-tech gun that looked like it shouldn't have fit anywhere in his outfit. Tommy did not appear to react. However, stun guns, unseen behind sliding panels in the walls and ceiling, powered up. Toshinori also didn't react. Didn't move beyond turning his head to look at the 4 intruders. The one in the lead was familiar to Izuku and Melissa. It was the red-haired woman Telos avoided when he was leading them out of the shrine. Almost as tall as Toshinori, she was somehow muscular, slender, and curvaceous all at once. Her bright red hair was short on the sides but slightly longer on the top and in the back. Unlike the skin-tight red top and white jeans she had been wearing when they encountered her in Kyoto, her black and red jeans and white t-shirt looked more comfortable while still showing her form well. She had traded pumps with a slight heel for sneakers. She was also wearing a red windbreaker, unzipped, over her shirt. Just slightly back from the redhead on her left was a woman in a charcoal gray with navy pinstripe suit jacket and knee-length skirt. She was also wearing matching pumps and a cyan blouse. Her hair was stark white, and in a way that it appeared natural rather than age-related. It was drawn into a professional ponytail that reached past her shoulder blades. Her eyes were a gray-green color. Her tan skin crinkled slightly around the corners of her lips and mouth. The emergent crow's feet gave her the look of someone in her mid to late 40s. Her build was fit, that of someone who kept in shape without trying to get too athletic. She was taller than Melissa, but still only came up to the chin of the first woman. Slumped behind those 2, the third intruder seemed to be introverted if not actually hiding. Hair of literal ice, pale blue eyes, and stark white skin made their quirk obvious. And though their face and form were feminine and arguably attractive to those who favor that type, Something about the way they carried themselves made the Echo team feel it would be polite to confirm this person's pronouns rather than defaulting to she. The ice user wore a navy hoodie, a white men's button shirt with a paint spatter pattern in multiple shades of blue, construction work gray jeans, and black steel-toed boots. They were about the same height as the white-haired woman, though the crystalline spikes made them look a few centimeters taller. And the last intruder Melissa immediately knew. On the redhead's right was traditional-looking Japanese girl. She had light brown eyes, almost amber in hue. Her long black hair was braided this time. And instead of a kimono and geta, this time she wore a short-sleeved pink sundress, gray tights with stripes of white and 2 pinks, and sneakers. Ali, Shield referred to her friend by a nickname. "How did you get in here, Ria?" Toshinori countered. His eyes narrowed slightly as he not quite glared at the redhead. "Magic," she responded simply, grinning at him. "Who are you?" Nizu demanded. However, the dogbear also relaxed, given that the number 1 hero did not seem aggressive or even concerned. "Perhaps introductions are in order," the white-haired woman said, confirming that she was the one who had interrupted Melissa. It also allowed the Echo team to detect a New Zealand accent to her English. "Sure," the taller woman agreed with a smirk. "I'm Tenkasi Rian, leader of the Red family of the Dai clan, and thus the de facto leader of the clan as a whole. Melissa already knows Tempase Aliyah, leader of the Pink family." Rian indicated the girl on her right, for Nizu and Tommy, and to a lesser degree Izuku and Toshinori. "Lurking behind me is Tenjusei Orizinth," she continued, or Ori for short. "They are the leader of the Blue family." Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Telos had implied the Blue family generally stood with the Green and Yellow in terms of maintaining the Dai clan's secrets and anonymity. So he was surprised that the Blue leader was here and the Red leader casually introduced them. Rian glanced to her left, but did not introduce the 4th invader. "And I am Madison R. Russell, the 5th, the white-haired woman said simply. "I am both the CEO of Mystic Records, and more importantly to this situation, descendant of Nick and Madison Russell, the Mystic Force Red and Blue Rangers. I am also currently the High Sorceress of Oceania." "You used magic to break into the command center?" Tommy prompted. "Was that really necessary?" Toshinori focused his question on Rian. "Yes," she said, "partly because we wanted to test your defenses and see what Melissa was able to do with Ali's lessons. But more importantly," Madison cut her off, "our spells were able to detect the increasing concentration of grid energy. We suspected that meant you were preparing to create Melissa's coin. So it was important that we entered immediately. Otherwise our reason for being here would be null and void." "Your reason for being here?" Izuku parroted thoughtfully, wondering if what he suspected and hoped could be right. "Yes," Aliyah nodded, "we are here to help. Specifically, all 4 would like to offer our magical assistance in your endeavor," Madison added. "However, I also am bringing you these." She took out a small box and slowly stepped forward and offered it to Melissa. The American took the box and opened it. "Are these," the blonde started in wonder, "all of the fragments of the Mystic Force power coins that we have been able to collect?" The sorceress confirmed, "One piece of the pink coin that you missed, but also fragments of the blue, yellow, red, and Solaris night coins." Then she turned to Tommy and told him, "I know you only asked for the blue and yellow fragments for the 2nd Echo Ranger project. But I thought that if the other fragments would help, all the better. And if not, you might still find another use from them. Unfortunately, we have never found any remains of the green Mystic Force coin." "I thought you couldn't help me," Melissa said to Aliyah. "That was before Darkonda," the pink leader said, "the idea that there are shadows still around, and our debt to Izuku for destroying Darkonda. It was enough to convince the rest of us," Orizinth interjected. "Though you really didn't agree until Madison contacted us," Rian ribbed them gently. "No caster worth their mana would turn down a chance to work with her on a ritual spell." "In the end," Aliyah said, "all of the families agreed, though Green and Yellow forced us to stipulate that only half of the family heads would participate." "Is that why Telos isn't here?" Izuku asked. Aliyah smiled gently. "It was supposed to be Telos, Ori, and I," she answered, Unfortunately, Telos' daughter caught a rather strong strain of the flu, so he is taking care of her. I'm stronger than him anyway, Rian insisted. That is true, Aaliyah confirmed, but Telos is connected to Midoriya. And the families have noticed all the time you have been spending in Tokyo lately. Toshinori coughed suddenly. So you came to help with the Echo Pink coin? Melissa steered the conversation back on track. If we can, Madison confirmed, and if you will let us. Melissa glanced at her teammates. They all gave her nods of approval or shrugs indicating it was her choice. Magic is the largest element of the original project that we are missing, Shield told them. I'd be happy to hear your opinions and accept any help you can offer. Then she bowed to them and said, Thank you. Excellent. Nizu smiled broadly. Melissa, may I suggest you show them the Echo Project's notes, while start seeing where these new yellow and blue fragments will fit into their respective hybrid coins? Another round of nods from both sides of the room, and the 9 of them got to work. Sunday afternoon wore into evening, and they decided to split up for the night, which only meant Izuku and Nizu going home. Toshinori offered to let the 4 spellcasters stay in his spare rooms, and they accepted. It was decided that the magic users would spend the next few days studying the mandalas used to help create Izuku's coin, while Melissa, Nizu, and Tommy worked on both the new matrices with the new fragments and also answered any questions about differences between the first and second Echo projects and coins. On Wednesday they would reconvene to discuss next steps. That did not exclude either teen or either teacher from school, and so Monday morning saw Izuku starting his 3rd full week at UA. Morning classes were normal, and Izuku was distracted by the previous day's events. When they broke for lunch, Izuku ate with Melissa as usual, and they softly discussed the Ranger descendants. They were blissfully unaware of the rumor mill churning around them. Class 1A returned from lunch to find All Might waiting for them. Hello, young heroes, he greeted them. This afternoon, we will be holding a class called Attackers vs. Defenders. It is a team-based activity. You will be split into teams of 5. One team will be defenders, heroes attempting to guard a device from the villainous attackers. And the other team are the heroic attackers, who have 15 minutes to deactivate the device before the evil defenders can activate it. It is to give you experience working as a team and in light combat. You might think this will only result in 2 matches, but there will be 6. After each pair of tests, you will be reassigned to different teams. The software is designed to make sure each of you will be on each side of the battle at least once, and paired up with each other student no more than twice. Then he stared at them sternly. Remember, this is a class. Anyone hurting their classmates, especially intentionally, will result in low grades and possible disciplinary action. However, before that, you will need to take an important first step on your path to being great heroes. He pressed a button, and 5 racks of 4-numbered cases rolled out from the wall. Based on your conversations with our experts, he said, here are your prototype costumes. The students collected their cases. Most of them were excited. Todoroki and Tokoyami pretended to be calm, but their eyes betrayed them. Kodai looked nonplussed, though that was her general demeanor. And Izuku was generally indifferent. Do I really need a costume? Izuku asked the pair across the table from him. One was a tall, slender man in silk shirt and trousers, impeccably tailored. And the other was a voluptuous woman of middle years, wearing a long-sleeved shirt and sweatpants, littered with pins and measuring tapes. Of course, the man insisted, every hero need a costume for protection and branding. But my power is transformative, Izuku argued. I am covered from head to toe, including whatever I am wearing. Show us, the man said. Mode green. The man tapped his lips. He slid out of his chair and walked over to Izuku. He walked around the boy, taking the ranger uniform in. The designer repeated. Then he looked to woman and asked, thoughts? Strong lines, she said, looks like a good defense. No storage. Limits? And mode green? Good points, the man nodded, turning back to Izuku. Mode implies multiple. Do you have others? And are there specific limits to your quirk? Yes, Izuku said, to both. Mode white. A color swap and a few cosmetic changes. And I also have mode black. Again similar, the man almost seemed disappointed. And your limits? The only limit I know is time, Izuku said. I can stay transformed for over 3 hours at this point. And it is getting longer the more I use my power. In that case you definitely need a uniform. For before you transform, or for if you run out of time during an extended emergency. Izuku opened the case and looked inside. There were a pair of just above the ankle black boots and matching gloves. The pants were spandex, the thick bullet and fire-resistant version of the material used for heroes who favored skin-tight costumes. But these were double-layered, giving him slightly more protection and slightly more coverage. The pants were the same green as Izuku's mode green suit, and had a rectangle on the outside of the leg made of a single white and a single black triangle. So they resembled his transformed state but were not exactly the same. There was a black belt with a dozen gold utility pouches. There was a white t-shirt of the same material as the pants. And lastly was a green hoodie. It wasn't spandex, it was a loose, cotton-like version of the same protective cloth. It had the same white-black rectangle down the sides and on the outside of the sleeves. And there were 3 golden circles in an equilateral triangle on the back, one with each of the Echo Rangers' chest emblems. Everyone get changed and come outside to Urban Combat Zone B. All Might told them. You are all looking great, All Might told them, though he deliberately was not looking at Yaoyorozu or Hagakure. You should be aware that these are just preliminary costumes, he reminded them, so you can see how you like the design and the features. And of course, most of you are still growing, both physically and in your powers, so you will need adjustments or even new version to cope. Okay, with that out of the way, are you all ready? Yeah. Izuku and a few of the others shouted, while most of the responses were more reserved. Well then, All Might hit a button on the remote he was holding, raising a screen into view. Here are the matches we will be having today. Round 1. Attackers, Fumikage Tokoyami, Katsuki Bakugo, Masahiro Ojiro, Shoto Todoroki, and Toru Hagakure. Verse. Defenders, Denki Kaminari, Hanta Siro, Koji Koda, Tenya Ida, and Tsuyu Azui. Round 2. Attackers, Eijiro Kirishima, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ishido, Ochako Uraraka, and Yuga Oyama. Verse. Defenders, Izuku Midoriya, Mizo Shoji, Momo Yaoyorozu, Rikido Sato, and Yui Kodai. Round 3. Attackers, Eijiro Kirishima, Koji Koda, Ochako Uraraka, Toru Hagakure, and Tsuyu Azui. Verse. Defenders, Katsuki Bakugo, Rikido Sato, Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, and Yuga Oyama. Round 4. Attackers, Izuku Midoriya, Kyoka Jiro, Masahiro Ojiro, Mizo Shoji, and Momo Yaoyorozu. Verse. Defenders, Denki Kaminari, Fumikage Tokoyami, Hanta Siro, Mina Ishido, and Yui Kodai. Round 5. Attackers, Hanta Siro, Masahiro Ojiro, Mina Ishido, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Yui Kodai. Verse. Defenders, Eijiro Kirishima, Fumikage Tokoyami, Katsuki Bakugo, Kyoka Jiro, and Mizo Shoji. Round 6. Attackers, Koji Koda, Ochako Uraraka, Rikido Sato, Tenya Ida, and Toru Hagakure. Verse. Defenders, Denki Kaminari, Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Tsuyu Azui, and Yuga Oyama. 2 of the Class 1A boys scanned the list intently. The greenette was mildly pleased with a particular aspect of the matchups, while the blonde teen fumed silently. So what do you all think we should do? Yaoyorozu Momo asked her 4 teammates, in the small amount of prep time they had before their match started. Kirishima-kun's quirk is highly defensive, Izuku mused out loud, though it does seem to increase his strength slightly and the sharp edges can be weaponized. Jiro-san's quirk seems to be informational and flexible, but I wouldn't be surprised if she can generate sonic vibrations in a target. Ishido-san's acids seem to be fairly powerful. Uraraka-san can make things weightless, but she has to touch them and may have some limits. And while Aoyama-san calls his quirk a laser, it seems to be more concussive force than focused light. The 2 girls nodded thoughtfully, while the 2 boys just looked impressed. Shoji-san is strong, but also has even better senses than me. I'm not sure how Sato-san's strength compares to my mode white, But we seem to be pretty close, the ranger in training continued. Yeah, but you don't seem to have the drawbacks I do, Sato responded, sounding slightly down. Maybe, but we are both still learning, Izuku tried to reassure him. Then he returned to his analysis. Yaoyorozu-san can make things, and Kodai-san can shrink or enlarge things. They were all looking at him now. And Izuku, like All Might, was trying not to look at Yaoyorozu. He was committed and thought Melissa was prettier and in better shape. But his black-haired classmate was close in both categories, and her costume made that abundantly clear. It was distracting, and also made Izuku feel guilty. So this is my idea, he said, forcing himself to focus. Yaoyorozu-san, can you make materials that are both sturdy and acid-resistant? Maybe some alloy of nickel and titanium. Let me look. She took out her phone. If she can make a bunch of locks out of that. And we lock all the doors on this floor and the floor below. But more importantly, Yaoyorozu can make small planks of the same material. Then, he trailed off and looked at Kodai. Kodai-san, he started. You can just call me Yui, she said flatly. Lucen, are there any limits to your quirk? An upper size or mass limit? A number of items? Or a time limit? Yes, she said, there is no number, mass, or time limit that I have found. But I can only change an item's dimensions proportionally, increasing or decreasing by a factor of 343 either direction. So 7 times length, width, and depth? Izuku asked for confirmation. Yes, she agreed, and I can either leave the mass the same or scale it along with the size. Found it, Yaoyorozu told them. Great, Izuku smiled. So Yaoyorozu makes planks of the resistant material. And Yui enlarges them. We cover the floor with them and then stack them against the walls. Preferably floor to ceiling and 2 or more layers deep. Shoji-san, Sato-san and I will hold the barriers them in place, against Uraraka or Aoyama. We only have to hold out for 15 minutes, so that should be doable. Then he blushed slightly and asked, right? There isn't anything I'm missing? Or pushing you too hard? No, I think I can do it, the longer-haired girl decided. Yes, it should work, the size shifter agreed. Then if you can provide us with the locks, Shoji said, Sato and I will start laying out the decoys, while you 3 start building up our defenses here. Sato gave him a thumbs up. After the taller boys left, Izuku went into mode white. Momo somehow decided that planks meant Lego planks, to which neither Izuku nor Yui objected. She created metal versions of the toy, handed them to Yui to enlarge, and Izuku to build. I like your costume, Izuku told Kodai. The white accented red spandex unitard, with matching skirt, boots, and hat reminded him a lot of various ranger uniforms. Are you a Power Rangers fan? He prompted. You might say that, the quiet girl said softly. And for the first time he could remember, showed a ghost of a grin. Round 2 went easily to the defenders, though All Might complimented Ishido and Aoyama for combining their efforts to try to create a weak spot to break through. In the end, Izuku ended up winning the MVP for the 2nd and 4th rounds. The 6th round MVP almost went to Todoroki-kun, for using his ice to weigh down Izuku, Kaminari, and Aoyama after Uraraka tagged them. Ultimately, the attacker's Hagakure got the MVP for creating the distraction that allowed Uraraka to land her hits, and for sneaking through to the machine on her own. Bakugo took no small pride that his teams won rounds 1, 3, and 5, while Izuku's teams only won 2, and he convinced himself that Izuku's 2 MVPs to Katsuki's 1 did not matter. Just means the Deku was able to cover better for these dead weight extras. Wednesday, after UA let out for the day. What are we doing? Izuku asked nervously. We are going over the results of the last few days of work, Nizu said, what our magic-using friends have learned, the adjustments Melissa and I made with the new yellow and blue coin fragments. And how we will integrate that all together, what tests we can run, and any additional changes before Saturday. Then he took a sip of an electric blue drink in a giant glass via a curly straw. I know that, Izuku protested. I mean, why like this? He gestured down at his body, clad only in green swim trunks. And the sand under his feet. Everyone needed to relax, Toshinori said, and now that Nizu and Melissa were able to get the training room working, they wanted to test it out. Said test consisted of simulating a large pool with a beach to one side, a bright, sunny sky, and a cool breeze. Mostly working, Melissa said. We still can't materialize a body for Tommy in here. His AI is too large and complex. She was wearing a bikini. The top was pink on the right and white on the left, while the bottom was a twist of the two colors. It wasn't the first time they had gone swimming, but previously the blonde genius had worn a one-piece suit that didn't reveal nearly as much skin. Izuku was torn between wanting to look and wanting to be respectful. But this time, looking was winning, and Melissa seemed to like it. Though she was blushing slightly. Of course the real reason, Rian said, stretching suggestively, is that Melissa heard the rumors about your CC classmate with the Esrar costume and wanted to make sure your eyes were on the right body. Rian. She's not lying, Orizanth smirked slightly. The blue family leader was wearing a blue tankini and spats with black racing lines. Despite technically being a two-piece, it provided them with the most coverage of anyone in the room. They were also wearing sunglasses and floating lazily in a tube in the pool. Rian, on the other hand, wore the second smallest suit, a strapless tube-style top and boy shorts in bright red. Only Toshinori's brief-style Speedo, in an all-might pattern, covered less. Nizu was also floating in a ring, wearing an old-timey green and white stripped suit. Aaliyah was in a pink one-piece, only slightly more revealing than what Ori wore. But the pink leader looked entirely mortified. Madison was also wearing a one-piece, hers racing-style swimsuit. It was also blue and black, with some translucent panels. And at the moment, the New Zealand sorceress was the only one actually swimming in the holographic water. I know where my eyes and heart belong, Izuku said firmly. Melissa's blush deepened. But she also struck a bit of a pose for her boyfriend. So what have we learned? Shields said quickly, desperate to change the subject. Madison stopped at the edge of the pool and said, it looks like there were two spells that were used in the first Echo project. Both are based on well-known existing spells, but were altered and made more focused on the creation of a power coin. The first spell, the one Udana cast, was a spell magic smiths use. It stops metals from burning if overheated, and keeps the distribution and structure of alloys uniform. And the spell Rita used. She snorted a laugh before continuing. Is a good luck spell, she finished before chuckling more. A good luck spell? Nizu repeated, his disbelief audible. Yeah, Rian nodded. Then she looked to Aaliyah, who nodded. There are two types of luck spells, the pink leader explained. True luck spells and false luck spells. Madison nodded, a single head bob of approval. Nizu nodded thoughtfully, indicating he understood and she should continue. Melissa and Izuku listened, while Rian took the chance to leave the conversation and start swimming. Toshinori followed her. True luck revolves around truly random and hard-to-control things, Aaliyah said. I'm not a physicist, but things like the uncertainty principle and quantum weirdness. True luck spells are able to neutralize or even harness those. The blacksmithing spell Madison Dano mentioned is similar to a true luck spell. But true luck spells usually work on the subatomic and smaller level. Things that our current understanding says should not be detectable, much less controllable, Nizu mused, but I suppose that is what makes it magic. False luck spells affect us, Madison took over, things that seem like luck, but are actually determinable and succeed or fail based on our actions or opinions. Izuku was frowning, so she addressed him. To give an example, if you were throwing a d20, a true luck spell would subtly alert the laws of physics to get you a better result. And a false luck spell would influence you, changing how you hold the die and when you release it, so that you get a better result without changing physics. That makes sense, the boy agreed. That said, one of the most common elements of false luck is suppressing doubts and fears that cause people to subconsciously hesitate or hold back. Or not hold back. To miss what they know is the right time or right amount of effort. There are other spells to do that too, Ori added, but a luck spell can influence things we don't know or notice, while a confidence spell can't. Also correct, Madison inclined her head to the icy caster. Rita's spell is complex and genius, the sorceress resumed, It combines both a true luck spell on the materials and machine creating the new coin, while spreading a false luck spell on people enacting the process. In order to make it usable by herself, with her husband providing mana but not magical power or intent, she had to make it very specific to the ranger coins. This spell would not help a swordsmith. And if a more general version could be created, it would take 7 or 11 casters of my power and skill to cast and maintain it. If it is even possible in the current state of the world. Which brings us to our plans. Rian stopped splashing about. We can tweak the spells a little to fit better with the altered process Melissa and Nizu have devised. Then Aaliyah can cast Udana's spell. Madison and Ori will cast Rita's spell together. And I will provide the 3 of them with mana. With that, everyone looked at Melissa. I don't know much about magic, she said, but that fits with what I read. And I trust you as our allies and the experts. Besides, we still have 2 more days to smooth out any issues and lock everything in place. So we'll proceed with this plan for the time being. Izuku directed grid energy into the machine. It felt easier, stronger than in their previous, aborted attempt. He knew logically that was at least partly the influence of the spell. Despite that, he wanted to believe he had also improved. Activating interlocks, Nizu said for the 2nd time that day. Dynatherms connected, Tommy confirmed. Infracells up, Melissa said. QP torches are go. She glanced briefly at the others, then hit the button. Heat, electromagnetism, magic, and grid energy flowed into the molds. They began to glow, bright yet somehow not painful to look at. Then the molds began to press together. Alignment of the coin fragments is well within tolerances, Nizu told them. Initial contact, Tommy reported. Beginning transmission of the grid matrix, Melissa simplified the readings she was getting. We are still all green. The grid bronze is melting. Original matrix elements are shifting, merging with the new systems. Morphin program is stable. Entering final stage. The press whined. Then hissed as the air in the voids between the fragments was forced out. The glow intensified. Suddenly everything stopped. The glow faded and the hydraulic pressure eased. Orizinth stepped up to the table. One lock of their hair grew and stretched, wrapping around the machine without touching it, cooling the air rather than the metal directly. After half of a minute, they snapped off the ice, and it melted normally. Toshinori wiped the water from the table with damp towel. The presses retracted. Melissa hopped out of her chair and jogged to the table with the machine. It took all she had not to skip or flat-out run. She carefully brought her hand up to the head's side mold, testing that it was not too hot. She grasped the thin plate of shining bronze and gently pulled it away from the armor fragment. She examined it. The tail's side had a clean press of the designated symbol, and the head was a stylized mechanical turtle. The edges of the symbol had hints of pink and blue tarnish, about 70% pink and 30% blue. Melissa pulled over a number of machines. She prodded the coin, scanned it, weighed it, clipped 3 electrodes to it, then smiled broadly. The Echo pink-blue hybrid coin is complete, she said, setting it next to a very similar coin of pink and yellow. It would be fully functional and stable were it not for the lack of grid energy. It has about a 52% charge versus 53% for the pink-yellow coin. She picked up 1 coin in each hand, rotated each 90 degrees, only in opposite directions, placed them back to back, pushed slightly. The matched and mirrored logos fit together and effectively locked into place. The coins could still be pulled apart, but would not come apart on their own. We're good, she said. We'll take a break, have a snack, let Izuku and the casters rest. And then we'll finish the coin merger. Madison, Orizinth, and Aaliyah relaxed as they released their respective spells. Rian cracked her neck as she stopped supplying them with extra power. Melissa separated the coins and set them back on the table. Then she walked behind Izuku and started gently rubbing the tension out of his neck and shoulders. She leaned down. "Thank you," she whispered in his ear. "You are always welcome, Lissa," he told her. She kissed his cheek and continued her ministrations. Melissa lifted the coin. She dropped it into the slot. The merging of the 2 coins into one went off without a hitch. They reused the face dies as support dies. It went entirely smoothly, the logos matching as they had when Melissa fit them by hand. A different matrix, joining the two individual coins and allowing them to reinforce and feed each other. Once the mold split and cooled, Melissa pulled free a coin with the pink and yellow Pero Euro on one side and the pink and blue Terrapin tank on the other. Melissa's only regret was she didn't have the weird, three-head effect of Izuku's Echo coin. The Black Squadron Ranger's Morpher had been disassembled and rebuilt in a new form. That was necessary to make sure everything worked, and to integrate the components taken from the pink MMPR Ranger's Morpher. That would make it a multi-mode Morpher like the Master Morpher and the first Echo Morpher. She also gave it a new casing, so it looked more like Izuku's Morpher. The controls on the Morpher lit up. Melissa closed the lid. The device buzzed. The coin flashed. Then the entire Morpher flashed. It vanished, leaving only the coin behind. The disc dropped to the table, spinning for a moment before falling. Everyone else stepped closer. "It's done," Melissa told them. Her voice tired and apprehensive. She just looked at the coin. They waited almost a minute until, "What are you waiting for?" Rian asked. "Take it?" "But," Melissa stammered, "what if it rejects me? What if I'm just the medium, not the vessel?" Izuku wrapped her in a hug. And Toshinori placed a hand on her shoulder. "I don't think that will happen," Tommy told her. "And if it does, it means you were meant for something else," Aaliyah reassured her. "Thanks, Izuku, Ollie," Melissa said. Her boyfriend moved away, to be safe. Melissa took a deep breath. She reached down and picked up the coin. There was another flash, this one blinding. And when their vision returned, or immediately in Tommy's case, the coin was gone. Instead, Shield was wearing a very nice watch on her previously empty left wrist. The girl smiled broadly, tears forming in her eyes. "Congratulations, Melissa," Madison said happily. "No, thank you. All of you. This has been my dream for almost as long as I can remember. But the kind of dream you never expect to come true. Now, thanks to all of you." "No," Toshinori said, "your dream would have come true. Maybe not as soon, maybe not in exactly the same form. But I believe you would have succeeded." "Me too," Izuku said. "I concur," Nizu said. "They are right," Madison said. "Something is moving." Izuku finding the coin. "You meeting him. Both of you meeting the Dai clan. This was meant to happen." "Thank you," the girl repeated. "Can you morph?" Orizinth asked softly. "Can I?" The blonde girl looked over to the AI. "You have been training alongside Izuku for 8 months," Tommy reminded her and informed the others. "You should be able to transform. At least for a few minutes." "Right. Okay." Melissa stepped back. She shook out her limbs. "It's morphing to Echo Ranger Pink, Mode Blue." She tapped the face of her watch as she had seen Izuku do. Energy flowed out, covering her body. Her uniform wrapped her body like spandex. And perfectly tailored spandex, not off the rack. It was most pink, with large swaths of white and black. But there were a number of blue accents, including her entire gloves. "You look like the Neo Mighty Morphin Pink Ranger," Tommy told her, "except for the blue elements. And the weapons." Melissa reached down and took the heavy mace off her belt. She slipped her left arm into the grips of her turtle shell buckler. Melissa took a few experimental swings with the bludgeon. "Then let's see," Melissa said, "Mode Yellow." Unlike Izuku, the only thing about her appearance that changed was the blue segments turned yellow. Her helmet did not change, nor did she have an emblem to swap. However, her weapon did change. The shield vanished, motes of light twinkling into her mace, which transformed into a longbow. "Did you plan that?" Tommy asked her. "That basic uniform or the bow?" "Not really," she said. "I didn't really think about the costume or weapons. Just the Zords and the coin itself." "Maybe it is because of your connection to Kimberly," Tommy mused. "Whatever the reason, you look great," Rian gave her a thumbs up. "Power down," Melissa said, panting slightly. "I see what you mean," she told Izuku. "We'll work on it," he assured her happily. "We should probably be going then," Madison said. "I, at least, am in for a dressing down from the board of directors for suddenly taking a week off." We haven't heard of anything happening in Kyoto, Ori considered, but I don't like being away this long. If you need anything else, Melissa, especially anything magic-related, let me know, Aaliyah added, and I'll be expecting to see you over the summer, if not before. Yeah, Melissa smiled again. And you can contact me as well, Madison offered. I may not have the strength of a ranger, but I would be happy to help. To be honest, this week has been the most interesting and exciting time I've had in years. I'll show you out, Toshinori offered. And I should get home too, Nizu said. May the power protect you, Madison bid them farewell. The adults all left, and Tommy made a show of shutting down, leaving the young couple alone. Izuku walked over to Melissa and put his arms around her waist. Congratulations, he told her fondly, and nice to meet you, Pink Ranger. She leaned down and kissed him passionately. Hi, Dad, Melissa greeted brightly when the incoming call connected. What's up? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Davis Shield countered suspiciously. Why? 4 hours ago, there was another surge of grid energy in Japan, David explained, 87.4% as strong as the one last year that sent you scurrying off to Tokyo. And since then, worldwide levels of Morphin grid energy have increased by almost 1%. His expression softened as her face showed genuine amazement. I've been distracted, she said softly. By Izuku? He prompted. Dad. As soon as classes let out Wednesday, May 2nd, a girl jogged out of a support course classroom. A few of her classmates blinked. Her jog was faster than they could run. She was quicker than they had thought she was. Of course, they didn't know she was much more physically fit than she had been last week. She quickly crossed the building and went up to the top floor. She slowed down and knocked on a heavy door. A moment later, it opened. Good afternoon, Principal Nizu, Melissa greeted him. Since she was there on UA business, rather than ranger business, she reverted to Japanese and a formal tone at that. I wanted to talk to you, she told him. Good, come in, he said. I've actually been expecting you. I know why you are here. They walked inside. Please, have a seat, he invited her as he returned to her desk. Shield took one of the simple chairs opposite him. She slipped her right hand into her uniform blazer's pocket. So, the bear mouse closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. I understand that now that you have your ranger powers, you want to move into the hero course. However, it would be a problem for both of us if I were to do that without a reasonable justification. People would ask questions. Instead, I recommend you keep up your practice with Midoriya-kun for the next 2-ish months. If you can win the sports festival, defeat all of the second-year hero course students, then no one will be able to argue with you moving to the hero course. He opened his eyes and looked at her. She was looking at him in confusion. She was holding out a USB YY mini drive to him. I don't think we're on the same page, Sensei, she told him softly. I have no intention of moving to the hero course. You don't, he frowned. I don't, she confirmed. When she saw his shock, she explained, I do tend to pursue my hero license. Eventually. But there are issues with doing it now. If I suddenly show off ranger powers so quickly after Izuku, it will be suspicious. If I wait, I can claim I have studied Izuku's powers and was able to reproduce them. Which is true, but not in the way people will think I mean. Or maybe I'll be like All Might. Echo Pink will be a hero with a secret identity, while Mito. Shield Melissa is just a moderately well-known support item maker. She shrugged, because ultimately I do still want to plan to be a support item maker. I'll make gear for myself and Izuku. Try to find ways to make ranger tech usable by everyone. I can help more people that way. Help people I'll never meet, and after I'm gone. Nizu nodded. Maybe I'll have Izuku help me get my provisional license while I'm in college, she said, or maybe I'll do it next year. Next calendar year, after I'm more used to my powers. But for now, like you said, I'm going to work on my training, both kinds, without pushing myself. If I win the sports festival, that's fine. But I'm not going to make it a priority over everything else I have going on. That makes sense, Nizu agreed. Then he frowned and looked at her hand. She had withdrawn it while she spoke, and was still holding the drive. In that case, why are you here, Shield-san? He matched her tone as he switched topics. She set the drive down, slid it over to him, inclined her head. Nizu plugged the drive into his second computer, the one that was not on UA's network, for multiple reasons. A moment later, a series of files opened automatically on the screen. Files he recognized. Ah, his smile returned. You are here for the grade bounty. I'll take it, Melissa said grimly, but no. Type my name and Izuku's birth date, in proper date format. Dashes, not spaces. Nizu complied. The original files closed, and a new set open. The mouse dog's black eyes widened in surprise and worry. These are the real student and teacher registry and schedules, he gasped. I'm not even the best hacker in my class, she nodded. I'm just the first one that figured out what my Jima-sensei was implying. Nizu considered that for a moment, and then the teen started again. That's what I am here to talk to you about, Melissa said. I somewhat understand inviting the support class to hack the system, but hiding the real files behind a second system with nominally the same type of security. I'm not comfortable with my Izuku's, or especially All Might's information being there. It hasn't been an issue before, the principal argued defensively. Maybe not, she said, but all it takes is one time. Some of my classmates can be absent-minded. There could be someone whose family suddenly needs money, etc. It might not even be nefarious. Nizu considered it. I don't like to suspect my students, especially given the review process before we acceptance anyone. But you might been right, and I can see how your unique circumstances could make you more sensitive to this. But let me turn this back on you, Shield-san. Do you have any suggestions for improving our network security? She took out a second drive. This is so cool, Melissa laughed. Sweat poured down her body and dripped off her nose. Izuku watched in a combination of pride and attraction as she pushed herself straight up. 30, she counted, then lowered herself back down. Last week I barely could do a single handstand push-up, she said, and now I'm going to stop. But 30 is good. She rolled out of her handstand and up to her feet like an expert gymnast. 50, Izuku finished. He also switched from his hands to his feet, though much less gracefully than his girlfriend. He was closer to the table, so he grabbed the towel and tossed it to Melissa. She caught it and wiped down her face. Still not as good as you. She noted that after almost double the vertical lifts, he was sweating a lot less. I've had my Morpher a lot longer than you, Izuku countered, and I wouldn't have been able to do one handstand push-up 6 days after getting my Morpher. Or morph the same day. I have been doing my best to keep up with your routine, she reminded him, and you've taught me a lot. You've both helped each other and come a long way, Tommy interjected. What are you going to do next? Izuku mused. Will you please activate training program to 5, Dr. O? Program complete, Tommy told them a moment later with a hint of a smirk. You may enter when ready. The teens entered the training room. It looked like they had stepped outside. Before them spread out a grassy field. It was bright and warm, with just a hint of a breeze. The field was not completely empty. There was a table in front of them. On the table lay a gun and a bow, exact recreations of the Dragon Blaster and Parobow. In addition, 100 meters out, there were 4 vaguely humanoid targets. The 2 rangers in training picked up their respective weapons. Why don't we do level 6 instead? Melissa asked, strumming the string on the bow. Level 5 isn't really a challenge for you. And I'll get better faster at the higher difficulties. Maybe, Izuku said, but you yourself said you have only shot a little, for fun. You can't expect to be a combat archer in a week. You said level 5 isn't a challenge for me, but it's still tougher than the improvised shooting ranges we set up at Dagoba. And it's not like I've ever gotten a perfect score on this course. Let's just try it, the blonde urged. Melissa, is something wrong? He asked. Not really, she said. I'm a little annoyed with how laid-back Nizu is about the issues with the UA network security. I went to him Wednesday, so he would have Golden Week holidays to start to implement things. But he spent most of Thursday and Friday here, and didn't even mention it. Then she looked at her watch and added, and I get this feeling that I need to catch up to you sooner rather than later. Well, I guess a lot of people do target shooting to let off steam. Izuku looked at her. Something in his expression said there was more he wanted to say. But instead, Izuku requested, "Can we move up to level 6, Dr. O?" "Okay." The sun vanished. Clouds rolled in, covering the virtual sky. Then it started to rain. Not a torrential downpour. Just enough to make their hands slick and lightly obscure their vision. The targets also moved from 100 meters to only 80 meters away. Izuku inclined his head towards Melissa. "Begin round 1, she ordered. The dummies started moving. Instead of a sedate 1.5 meters per second and a simple oval path, the targets were moving at 2.5 meters per second in a Mobius pattern. They each had 20 shots, but only 15 seconds. Melissa drew the bow, and an energy arrow appeared. Izuku raised the pistol and sighted between the twin daggers. 3, 2, 1, Tommy's voice counted down, "Go!" After 5 rounds shooting practice and a subtle but noticeable improvement by both teams, they returned to the main room. They sat down on the floor, cross-legged. Their knees touched. They struggled not to stare at each other, in their tight and brief workout clothing. Not because they did not want to look, and did not want the other to look, but because they needed to focus. It's morphin' time. Echo Ranger 1, Mode Black. It's morphin' time. Echo Ranger 2, Mode Blue. Now completely covered, they were just as attracted to each other, if for slightly different reasons. They grasped hands, intertwining their fingers. They started to circulate their energy, each from their right hand into their partner's left. Spread it through their bodies, exercising a virtual, superhuman muscle. The young couple felt it was more than that. It might have been their imaginations. On the other hand, they also knew that magic was real. Both Melissa and Izuku believed there was more than just the power of the morphin grid flowing between them, through them. Affection, attraction, desire. But also hope, kindness, support, and faith. Each wanted the other to grow stronger, both as a partner in power and as a partner in love. The more experienced Izuku regulated the flow, so Melissa would not get tired too fast or get overwhelmed. Melissa followed his rhythm, trusting and appreciating him. Their chests rose and fell in unison. Their heartbeats matched, to the point there almost felt like blood was transfusing through their palms alongside the grid energy. After giving them a few minutes to help grow and stabilize their connections, Tommy cranked the command center's speakers up to the highest volume. It was time to test their concentration. Baby Shark, do. Baby Shark. Monday, May 7th was warm and rainy. The majority of UA's students raced to get to school before the weather worsened. "All right, settle down," Aizawa told his class on instinct. Except they were all already seated and quietly listening. "Right?" He shook his head. "So I have a task for you today. You have to pick out your class representatives." He held up his hand when the teens started to mumble. "I don't care who you pick," he said. "You doesn't prescribe a method, and I don't care how you do it either. Just have a representative and vice representative before the end of homeroom, and don't wake me up." With that, he returned to his sleeping bag in the corner and was almost instantly out cold. "How should we decide this?" Momo mused. "A contest." "Oh, like arm wrestling?" Kirishima interjected, forcefully yet softly. He had learned the hard way not to wake up their teacher. "Maybe something more equitable?" Jairu countered sarcastically. "Otherwise we might as well just decide by height or weight." "Oh," Hagakure called out, "online test. Which American president are you?" "Whoever gets the best one wins." They all turned to stare at her in confusion, amusement, or annoyance. As much as they could glare at someone invisible. "It should be a vote," Ida insisted. "We live in a democratic society, and it is the most fair way." "Won't everyone just vote for themselves, Karo?" Azui asked. "Maybe not," Izuku mused. "Yes, being on the student council looks good on your resume. And you get to interact with our senpais and pro-hero teachers. But you also are giving up 2 hours after school 3 days a week. At a minimum. During festivals and other events, it can be 3 or 4 hours, every day. Maybe some people don't want to give up that much." Then he paused and shrugged. Or maybe some people will honestly think someone else would do a better job? What was I thinking? Izuku complained to his girlfriend. It had become their habit to meet up for lunch and ignore anyone who stared at them. Only today the stares were worse, because a third person had joined them. Yaoyorozu Momo had sat down in one of the two unclaimed chairs at the smaller, more private table. This set the rumor factions roiling. The group who thought Melissa and Izuku were dating either because they were a cute couple who spent a lot of time together or because they wanted S.H.I.E.L.D. off the market, were confused and upset at the apparent interloper. The second largest faction, the ones who thought there was no way the two were dating, mostly because they wanted Melissa or Izuku themselves, took this as a sign they were right. The blonde and the brunette were just friends. Of course, many of the students didn't know or care, focused more on their own lives and classwork. Plus, there was that odd little faction of 1.5 students that assumed this meant both girls were with Izuku and hated him all the more for it. Now, Melissa might have objected to Momo joining them without asking were it not for the facts that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s boyfriend was oddly distraught and focused completely on blonde. I might as well have said, "Hey, this isn't going to be easy, why don't you foist it all on me?" "Well, me and Yaoyorozu-sen," the young man continued, vaguely gesturing at his classmate. "Izuku, what are you talking about?" Melissa asked gently. "Class reps," he explained. "Aizawa-sensei had us pick class reps today. And I reminded everyone that it was going to take a good-sized chunk of their free time. So of course they decided to vote." "And you won," Melissa prompted. "Midoriya-kun received 8 votes, Yaoyorozu supplied. I received 4, Ida-kun received 2, and 6 other students likely voted for themselves, because they got 1 each." "Was Bakugu one of those?" S.H.I.E.L.D. asked derisively. "Yes," Izuku confirmed. "Figures," she rolled her eyes. "But Midoriya-san, that means that 7 other students think you can do the job," Yaoyorozu tried to reassure him. 8, he countered. "You didn't vote for yourself?" The black-haired girl seemed surprised. "Of course he didn't," Melissa said, fondly amused. "I actually voted for you," Izuku told his classmate. "It was you or Ida-kun, and I was worried he would be too uptight." Both young women nodded, Yaoyorozu from knowing the speedster and S.H.I.E.L.D. based on what Izuku had told her about Class 1A. "Wait, this is great." A metaphorical light bulb went off above Melissa's head. Though had she been in 2H it might have been a literal light bulb. "Great that we have less time together?" Izuku frowned. "No, the opposite," the blonde quickly reassured him. "No one if 2G wants to be the class rep. Heck, I don't think anyone in any of the support classes want to do it. Most would rather spend their time in the lab. And we haven't done elections yet. So if I volunteer, you'll almost certainly get picked," Izuku brightened. "And then we can spend all that time together." She smiled happily at him. "Melissa, that's brilliant." He grabbed her hand. Throughout the cafeteria, a number of yen bills changed hands. "And I can get to know you better, too, Yaoyorozu-san," Melissa added. Despite the tiny shard of jealousy, S.H.I.E.L.D. knew the other girl had done nothing wrong, besides having a questionable taste in costumes. She seemed nice enough and Melissa was always open to having more friends. "I would like that," Yaoyorozu smiled softly. "Majima-sensei." In 5th PRD, Power Loader returned to 2G for their mechanical engineering lesson. But before he could start class, Melissa called out to him. "Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D.-san. I was talking to some other students today, and they just did their class rep election," she said. And 2 of her classmates groaned. "I was wondering when we were going to do ours," she continued. "Normally the 2nd and 3rd year support courses don't bother," he said. "Unless the class changes, we just keep the same representatives." "But class did change," she reminded him. "I joined after the elections were held last year." "Not so much an election," Sanji with no eyebrows remembered. "We built our Oshambo robots. And the losers got the job." "Are you saying you want to be the class rep, S.H.I.E.L.D.-san?" the pro hero asked in confusion. "Or the vice rep," she agreed. "I'm not picky." "Done, she can have it," a girl with short brown hair called out. "No," a boy with orange hair argued. "I outrank you. She'll take my spot." "First come first serve," the girl shot back. "And you lost last year anyway." "Let's settle down." Majima-sensei raised his hands. This isn't the time. If Shields-san wants to be representative, I could take vice rep, her admirer offered. Sold. The now freed previous bureaucrats shouted in unison. Melissa grimaced slightly, but consoled herself, maybe if I can show off Izuku enough, Sanji will finally get the message. I'd like to talk to you. Me. Melissa countered, confused. Tuesday morning, the entrance to UA was blocked off by a crowd of people, carrying everything from normal phones to professional quality video cameras and boom mics. Many emblazoned with local network or major new outlet insignia. Yes, the handsome 20-something dragged his cameraman around to film her. Can you tell us, in your own words, what it is like to have All Might as a teacher? How does the number one hero measure up in the classroom? Sorry, she smiled politely, I'm not in the hero course. Really? The cameraman interjected. If you aren't going to be a hero, you should try modeling instead. You'd get paid better and be more famous than all but the top heroes. Izuku stepped in front of Melissa, mostly blocking her from the camera and glaring at the operator. So the reporter turned his attention to the boy. Are you in the hero course then? He asked Izuku. Yes. Izuku immediately faltered as the attention switched to him. Great, the man continued. Then can you give us your take on All Might as a teacher? I really shouldn't, Izuku said. UA frowns on that. Don't worry, the reporter waved it off. We can mask your face and voice. Not like anyone would want to see that anyway, the cameraman said softly. That earned him a dangerous stare from Melissa. Eyes on me. An ear-splitting yet familiar roar shook the crowd. Everyone turned to look at present Mike. Only to see Nizu standing on the pro-hero's shoulder. Izuku wasn't sure how well others could read the mouse dog. But after observing the principal working with Melissa on the Echo Pink coin, both teens could tell their tiny ally was dangerously angry. Good morning, Nizu addressed the press brittlely. I have heard enough to know why you are all here. And we will be able to address that later. This afternoon. But in the meantime, you are preventing my students from getting to class, and generally harassing them. And you know UAs take on unauthorized and unsupervised interviews of students. If I see any of you talking to any of my students after this, or if any of the recordings you have already made are released, I will revoke the UA press credentials of anyone involved. Not just those of you here, but for whatever organization you work for. That means you will not access to any of the UA festivals, press conferences, or graduations. For let's say 5 years. Then his smile narrowed and he added, per student. The crowd of the press either went red with rage or white with fear. Getting their own access cut off was one thing. Losing it for their coworkers and bosses would lose them their job and make them unemployable. Mics and cameras dropped, and the horde parted like the Red Sea. The students hurried inside. Wait, a young woman with 4 elvish ears realized, even if the students are off limits, the rest of the staff aren't. Dozens of hungry gazes fell on present Mike and Nizu. What was that? Aoyama asked his classmates as he stumbled into the room. All those people, all those cameras. Is there some event moi did not hear about? I guess you weren't there when Principal Nizu laid down the law? Kirishima prompted the French boy. Non. Yuga's confusion deepened. Someone leaked to the press that All Might was teaching here, Hagakure explained in a questioning tone, so I guess they all wanted to try to get the scoop. Then Nizu-sensei and Mike-sensei swooped in like killer eagles, Tokoyami declared grandly, and broke the spirit of the press. Tried to is more like it, Bakugo barked a laugh. The paparazzi turned on them instead. Which is part of their job. Aizawa dragged himself into the room, looking more tired than usual, and I shouldn't need to remind you, however based what I saw out there, I do need to remind you. None of you are to talk to the press unless it is in a capacity authorized by UA, with a teacher present. If they try anything, tell them to buzz off. You'll have classes about dealing with the press in 2nd and 3rd year, but even then you aren't allowed to interact with them freely. Violate this rule, and UA will punish you. And I may decide to kick you out of my class. Got it? They almost all nodded quickly and heavily. Todoroki just considered it, unimpressed. And Bakugo snorted smugly. Yaoyorozu sat with Izuku and Melissa for lunch again. Unlike the previous day, they were joined by a 4th student. Izuku, Yaoyorozu-san, this is Motaro-sanji, Melissa said, my classmate in 2G and as of yesterday my vice representative for our class. Sanji, this is Midoriya Izuku, my boyfriend and Class 1A's representative and his vice rep, Yaoyorozu Momo. Momo blinked in shock at Melissa's open admission. She was nearly certain that Midoriya and S.H.I.E.L.D. were together, but the couple had been non-committal on the subject. Despite that, she didn't miss Motaro-san's pained flinch at the declaration and realized why S.H.I.E.L.D. made the open claim. I take it that means you were successful in becoming 2G's representative, S.H.I.E.L.D.-san? Momo asked to be sure. Yes, Melissa looked amused. When I said I was interested, the previous rep and vice rep almost got into a fight over who would get to resign and have me take over. And please, call me Melissa. S.H.I.E.L.D.-san is my father, and as an American I'm more comfortable going by my given name. Plus, some of my classmates have told me that my given name is easier to say. Only if you call me Momo, the younger girl countered, eager to cement the friendship S.H.I.E.L.D. had proposed the previous day. Sure, Momo-chan. Can I ask, Melissa-san, Momo started carefully, given your family name is S.H.I.E.L.D., are you related to S.H.I.E.L.D. David? The famous support item maker and friend of All Might Sensei. I am, Melissa offered simply. Then she decided, for the sake of friendship, to add, I'm his daughter. Wait, Sanji complained, you are the daughter of the David S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why haven't you told anyone? I am the daughter of a David S.H.I.E.L.D., Melissa said sprightly. There is more than one person with that name. And why did I tell anyone? Well, I did tell Izuku. And no one else asked. Then her voice sharpened. Besides, part of the reason I transferred to you was to be myself, not my somewhat famous father's daughter. On Island, that was all most people cared about. Izuku reached over and lightly squeezed her hand. Melissa gave him a sad smile. Sorry, Motaro said. Partly out of genuine regret and partly because he thought it would lessen any damage he had just done to their relationship. It's... Whatever Melissa's response would have been, it was cut off by a shrill alarm. A heartbeat later, the cafeteria was thrown into a panic. Students jumped out of the seats and streamed to the exits like a human mudslide. The frightened clamor was punctuated by shouts of pain as frail teenage bodies were slammed into much tougher and heavier furniture and walls. Izuku and Melissa also stood. But silently and sternly. Their lack of panic helped Momo and Sanji keep it together. They let themselves get swept into the flow, but moved much more methodically. They helped those who stumbled. Momo knew Izuku was strong and tough, but she hadn't expected the same of Melissa. And Sanji was amazed how the tide of humanity split and slowed around them, unable to force the couple. Things grew worse once they exited into the hallway. The narrow space crushed the students, and made it harder for anyone who stumbled to recover. Momo, can you make me a bullhorn? Izuku asked, or even just an old-fashioned megaphone? His expression was harder than the black-haired girl had seen before. And Melissa wore a proud and excited little smile. Yaoyorozu was able to make the electronic amplifier and handed it to him. He gestured to them. Melissa plugged her ears. And Momo and Sanji hastily followed suit. Settle down. Izuku shouted. His enhanced lungs produced enough sound that Melissa doubted he needed the bullhorn. With it he would have done Present Mike proud. The crowd stopped, as much from oral pain as from any desire to comply. We are UA students, Izuku continued. Do you honestly think you will be able to handle villains if a simple alarm has you stampeding like cattle? There are no explosions, no sounds of battle. I don't see any smoke or feel any heat. For all we know, this is a test we are failing. Any remaining fear crumbled under his logic and their shame. Now, as you should all know, he continued, lowering the volume slightly, in the event of this alarm, we are to return to our classrooms in a calm and orderly fashion and await further instructions from our teachers or other members of the UA staff. So help anyone who was knocked down up, form lines, and return to class. Izuku noticed not all of his own classmates were present. He wondered if they had skipped eating to study, as he had frequently done at Aldra. Before, Tommy's workout routine meant Izuku couldn't afford to lose the nutrients and calories. And more importantly now, Izuku had someone he wanted to spend that time with. Or maybe his classmates were just in the bathroom. "It's the press," Azui-san called out. She had hopped up and clung to the wall to make more space and for her own safety. That gave her a unique angle to look out the windows. "What?" a random voice in the crowd demanded. "Something happened at the gate, and the press is streaming in," she said again, more loudly. Principal Nizu promised them an interview this afternoon, Melissa remembered. They must have gotten impatient now that it literally past noon. That suitably cowed the throng, most of them embarrassed to have panicked over some reporters. Following Izuku's advice, they began to shuffle quickly back to class. More than a few of them wiggling their jaws to try to clear the pain and pressure in their ears. "And you thought you couldn't handle being a class rep," Melissa teased her boyfriend cheekily. Then she leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "That was really hot, Izuku." His composure shattered and he turned beet red. "Aoyama-kun, hold on for a minute," Aizawa instructed. The final bell had signaled the end of the odd day. Their lackadaisical teacher calling out one of them would have normally been the most noteworthy event. Today it was a distant third. "We, sensei," the blond boy paused with a look of surprise. A few of the students made to pause, but Eraserhead waved them out. When the pair were alone, the tired hero made sure the doors were closed. "Why did you want to see me, sensei?" the boy asked. "Is it about my classwork?" "No," Aizawa said flatly. He studied the teen, and then finally said, "I want to know why you snuck into the teacher's bullpen at lunch, while the destruction of the gate and the press stampede had everyone distracted. And I would also like to know what you intend to do with the thumb drive in your pocket." Aoyama started to reach for his belt. As soon as he moved, Aizawa's hair stood on end, and the constant pressure on the young man's gut vanished. Aoyama slowly raised his hands into the air. Approximately 8 hours later, 4 heroes and 2 police officers watched the video screen for any signs. Signs of deception, signs of recollection, signs of regret. On the other side, in the reinforced holding room, there were 2 people. Blonde-haired and blue-eyed. Mother and son. Clinging to each other. Whatever signs the observers were looking for, they saw only despair. "How is the father?" Chief Tsuragami asked. "In surgery," Nizu answered, "but they don't expect him to make it. If not for his wife's quirk, he'd already be dead, and she likely would be too." Eraserhead grunted. All Might sighed. "What do we know?" Snipe asked. And everyone looked to the second policeman, Tsukachi Naomasa. He was the only one who had been in both interrogations, due to his truth-detecting quirk. Aoyama Yuga was born quirkless. Naomasa looked at his notepad. When his friends and preschool classmates started to gain their quirks, he was teased. A fairly common story, unfortunately. His parents tried to prove that he was a late bloomer, having a DNA test and a quirk factor test performed. When it was proven Yuga-kun was quirkless, they spent an extravagant amount of money trying to find an alternate solution. They looked into drags and cybernetics. But before they could try anything, they were approached by a doctor. He flipped the page. Dr. Zaisu was already dead, but the Aoyamas did not find that out until later, he continued. A man claiming to be Zaisu and using his credentials claimed to have a technique to extract quirk energy and transplant it into a host, kickstarting a new quirk. That sounds like... Eraserhead mused. All for one. All Might growled. Or one of his minions. The detective agreed. The Aoyama family agreed. And after 3 of the supposed treatments, Yuga-kun developed his naval laser quirk. It was similar enough to his mother's quirk that they did not question it. Until they went to try to pay the doctor. He refused money, and instead gave them 3 phone numbers and 3 passwords. He said that they would need to pay him back with future favors. Someone would call from one of those numbers, give the password, and they were to do whatever was asked of them. Zaisu promised the favors would not be beyond their means. But he also told them that if they refused, he would, quote, repossess their son's quirk, with interest, unquote. After that they changed their phone number and provider, he continued, and began plans to relocate to France. They received a phone call from the first number on the list. He told them that it was fine if they left Japan, he had favors they could do in Europe too. So they decided to stay, the dog-faced chief nodded. And then they didn't hear anything for 8 years. Naomasa resumed, but near the end of Yugakuin's first year of middle school, they got another call. They were told Yugakuin was not living up to his potential. They were instructed as their first favor to push him to get into UA. They were told the hero course would be best, but so long as the boy made into UA, that would be fine. And he did, Nizu said. He was at the cutoff for the hero course, but he certainly would have made it into the general course. And we didn't discover any of this. Yesterday, they got a call from the second number. They were told they would receive a courier package, and that during the uproar today, Yugakuin was to sneak into the teacher's bullpen and plug the thumb drive in the package into any computer. They must have expected it to work. A week ago, it might have, Nizu admitted with a weak chuckle. Both of the police officers looked at him in shock. One of our students reported a flaw in our network security, Snipe explained. In testing and patching it, we found another exploit and fixed that too. The second exploit was the one Aoyama-kun and his master hit. And it was also due to that student's suggestion that we not only stopped the hack, but noticed and caught the traitor, Nizu added. You stopped the hack, you said? Tsuragami prompted. Yes, Nizu confirmed, the data on the card is all fake. Unless All Might has been taking ballet without my knowledge. I have not, the symbol of peace boomed. We installed multiple levels of fakes, Snipe said, and a new server with different security for the real data, as well as new protocols for when there is a breach. We considered letting the kid go, Eraserhead said, and following him, but we weren't sure what he was supposed to do, or if that would put him in danger, which, given the attack when we tried to approach his parents, was likely on the money. So what are we going to do now? We will be putting these two into protective custody, Tsuragami barked, at least until we determine if there is anything more they have done that would make it better to charge them. I told you it wouldn't work, Shigaraki Tamura whined. There was no way that flashy punk was going to be able to sneak around. Hell, he probably sold us out, given how quickly the Zeros showed up at his parents' place. Perhaps, the voice of All for One agreed. However, it was our best option to make your Plan Beta work. Without the information, we will have to go with Plan Alpha. Will it even work? The young man known as Decay asked doubtfully. All Might's been slowing down. And he's always been hard to pinpoint. If we can't attack where we know he will be, how can we be sure we'll get him? We still know roughly where he will be, the mist like being called Kurojiri said, at you. Even if we cannot get to the school or his precise location, if we cause sufficient chaos nearby, All Might should respond. It was true that he was appearing less frequently, All for One instructed his protege, but that has changed since the new year. The symbol of peace has been more active, and also more effective, which is why in addition to the mooks, as you call them, and the prototype Nomu, I have another resource for you. A being stepped out of a darkened corner of the bar. Mostly black and gray, with vague hints of dark pink in the chest armor and head. Or helmet. It was hard to tell which, though the back-swept bat-like wings on the sides of her head matched the pauldrons or her armor, implying the helmet option. The armor also had a prominent belt buckle with a symbol that looked like cross between the letter N and a lightning bolt. This is a foe that not even All Might can defeat. Wednesday classes started with a bang. The students of 1A noticed that Aoyama was missing. The teens gossiped about where he was and why he wasn't there. If he has a cold, Hagakure-chan mused, should we all start taking vitamin B and C supplements? That won't be necessary, Aizawa-sensei informed them as he entered the classroom, but it wouldn't be the worst idea either way. The kids all looked at him. He looked more tired than usual. Aoyama Yuga has withdrawn from UA for family issues, Eraserhead told them. Their reasons and problems are none of your business. Just focus on your studies. As for the class, we are going over the results of the entrance exam as well as performance these last few weeks. Once we figure out who and talk to them, you'll have a new classmate joining you in the hero course on Monday. Do you know who it is? Ashido-chan asked, excited. What did I just say? The teacher/hero asked. The de facto company line? She countered. Come on, you have to know something. I know lots of things, he told her flatly. Class 1A sat together at lunch. Or at least more of them than usual. Bakugu was not with the group, but he was closer than normal. They were joined by Shield Melissa, but not the other 2G student who had been hanging on to Izuku, Melissa, and Momo. Do you think he really left for a family reason, Karo? Tsu mused. What else could it be? Kirishima asked, confused. He could have been expelled, Todoroki said softly. He did come in last place in the quirk apprehension test, Momo remembered. It would explain why Sensei was so evasive, Kaminari agreed. Are you all just overthinking this? Melissa asked, Occam's razor. One of his parents could have gotten sick or hurt in a villain attack. That's true, Koda whispered. Sensei told us to leave things alone, Izuku said. Maybe we should. If he is hurting, we might make it worse. He might not want to be reminded. Melissa gave him a compassionate look. And more than few of Izuku's classmates caught that and read into it. Sunday, May 13th. So have you challenged Advisory Sensei yet? Melissa asked. The couple were having a spar in the training room. They wore padded gloves and shoes in addition to their normal workout attire. No attacks were allowed except with the pads. Any contact by the pads counted as a hit, even if it normally would have been a valid block. The goal was to practice certain types of attacks and dodging. No, Izuku said. He ducked under her jab. He launched a kick at her leg. Why not? She hopped back. The Pink Ranger used her reach and launched a jab at his nose. He started to bat her arm aside, and realized at the last instant it wasn't allowed. He jerked his head to the side, but she still brushed his ear. Stupid muscle memory, he scolded himself. Then he added, Sensei hasn't offered yet. And I'm still studying her style. She's really good, isn't she? Melissa inadvertently slipped into a wushu stance, curling around Izuku's punch and into a knife hand. Yes. He nodded ever so slightly, trying to keep control of his movements and balance. I wish I could see her fight Dr. O. We'll just have to learn. Everything we can from them both, she interrupted herself as Izuku landed a solid hit to her chest. That's 11, he said. But you only won by 4 this time, she said. Then she frowned. Unless you are still holding back. We are both holding back, he told her. This is a spar, not a fight. And we don't want to hurt each other. But if you are talking about not giving you my whole speed and skill, no. You've gotten a lot better. Training with Advisory Sensei in addition to Dr. O has been helpful. Melissa smiled at the thought of that. Then her lips tightened and her eyes narrowed. Another round, she said intently. Give me a chance to get closer to you. I'd love for you to get closer to me, Izuku told her. Then her fighting gaze turned into a bedroom gaze. And Izuku blushed as he realized the implication of his statement. He started to say something, but Melissa cut him off. So a judo match then? She offered seductively. Actually, we should probably get ready, Izuku said regretfully. Melissa looked at the face of her Morpher. Crap. Tokyo Opera City had been destroyed in the peak of the Troubles. The orchestra hall had been meticulously reconstructed 40 years prior, using as much of the original material as possible. The 2 teens were dressed to the nines, seated on the lower balcony, with a great view of the stage. The orchestra took their seats, lifted their instruments and arranged their sheet music. Boom boom boom. The kettle drums started with a familiar beat, followed immediately by the cricket-like twittering of violins. Izuku took Melissa's hand, laced his fingers with hers, closed his eyes, picturing the scene. One man, alone, his broken wrist supported by the remains of the shield strapped in place. Then the French horns kicked in, mournfully. But the fanfare grew, more brass folding in. Turned hopeful. Triumphant. Yaibamb, Izuku whispered in spite of himself. The song continued and Izuku's eyes watered. Melissa squeezed his hand. Avengers, the conductor called out, turning to face the audience. And the choir walked forward from the sides. The conductor pointed to the audience a moment later. Assemble, the assembly shouted. Then the rest of the orchestra dropped off as the snare drum and electric guitar took over. Always we will fight as one, till the battle's won, the choir picked up. They continued the lyrics to a rock song Izuku knew, which made him smile. The audience in general didn't seem to know the 2 stanzas, but most recognized enough English to connect song to the first part of the medley. Forever fight as Oanini, the chorus drew out the last word, and the brass picked up again, into the fanfare of the Avengers' main theme. Only the original version, rather than the version that was usually part of Portals. Then the music shifted into the Iron Man theme. Then Thor's leitmotif. Back to the Avengers. It switched to the Captain America theme. And then finishing off Secret War's version of the Avengers theme. When the first song trailed off, the conductor turned and bowed, "Thank you. And welcome to the Tokyo Philharmonic's Heroes, a retrospective." He faced the musicians again, who turned to the next page. Next they played a Superman medley, followed by a Kamen Rider collection. Spider-Man. A medley listed in the program as Fate, which neither Ranger in Training recognized, but they enjoyed nevertheless. "You really liked that." Melissa smiled at her boyfriend as they walked home. "I did," he agreed, "thank you." "Why are you thanking me?" she chuckled. "You got the tickets." "For going with me," he said, "for being with me. It was much better with you there." "Everything is." Melissa's cheekbones pinked. The young couple paused, embraced, and shared a brief kiss. Monday morning rolled in, warm and raining. And Izuku was tired. Even after dropping Melissa off at the Yagi building, the two of them spent longer than they should have on the phone. Talking about heroes. Whose quirks matched up with what instruments. What their theme songs would be like, for the heroes that didn't already have them. And both admitting that as much as they liked it, as inspiring as it might be, they both found All Might's theme music to be a little corny. So the first year yawned as he walked into class. He didn't miss the charged atmosphere amongst his classmates, but he couldn't think of why. At least until Aizawa-sensei walked in, escorting an unfamiliar young woman. "Everyone, this is your new classmate," Eraserhead told them. She was tied for 37th on the entrance exam practical, and had the better scores with the written exam and her classwork so far. "Feel free to introduce yourselves, but keep it down." Then he slumped into her chair and dozed, surprising the newcomer but no one else. After she recovered, the girl turned to face her new pack. She wasn't as tall as Momo, but was taller than the other girls of 1A. And most of the boys. She had frizzy brown hair, a cute face, bright green eyes, and toned build with average curves. "Hello," she bowed. "I am Nikatora Catherine, which is a family name from my half-British mom. You can call me Katie or Manx, that's the code name I picked out." "What hellhole did they drag you out of?" Bakugu asked dismissively. "I was in support, 1H, she answered, ignoring his tone. "I like robotics, and to be honestly might have asked to be in the support course even if I had made it through the practical. But after a month in support, I'm glad to be moving to Hero. Some of my former classmates are. A bit much." "Oh, what's your quirk?" Hagakure waved a hand at Nikatora. "I call it Felidae," Nikatora explained. "I can take on characteristics of one of 5 types of wild cats. Not a full transformation, just." Then she changed. Her ears shifted higher on her head and changed to a cat-like shape. Her hands and forearms grew thick fur and became a hybrid of hands and paws. A tail sprouted out from under her skirt, and all of her hair on fur took on the orange and black stripe coloration of the tiger. "Ah, Tiger Girl," Izuku exclaimed, remembering her. "Huh." Manx and a number of their fellow classmates grunted in response. "We ran into each other during the practical," he explained. "You were fighting a pair of 2-pointers and I stopped a 3-pointer from ambushing you. Then you showed me that your quirk lets you take on multiple forms for different reasons like I can." "Oh, your helmet guy." She smacked her clawed fist against her palm. "I guess I owe you an apology." Izuku rubbed the back of his head. "I know you said it was okay that I took out that 3-pointer, but if I had let you defeat it, you would have made it into the hero course in the first place." Bakugu gave an annoyed growl, while most of 1A looked amused at their president. "No," Nikatora shook her head. "If you hadn't helped me, I probably would have gotten knocked out there. Then I definitely wouldn't have made it into the hero course, probably not even now. Plus, like I said, I'm glad I got a chance to try out support." The conversation paused, and Manx returned to her original form. Then she asked, "So what about the rest of you?" Everyone introduced themselves, though Kaminari stepped in when Bakugu refused his turn. Morning classes were mostly normal, though there was still a buzz of students wanting to get to know their new member better. When they were released for lunch, 1A moved as a tighter group than normal, excepting Todoroki and Bakugo, who both went their own way. Halfway to the cafeteria, the hall was blocked by 2 other students. They were standing rather deliberately in 1A's path, leering at them. One was leering smugly, the other leering lewdly. The first was a blonde boy. He was average height, average build, and above average looks. Not much above average, no one would call him ugly, but he would never be a model and wasn't especially memorable. The other boy was tiny, barely over a meter tall. He looked more like an elementary student than a high school student. And instead of hair, he had what looked like 7 purple handballs attached to his skull. "You want something?" Kyoka said sharply. "Just wanted to look at the loser class," the blonde boy stated imperiously. "What's that supposed to mean?" Kirishima bristled. "Class 1A was supposed to be so cool. You have the top 2 finishers in the recommendation exam, the top 2 finishers in the regular exam." He shrugged. "You are the first class. But the truth is you also have the crap students, the ones who barely made it, shouldn't have made it, or are just trouble." Izuku twitched uncomfortably, knowing part of the claim was directed him, and that the last line was aimed at the absent Bakugo. His former friend and former bully was not making a good impression. "Most of you got stuck with Aizawa-sensei because he was too lazy to argue," the small boy insisted, "and they hoped he'd throw out the trash like he always does." "And he did," the blonde boy sneered. "We hear you are already down 1 student." "Aoyama left because his mom has cancer," Ashido told him condescendingly. Both of the antagonistic boys flinched. "Really?" The small boy sounded regretful. "We don't know," Hagakure said pointedly. "We were just told it was a family issue." "But you didn't know that either." The boys both relaxed, and the blonde countered. "Family issues is just an excuse to spare the class's feelings. So add denial and lying to 1A's list of problems. And that's on top of hogging all the hotties," the purple kid declared angrily. For a moment the blonde boy looked like he was going to sigh. But he matched his partner's angry expression and nodded. "What?" Kodai asked in genuine if muted confusion. "Kodai Yui and Yaoyorozu Momo," he pointed at each of them. "The 2 hottest girls in our year are trapped in your class. Plus the curvy cutie Uraraka, and now the CC catgirl Nikatora. You can't see Hagakure, but she's definitely got a killer bod. Even your weird girls are better than ours. We got a crazy mushroom, a creepy ghost, and horse who barely speaks Japanese. You got a CC pink thing and a cute frog. Even the good-looking girls in 1B have problems. Kendo has man hands and is violent. Tokige's quirk is disturbing and so is her laugh. And you can't touch Shiozaki's hair and she's super weird, always talking about God and salvation and stuff." Kyoka's frown deepened. She wasn't sure if she was annoyed the little pervert did not even acknowledge her, or happy that she wasn't being objectified. The other heroines were less unsure. They gave the tiny boy disgusted looks. Except Ashido, who preened slightly. And on top of all that, this JRK is hogging the hottest hottie to ever hot. He finished furiously, pointing at Izuku. "Are you talking about Shield-san?" Izuku's voice was flat. But underneath there was something cold and sharp in his tone. "Of course," the pervert missed it. "Have you seen those eyes? That face? That body? Wait, of course you have. I'm sure you've seen more." Izuku blinked in surprise as Momo's hand crossed the pervert's face. "Melissa is a person," she declared. "She is with Izuku because she likes him and he respects her. He doesn't treat her like an object. None of us are objects, you horrid." She trailed off as her senses of propriety and shame caught up. Momo also realizing she didn't even know his name. She started to apologize. But then someone behind the boys started clapping. 1A and the antagonists realized that the hallway was full of UA students who were watching the altercation. And the other observers started to applaud too. The 2 boys looked embarrassed. Then flinched when they saw who had started the round of applause. It was a girl about the same height as the blonde boy. She was fit, had orange hair in a single ponytail on the left side of her head, and a very dark expression. "Ah, Kendo-sen," the blonde boy said fearfully. What? Are you two causing trouble again? She demanded harshly. No, the purple-headed boy tried to say. Now who is the liar? Tokoyami countered. Come with me, the girl named Kendo said. Her hands expanded to the size of car doors. She picked up each of her classmates and marched off. That was interesting. Ochako sounded unsettled. Those two were weird, Melissa said, having found 1A when Izuku and Momo didn't show up for lunch. She twined her arm around Izuku's and noted, "Thank you for defending me, Izuku." Then she kissed him lightly, drawing gasps and a few catcalls from the other students. Okay, get your gym uniforms on, Aizawa ordered as soon as he stepped into 1A on Wednesday morning. You won't be having normal classes today. They changed and followed him outside. There was a bus outside, waiting for them. Where the are we going? Bakugo demanded, just stopping himself from swearing. To a special facility on the far side of the UA campus, Aizawa told him, now get on the bus. As the teens loaded, the first few paused as they saw who was already on board. Good morning, All Might boomed, I am here. To help with your special lesson. They all brightened, even Bakugo. As the bus rolled up to the large dome in the empty field, some of the students noticed a figure standing by the entrance. Oh, Uraraka cried out, that's 13, the space hero. You know 13? Izuku asked. 13 is my favorite hero and my role model. The brunette bobbed her head. That's the kind of hero I want to be. The bus pulled to a stop and the students unloaded. And nice to meet all of you, 13 said. I am 13, also known as the space hero. If you are familiar with me, you might have guessed why you are here today. You are going to start training on how to deal with disasters. Heroes don't just fight villains. They have to deal with fires, earthquakes, and any number of other catastrophes. So using my experience, I have constructed this specialized training facility. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. 13 Sensei and All Might Sensei led the teens inside. The entry was a wide brick path, lined with trees on either side. There was a thick mesh net behind the trees, obscuring what was beyond them. The path led to a set of stairs that descended down a good 30 meters and ended in what looked like a food court. But a huge one for 100 or more people, and all around it, with a giant fountain in the middle, spread out over at least a square kilometer. I designed this place, 13 told everyone, with more than a little help, to make my dream come true. The Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ4. Short, has just about any sort of environment you can expect to encounter in Japan. Urban with multi-story buildings and a working train system. Suburban with houses, mansions, and even a small-scale indoor shopping mall. A field of grasslands, rice paddies, and small forest. A lake that can be fresh or salt water and has a wave machine. Rocky and mountainous terrain. The students looked out of the vast training arena. It was almost like a theme park, but without the rides. 13 gestured for us to follow, and started down the stairs. We can also control the weather, the rescue hero continued, from rain. A modest downpour began to drench the suburban zone. To snow. The rain stopped, and snow fell on the mountain region instead. And hail, lightning, fog, and even small-scale tornadoes. We can also control the lights to simulate any time of day or night. The USJ can reproduce almost any kind of disaster, in any weather conditions. It is the best facility in the world for rescue training. At least in my opinion, anyway. Class 1A looked around in amazement. This is awesome, Kirishima said. So what are we doing? Bakugo asked sullenly. What we will be doing today, 13 said brightly, turning back to us, is dividing into 4 teams of 5. 2 of the teams will go with me, and 2 will go with All Might Sensei. You will alternate between being the rescuers and acting as the victims. After the exercises this morning, we will come back here for lunch, and you will divide into 4 different teams, and repeat the process for the afternoon. Well then, All Might intoned loudly, let's get started. Bakugo Katsuki slammed the door when he got home. Stop trying to break sheet, you stupid punk, his mother shouted at him. F off, he yelled back. Mitsuki and Masaru looked at each other. The door slam had been harder than normal, and there was an extra layer of disappointment in their son's voice. Mitsuki inclined her head. Masaru sighed, and then nodded. He met his son in the family room. How was class? Masaru asked. Complete fing waste, Bakugo grunted. When his father didn't say anything or leave, he continued. We went to this dumb theme park training city thing. Then we spent all day pretending to rescue each other. Learning how to carry people, what to do and not do in a fire. Shit like that. Like I said, a waste. What sort of crappy hero needs to know that? All might, Masaru said simply. It was the magic word. Bakugo's eyes narrowed and his scowl changed. It became more thoughtful. Yeah, I guess, the explosive boy admitted. Did something else happen? Masaru asked. I came in 7th. Katsuki exploded. 7th? Not only that shitty nerd Deku, Ponytail, and Icy Hot. Even round cheeks kinda makes sense. She was freaking out over 13 and this rescue sheet. But even Froggy and the new extra did better than me. But it was a stupid class anyway. Masaru reminded his son of his previous insistence. So, does it matter if they did better than you? Of course it does, Katsuki huffed. Crap or not, I get graded on it. And I'm the best. None of those shitty extras are allowed to be better than me. Then what are you going to do about it? Masaru asked carefully. Katsuki pondered that. We have confirmed the Aoyama Yuga and his mother have been placed in Witsy Sea, Kurojiri reported, but at the highest level, based on his presumed connection to you, Master. We cannot reach them at this point. There is no reason, All for One said softly. They were a minor resource, not worth further trouble. What matters more is that our other attempts to infiltrate UA have failed. They have increased their security level after the last attempt. So we will need to go with Plan Alpha. What is the hurry, Sensei? Shigaraki complained. I know you want to test the prototype Nomu so we can start on the next generation, but if we can't unleash it on All Might, what's the point? All for One's sightless eyes turned and locked on his protege. He said nothing, fearing that mentioning Master Demonis would attract the alien's attention. Tomorrow, he finally spoke. Friday afternoon will be the ideal time for maximum death and chaos. The best time to draw out the symbol of peace. Assemble your troops, Tomir. We will give All Might enough time to leave the school. Then we strike. Friday, May 18th. UA had let out for the day. Melissa and Izuku, and Momo and Sanji, had attended the first meeting of the class representatives. They were mildly surprised to see Kendo was 1B's rep, and learned her given name was Itsuka. It was a short meeting, to introduce everyone and give the students handouts detailing schedules and basic responsibilities. It raised a few eyebrows, a first and second year sitting together. But the UA rumor mill had churned enough that most people knew Izuku and Melissa were a couple. After they were released, they walked back to the command center like usual. Welcome back. Tommy greeted them. How was your meeting? Hey, Doctor. Well, fortunately it was quick, Melissa said, but it sounds like that won't be the rule. This is going to cut into our afternoon training time, Izuku nodded, but at least we can still be together. It won't hurt you to slow down, the AI told them, now that both of you have UA lessons and Melissa can stay morphed for over an hour. Too much training can be almost as bad as too little. Tommy is right, Toshinori said as the door slid shut behind him. He took a different route home than the direct path his ward and her boyfriend favored. Multiple different routes, to make it harder to connect Yagi Toshinori and All Might. I know that, Izuku said softly. We just worry we aren't good enough, Melissa added. For now things are peaceful. Toshinori said. But he was cut off when his phone buzzed. And then one of the other command center alarms went off. Not the intruder alert, the one for a villain attack. Tommy activated the monitor. No Makoto reporting live outside Kashyyyk Shopping Mall. A tall brunette woman with bright green eyes was saying, the entire shopping district has been taken over by what has been described as a small army of rampaging villains. Local heroes and police have been unable to quell the riot. They showed a screen of multiple villains unleashing their quirks with wild abandon. And other people getting hit. There have been dozens of injuries, of civilians as well as heroes and police, and 2 confirmed deaths. Toshinori turned, transforming into All Might. All Might let us. Come with you, Izuku said. No, the number one hero said simply. Then added, you don't have your license, Izuku, and as a UA student your ranger forms are on record. If you are seen helping me, you will be arrested and at the very least expelled. This isn't some random villain you happen to be on the scene for. This would be you deliberately charging into a coordinated attack. The same goes for both of you, even if Melissa isn't known yet. Then he looked back and smiled at them. Don't worry, he told them, I've dealt with this sort of thing before. And thanks to the three of you, I'm in better shape than I've been in for years. And a better fighter than I ever was before. Then he was gone. Melissa and Izuku were holding hands, worried as they continued to watch the news. Things had settled down slightly. They had fallen into a stalemate, the villains having hostages and looting while keeping the authorities at bay. Then All Might arrived. There was a visible wave of relief that went through the press, police, and other heroes. All Might exchanged words with the cops, and Kamui Woods and Death Arms. The reporters could not catch what was said. After a round of nods from his allies, the symbol of peace charged inside. Kamui Woods and Death Arms moved closer to the entrance, expecting something. There was a terrifying roar from inside the mall. The camera jostled closer. A black and gray feminine figure suddenly appeared in the doorway. She held one finger up to her helmet, where her lips would be. And then the screen went black. We apologize, a different reporter in a studio appeared seconds later. We appear to have lost the contact with the Kino-san's team in the field. We will try to see if we can get the feedback. That was a shadow, Melissa blurted out fearfully. Uncle Mike can't fight her. That wasn't just any shadow. If anything, Tommy sounded even more scared. That was Psycho Pink.